Happy April 1st, everybody. What is going on? We're going to find out soon enough. First, we're going to talk about production and delivery expectations with my buddy Herbert from Brighter. He is here. I have tricked him once again into joining me. I don't know how. And then, of course, we do have some news on 14.3. We're going to actually start the show with that. Brian, welcome to Futuraza. And if you're watching this, live, what is the joke? Because I promise nothing malicious, no misinformation or lies. It's going to be something, and the pieces will come together quickly.
Oh, secret. All right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's such a secret. Only dozens and dozens of people know, because that's how many people it took to put this together.
Okay.
If you're watching it on the replay, maybe you already know. Hey, it's all good. Hey, so I don't know if you know, but we've got production and delivery to cover. But first, 14.13. 14.1. Oh, that's an older one. Wait, when is this? Oh, that's October. I did the wrong one. At any rate, 14.1, 14.3. Tell me what you have heard.
Well, Elon posted this morning saying that it's coming. It's that it's being tested right now by Tesla employees, and that it's probably going to go out wide release by the end of this week. He said, by the end of this week.
And what's in it?
14.3, I mean, we will find out. But he has previously promised that it's supposed to be the, what was his words that he said, right? It's the last big piece of the puzzle. Mm-hmm. And it's supposed to be reasoning, a lot more reasoning. I think we've seen some reasoning already in 14.2, but just little bits and parts. This is supposed to be a lot more. I don't know what that means. We can talk about it. Mm-hmm. And Ashoka Laswamy was saying that, this is, I got confused about where we were supposed to see a 10x in parameters, and it could be here. It could be this one that everything's just kept being delayed. So now I'm not sure, but yeah.
All of that sounds very exciting. Hey, first, I feel like we need to share the num-nums. This is, Tesla doesn't often put these out. Sometimes they always compile them, whether or not you and I get to see them, bit of a different matter. Here's the expectations for Q1. And this isn't Tesla's expectations. This is not their guidance. This is the Wall Street consensus. Total deliveries 365, 645 against production of, well, I mean, it's right there somewhere, but deliveries of 365, 645 with slightly better all deliveries, all other models numbers than last quarter, but much lower than in previous quarters. What's your take on this?
Sure. So 365, that's the street consensus, right? Or at least the 20 plus people, analysts that have given their estimates. I've seen other street estimates of 350, 351. I think I've seen that others, a few analysts will say, we're expecting a 324, or Gene Munster came out and said that if it's 324 or higher, that's fine. The stock will do just fine. And his reasoning is that it's the first time we're going to see an actual metric where it's kind of clear of stabilization after the expiration of the IRA credit in September. This is the first kind of quarter where we're going to see that happening, and we're going to know what's truly up and what's happening. So that's actually a good setup for us, because these guys are 365, which is higher. I'm expecting it to be lower than this. It's never a good idea whenever the analysts come out with their estimates this high and then, oh my God, they missed estimates again. But I think that this case, it doesn't even matter if it falls to 325, which is what Gene Munster is saying. Gene himself is expecting it to be a lot lower than that, actually, but he doesn't matter to him.
Well, that makes me very nervous about my numbers, which I will share as we go on through this. And I do love the phrasing, though, that, Tesla missed our expectation. No, you did bad math, my friend. You are not a good. If Tesla is way off in either direction from what you estimated,
right?
I don't know. Get better analysts. Quick reminder, April 18th at the Tesla Diner. I'm going to be there. That's the sort of thing I just love. I just talked with them over the weekend. They're having me do a quick presentation. So if you want to learn a whole bunch of stuff, I've got a very concise, like 10, 15-minute presentation I'm going to be doing. Tickets on sale now, Tesla Club LA. I do these because they're fun. James Stevenson, friend of the show. The indicator climbs past 877. My deliveries forecast sits at 377, 251 on production of 420, 69. Nice. And I predict Tesla will celebrate cumulative production exceeding 10 million vehicles by Halloween. That's exciting. Do you think 377, 251 might be too high for
It is. I mean, I am not expecting it to be this high. First of all, it's January, February. Did you see this one? I think it was AJ or yeah, AJ posted this out, which is funny. He showed a new sort of a media headline, and the media headline says, Tesla's Q1 sequentially is going to be lower than expected to be lower deliveries. Well, of course, because Q1 is always lower than Q4. So that is a very misleading headline. I think it's going to be a lot lower than we're expecting. It is expected to be just normal, right? China is holidays, January, December. January is much lower chance for people to buy cars. It's going to be lower.
All possible. I will point out, I could probably got to move my screen a little bit so I can see what I'm doing here. I will point out that China's sales jumped 91% in February on low comparison because, we had some retooling going on. But the numbers out of last year we had the retooling, very low sales. But to double, I mean, that's pretty good. But I'm seeing a lot of other things that would indicate stronger than expected sales. If you look at Roland Percher's numbers, absolutely does fantastic work. What are your predictions? Mine is above, and that is the optimists' consensus. But we are seeing really good numbers in a handful of markets, not all of them. The China numbers have been solid. Germany doesn't report its numbers in a timely fashion. They're not required to. So Germany would be a big question mark. But in China, at least, we have the resurrection of the buyer credit. It expired at the end of December. That made a big December push, but there was a new one that was issued. It's not as generous as the old one, but it still exists. So for perspective, I think we should look at previous quarters. This is Q4 of 25. 434 production, 418. So you're thinking it's going to fall by that much?
Well, I'm not thinking. I'm just, for me, it's whatever the street says. I don't care if it's below it. It doesn't really matter.
Okay. But even still, you think nowhere close to 418?
No, yeah, no.
I agree because Q4 is very strong.
Yeah.
Even though we had the expiration of the IRA, Q1 is just a weak quarter for automotive sales. If we go to Q3, I mean, we can't even talk about that. That's the expiration of the IRA plus the end of summer, which is a good time for sales generally. Second quarter, now we're into some numbers where we're seeing supply crunch, where we're seeing the ramp. So even with the vehicle, the Model Y ramping, it was already at 384. You don't think we could deliver more than that when we didn't even have enough supply?
Really hard to compare Q1 to last year's Q2.
Well, here's Q1 of last year, 336. So we're thinking it will be better than that, but only just.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, when was the actual when did they redo retooling? It wasn't in January, right? It was in probably the last month of the quarter.
It was in Q1. I don't remember the exact month now, but I think it was. Yeah, it was, and it varied by factory. I mean, it came out in China first, but so
that's a good number. Yeah, we could probably expect it to be around that, or even a little bit higher, maybe. Yeah,
because they were still able to produce 362 during the ramp.
Yeah, and I think the Iran, the gas crisis kind of thing that happened after. It won't reflect in this Q1, right? People buying more EVs.
Solo says Q1 of 24, not 25, was 386. So that's gives us a different benchmark. Now, if these meat-driven sales continue to fall, Herbert, I don't know if you seen how the Betamax numbers are doing, but Betamax sales are just, I mean, people, even DVD sales are down. That must mean that no one watches movies anymore. I think
Right.
that's pretty sure that's how the math works on that. Are we worried about meat-driven vehicle sales?
Well, I did a show recently on this, and I'm not worried about it because in the sense that Bears they position this as, of course, Tesla's a car company, everything's falling apart, it's all based on promises. That's how they position it. But yes, car sales do matter because these aren't cars. These are AIs, robots on wheels. Every AI robot that's out there is going to be available for Robotaxi. So yeah, I do want to see higher sales. I'm not worried that the business is crashing and things are worse. And also this year, I'm very confident that this is the year where FSD's gotten to the point that it's so good that it's going to break through and finally people will truly understand that it's a real value add, not just, oh yeah, I have to pay extra money for it. It might have me a little bit of extra value. I think this is it. This is the real big deal. We're starting to see a lot of skeptics post videos of them being shocked at how good this is. And when 14.3 lands, that could be the kind of like that next level of just perfect
Mhm,
experience and wowing people when they drive it. That's what I'm hoping for, and I think that that will be a driver. At the same
mhm,
time, this is the year where you're seeing all the legacy autos pull back. Not only did they have multi-billion-dollar, write-offs that they did last year, but now they are no longer producing their EVs to such an extent that you know here in the United States, Tesla's market shares pop right back up to over 60%, which is what it was 3 or 4 years ago when we were before there was any competitors. The competitors came and the competitors are leaving. So this could
mhm.
be the year that truly, just that alone sales should go up. But now you've got this driver that's going to make it even better. Literally,
A a
a
full
driver.
self-driver?
Yeah.
Uh, but don't you miss waiting for gas in line?
That's also going to be a big driver, right? If gas
Mhm,
prices really skyrocket, I heard that the oil barrel per oil went up another $20 or something, and it's over 100. This is not going to look good on the gas tank prices, but that can change, right? So
mhm, mhm.
I'm not going to
And
count
then, of
on it.
course, just a quick happy birthday to Apple, 50 years old today.
Yeah.
Your midlife crisis is showing, uh, because they've made some interesting decisions. So when it comes to, autonomy, I agree with you. I believe that there's a very real chance that as more people see FSD, they become believers. You and I have had experiences where we get someone and force them to sit in the car with us, maybe even
Yeah.
put them behind the wheel and say, let's just go. And from 14 on,
Let me give you a very good
please.
example that is right close to home. So my own sister. So I have two brothers and a sister. Both brothers bought Teslas, including myself, three plus years ago. And we've all been telling her, you need to buy a Tesla. It's such a great car. One of my brothers has many cars, and he has trucks. He has, Porsches, those kind of cars. But he just said, once I had my Tesla Model 3, I can't drive the other cars anymore. But anyways, so she is they're diehard BMW, Mercedes, German cars. That's all they've ever bought all this time. And in fact, last year she went and bought another BMW.
Mhm,
And I said, or sorry, Mercedes. And I said, that's okay, that's fine, right? I didn't press her or anything like that. I just said, hey, this is a car. Now in Canada, it does cost a lot more to buy these cars, and so I said, yeah, that makes sense. But I kept telling her, I think that when these cars are self-driving, the value of these cars will not go down. It will go down now, you'll recover, and in fact it'll be worth more at some point. You want to buy a smart car, not a dumb car. She didn't listen. She went and bought her car, which is fine, not a big deal. But now she's buying a Model Y,
mhm,
and the reason is because I've been home this Christmas and several times this month, and she's seen the car drive us point to point, no matter where we go, and wherever I took her, it would go just perfectly fine in Vancouver, Canada. So now she realizes, yeah, this thing is incredible. So
mhm,
this is a person who's a diehard, loyal, brand loyal, somebody who's not very tech savvy, but now saw it for themselves. And just it's like a done. It's pretty obvious. You want to buy a smart car, not a dumb car.
It's an easy deal to understand. Vancouver, by the way, for those who've never been, has a variety of roads. It has very
Oh,
nice wide roads. It has
no, most
very
of it. Yeah.
painful, skinny roads. It
Hmm.
has roads where there's sometimes parking in the right lane and sometimes not. Oh, and now you need to make a left turn, even though there's no signal. No, you just got to wait and do that while people are scooching around you, and your car will do the scooching around. But I would argue it's an unfair comparison because coming from a BMW to a Tesla, either way, you're not using the blinker. So, I mean, it's an easy transition to make.
The BMWs, what the asshole or whatever they call them. Yeah.
By the way, I
Hey, dude,
didn't give
I had a BMW too. So was I? I guess
I've
I was.
had a BMW. I've had one. But there was something wrong with mine. There was like this flashing light on the dash sometimes. I'm like, "What
Yeah.
on earth? Is that check oil?" I don't know. And then it would go
That's the
away.
thing about FSD, though, isn't it? It's like the most polite thing. It always does the turn signals. I don't use turn signals when there's no one around me. And my wife would say,
Mhm,
"How come you didn't do it then?" I said, "There's no one around us. Why would I turn it on
mhm,
when there's no one behind me?" But
mhm.
FSD does it all the time, regardless, right? So it is
Yeah.
the proper way.
Well, you don't know if there's a police officer sitting in a parking lot right there watching this intersection that you can't see. I've had plenty of times like that where I am on the highway and I encounter a speed trap and I look down, I'm going 3 over, 4 over. I'm like, "Yeah, not today." Uh, so I realize now I didn't give my number yet. My delivery number is 372. My production number is 382. And I did want to show some thinking on this. Now, this is back in the crazy quarter when
Oh
deliveries
yeah, wait.
exceeded
Can you
production.
show that one solo? Do you run reds when there's nobody on the road? Yeah, I do.
This one?
You know what I did? One time I had my very young daughters in the car, and we had their very young nieces in the car, and we happened to have to drop off my father, their grandfather, to their home, and it was late at night. Okay, this was one of those weird 11 o'clock late at night in one of those faraway suburbs. And so I'm driving back home to my sister's house, and there is a red light, and we're waiting there in the red light. There's no one there. It's like near midnight. Okay. And I'm driving these little girls. And I said, what should we do here? Do we stay or don't? And I went. And they screamed, right? Oh
Right.
no, no, it's not. And there was so I explained to them, like what is the intent of these red lights, right? Is to prevent accidents. What I mean? It's like I don't need to follow the law for following the law. I mean, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I told my sister, what I did to them. Was I a bad uncle? I don't know.
I
What did I
mean,
teach?
right. Well, first of all, yes, but that's not why. Uh, Ice cream for dinner? Come on, Uncle Herbert. What are you doing? Uh, But yeah, that's kind of fun. So what I wanted to point out here was in Q3, we saw deliveries that exceeded production by a mile. They cleared out everything they had sitting around. Um, and then in Q4, we saw that production exceeded deliveries by 15, 17,000. And I'm seeing people believing that we're going to uh, have that happen again, that we're
We
going to
could have a
see
big beat. Yeah.
well, that we're going to see production grossly in excess of, I've seen some numbers suggesting that. It's like
Hmm.
they don't just stockpile them for the fun of it. I know that Cybertruck has no stockpile, but I went by I assure you, I have a friend who was looking to get his all-wheel drive by the end of March, and so he could get his transfer, not on a economy Cybertruck, but on an all-wheel drive, and they could not find him a model. Now, I was able to reach out to some people I know and get him paired with a vehicle at the last second. So delivery times, they do not just have endless inventory sitting around. So I do not think, I think that that is why production and delivery being close together. My delivery number 372, my
Yeah, but
production
Brian,
number 382.
this is why this gets very interesting. This is the quarter we're going to find out something big, right? Which is that is traditionally how they do it. They keep their inventory days to be very, very low, sometimes even 9 days. But of course, it's 19 days on average and so forth. Very, very low, industry leading. But this quarter, we have the potential now to introduce those Model Ys, those extra cars that they produce to Robotaxi. depending,
Mhm,
right? If it
mhm,
truly rolls out. This is the quarter where if we see production higher than delivery,
mhm,
maybe they are stockpiling it to put it into service in a robotaxi.
mm. I'm gonna say the
Could be
number
one
would
item.
be too small to notice. Even if it's
Mhm.
1,000, I don't think we'd
True.
really notice it
Yeah.
in these numbers, uh, but that's, you know, that's fine. We did have the other bit of big news today that we needed to mention.
Yes.
Space 10 just filed for IPO. I'm pretty sure I said that right. Space Shao just filed for IPO. Uh, what's the story there? What's going on with that?
Yeah. Well, we
That
knew
little
that this was
company.
about to come. It is April, and SpaceX confidentially filed for IPO. That was the report at this point, and I think it just means that they're on track to actually do the full IPO in June. Lots of news has been flowing out. The most recent in the last few days is that Elon allocated 30% of this IPO to smaller investors, to retail investors. And at first, people said that it was going to be Morgan Stanley's E Trade only, and then they're going to not offer it to Robinhood or SoFi. Elon said that is false. So I'm
Mm,
assuming he meant to say that no, we will let Robinhood, SoFi, and E Trade share this to smaller investors to participate. This is a big deal because 30% of the shares typically almost it's like this is unprecedented. Most IPOs they only do 5 to 10% to retail. Elon knows that he wants to have not only to reward the retail investors, but he knows the power of the retail investors. If he has more, you have more of a power to control the votes in the future, those kind of things. So I think that it's a big deal. This is going to be the largest IPO ever in history. The new number is $1.75 trillion market cap. The new number is maybe $75 billion raised. Uh, I don't know whether or not I would not sell my Tesla shares, but if and yeah, I still believe that there will be a SpaceX Tesla merger, anyways.
mhm.
Well,
But, if there's going to be a 2x, 3x on this before that merger, might as well get in on it. That's what I'd said in an X post recently is I do have some other things I can sell. I'm not going to sell my Tesla shares, but if I have the opportunity to buy
mm,
SpaceX at or before IPO, I feel like I might have to be crazy not to. Kevin, in the spirit of April 1st, says Ford has a Starship killer. And we joke, but Honda does have a rocket program. It's amazing. You can watch this rocket lift off, you can watch it touch down, and then you watch a man walk up to it, and he's about as tall as the rocket. You're like, oh, perspective. Uh, so that's pretty, you know, it's funny. We love to joke. Uh, we do have some folks watching it live, trying to figure out where is the twist coming. Surely it is April 1st. There's got to be a joke in here somewhere, and there is. You will find out soon enough. And of course, anything happening today? Nah, probably not. Who knows? Um, so on the story of the numbers, I would say that at the end of the day, none of it matters. And I don't mean the end of today. The end of today, everything matters. But I mean a
end of the day,
metaphorical day,
right?
because when I showed you the deliveries from the past 4 quarters, uh, nobody in the comments went, "Oh my gosh, what on earth?" Uh, it doesn't. We look at the longer term trend line. And if IBM's sale of mechanical cash registers was dipping at the dawn of the computer era, no one was concerned because they understood that we're entering a new era. Oh my gosh, did you know that Netflix has ended their mailing out DVDs business? It's the end of the road.
Yeah. HSBC just did a note out there, and they are saying that they see the stock falling 60%
Mm,
more than what it has already done by 19% by the beginning of this year. They say because of falling auto sales. And they
mhm,
think that the others are just, stories are being told for something
mm.
that's going to happen way in the future. So, yeah, there are people who do see it the other way.
I think that when we look at, you said at some point these vehicles could go up in value. If you look at the used market, that's already happened.
Mm.
We've seen since the expiration of the IRA, the value of used cars climb about 10%. among electric cars because part of the used car value is what can I buy it for new? And if what you can buy it for new has jumped by 7,500, then you're going to have a stronger resale value. That's what we saw during the pandemic was used cars selling for more than new cars because you couldn't get a new car. So you had to get what you could. And sometimes that's a used car. Uh, and I do think I've seen a lot of people suggesting that with these high oil price, this big shock high oil price, this is going to have a lasting trend of pushing people
Hmm.
towards EVs. I'm
Hmm.
not convinced. We've seen
Hmm.
these high oil prices before, and the second they're gone, people go, "Wow, what I really
They
need
forgot.
is a suburban the size of a tennis court to drive my family of 3 around in."
Yeah.
Uh, they they have it's amnesia, man.
Hmm. Hmm.
It's pretty weird. And it takes time to shift production priorities, to shift I mean, it takes time to make them. Even if they had all the factories going right now, how much could GM improve or increase their electric vehicle output? Uh, and for that matter, how much could Tesla? Maybe we're about to find out tomorrow morning, which I will also be live streaming, which sounds easy enough until you come to understand the scope of what we're doing here today, which at some point will become apparent, just maybe not yet. Uh, any any thoughts on other manufacturers and their deliveries? Because we are seeing
Yeah.
legacies scaling back on EVs, emerging markets surging ahead on EVs. Who's the smart
Hey,
one?
you wouldn't know it because you don't see these mainstream media announcing, but we have been reporting left, right, and center. Every car company, they're in big trouble. Honda, Nissan, Porsche, they're all in trouble. They've just, I don't know how much longer they can last. They probably survive for a little bit longer, but it's just not looking good. They don't have, they're pulling back on any EVs. That is number one. And then they're going back to hybrids, and we'll see how far that goes. But this is the
Mhm.
big year when FSD becomes a real thing. And, there's car companies out there that are all saying the same thing now, which is self driving or advanced ADAS is now table stakes. They all have to have it. So if you don't show that you've got something like this, even if you've got a hybrid, that alone will be the year. This is the year I think that that's going to become much more apparent.
I was at the movies yesterday. I saw an ad for Jeep at the beginning of the before the movie started, and the ad it's for the Jeep hybrid, and it said with over 500 miles of range. It's like,
Mm.
oh, so we're including the gas and the oh, that's dirty. And I've
Oh,
seen that
south.
before. Yeah,
Hmm.
with Toyota, I think they were saying, oh, 700 miles of range because they want you to cross shop it against electric and be like 300 miles. What if I don't plan to stop for 4 hours? My friend, you're going to stop, but you don't.
What's the longest road trip you've ever done without stopping?
I know, right? It's absolutely crazy when you look at it that way. Well, without stopping, I don't think I've ever done 4 hours
Yeah.
because I am a human who doesn't pee in bottles or shart in jars,
There you go.
okay?
You had to say it live. Okay.
I had to say it. I had to say it. Guys, it's the first, it's late enough in the show that you can you can tell these truths and get away with it. So that is tricky. We're seeing emerging markets selling a lot of EVs, trying to just skip the whole step, especially for a developing country where the gas station infrastructure may not be sufficiently robust to sell millions of cars and service them. Why don't we just skip that step entirely? And not have to move big tankers around, not have to move electricity through the Strait of Hormuz. I'm told that's
Mm.
quite the challenge. And these challenges are not without cost. If we look at Megapack, just a few years ago, nobody on Wall Street was modeling the revenue. And here we are. It's churning millions of dollars a day in profit, which is, tremendously valuable. And what I would say on that is we've got a lot of costs, a lot of expenses, a lot of tricky things. Tomorrow morning, we're going to find out what these numbers are, and it's going to be tricky, difficult, and frankly exciting. And when it comes to Tesla, The thing is, they've got a lot of expenses coming up. They've got a lot of big projects between not Dojo, between chip fabrication, between megapacks, between bots, between autonomy of all sorts. And the question I have is, how on earth do we control the cash burn? And joining me to answer that question is my buddy Herbert from Brighter. Herbert, welcome to the show. It's so great to see you.
What's going on? Okay.
Controlling cash burn is the question. It is the name of the game. If you look at some skeptics go as far as to say the implosion isn't done yet because they are concerned about high cash burn. And if you look at Tesla invests $2 billion in XAI, reiterate Cybercab production starts this year. Tesla's got a bunch of things that they want to spend money on, and 44 billion is not a trivial amount of money. It's significant, it's substantial. It's nowhere near the, Google or Apple cash piles, which has allowed them to throw around money like it's kindling, which would make sense considering the conflagration that results. But what we're looking at is some expensive stuff coming up between in-house chip fabrication and the other things I mentioned. Semi, that's a small one. Cybercab, if they plan to keep cajillions of those in-house, we're going to need some money. This little feller here, I don't know what this is called. It's probably no big deal. And of course, the TeraFab is going to need cajillions. So let's go through them, because my question to you is, how on earth do we control the cash burn? We'll start easy.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I've been asking the exact same question the last few days. I've been asking Alexandra Mertz and Larry Goldberg. They announced in an earnings call, right, that they were going to spend $20 billion this year. Is that enough? That's not enough. But the way that, everybody's answered this is Tesla is very, very smart about how they spend money. They're very, very frugal. They can get so much more out of very little money, a lot less money than others do. And so this is something that they're able to then, and the other thing that Elon and Tesla does very well is they don't spend the money until they need to spend the money. So when they announce that they've got 20 now they've announced that they're going to do TeraFab. It's not that they need 25 billion to build this TeraFab this year. They're going to be building the small factory, the technology testing factory first. That's what they're going to build. And then for the other ramp and so forth, right? They've already spent the money, by the way, for the Cybercab production line. That's already here. That's already developed. As they need to ramp that up, they've talked about going to the money markets and getting loans and so forth. So there are other ways, not using just the 44 billion. But I'm pretty confident in our CFO and their ability to manage money. The one of the best financially managed companies on earth is Tesla. You can see this table that Alexandra puts together, and Tesla is actually almost always at number one in terms of all this metrics, 6 different metrics of how you compare one company against the other. And Google's right up there with Tesla, but everyone else is just horrendous how they handle it. So I have a pretty good feeling they understand what they need to spend money on, but it is a lot. It's unbelievable how much is on their plate today.
Well, we're going to go through them one by one because, why wouldn't we? But I did want to say that I see a lot of criticism that Tesla does not spend enough on R&D from people who do not know how the company works, from people who do not understand what they're doing, what they're up to, how it's all structured. I have met people at Tesla in the R&D department, and so have you, because everyone is the R&D department. Absolutely everyone who works there. You hear stories, when we were kids, you'd hear stories of the guy who worked at the company and had this brilliant idea and they just wouldn't listen to him. So now he's a billionaire because he went off and invented it on his own. That should have been the property of that company. They're the ones who fostered that inventor to make that thing. They just couldn't see it because you're in the wrong division. So before we go one by one through them, I would like to say that on April 26th, we're having an event in Portland, Oregon. I will be giving 1 or 2 presentations there. I know I'm going to be talking about electric trucking, semis, the benefits, the players, and all that. And we will have rides in the eCascadia available. That's pretty neat. I'm looking forward to that. Join us, won't you? And in the case of Herbert, I know, no, no, you will not, because Portland's too far for such a
You
silly
get
little.
around, dude. You really do
I
get
do.
around.
I do. I do. So let's start easy. I have zero concerns with Tesla's cash burn in regards to semi. The factory's about done. At least in the first wave, it doesn't appear they have much interest in keeping a substantial number of them in house. They would just be selling them and selling them at a positive margin. Maybe not the first 5 or 10, but certainly by the time they're hitting even a few dozen a week, they will be above their cost of goods sold. Any concern on cash burn with semi?
I don't. I mean, factory build is sunk cost at this point, and now,
Hmm.
like you were saying, they're going to scale this up. I still do think, expecting that they will get to 50,000 run rate, if not the end of this year, somewhere the second half of next year. But like you said, they already have orders. These are high margin, high cost cars, right? 200, what is it? 255,000, 299, $299,000 for one of these.
I've seen
Yeah.
260 to 300. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I think that this is going to be one of those things where they get the money in time for them to roll it out. So it should be
Hmm.
fine at this point.
I agree on that. Now, on this little guy here, yes, we've built the factory, but what we haven't done is consider how many of them will be kept in house. Because if you're going to keep them all in house,
Hmm.
you're going to have a big cash draw. Uh, is it possible that that fares alone will pay for future models within the next couple
Yeah.
years?
CERN has modeled this out quite extensively, and we've looked at it left, right, and center. And what's shocking about these cybercaps, again, there's so many levers you have to pull, right? Price, availability, efficiency, all those things. But I mean, he's showing some of his numbers show that this thing could start paying itself off in 6 months.
Mm,
But I don't agree. I don't, that would be like really aggressive. So I agree with you. There's some sort of imbalance here between how many of them do you get out and when do you actually start getting enough to pay off the cost of that car. You don't get it as fast as you would with selling the car directly to somebody else. But if they finance it through their own financing, then it could actually, right, the monthly payment could actually
mhm,
match the revenue that you get per month. So
mhm,
what we don't know is maybe that's how they're doing this. Is there every one of these cars, they have a financing agreement, some sort of lease agreement or something, some sort of financial structure.
mhm. Well, and I think you would have to have a monthly recurring service charge. That is part of it. That is for the management on the back end, for the remote safety, whatever. And even if it's just, similar to OnStar, where you've got one person per 1,000 or 10,000 cars, fine, that would be, but you still have to pay it. And I know people have said, well, you can't make me buy something that I can't then use without a subscription. Yes, you can. In business, yes, you can. I mean, even your Starlink dish, you bought the dish, you still have to pay to use it. That's not hard to imagine. But in commercial business, that is not uncommon. I've seen chargers installed at apartments where the company charges you to put all the stations in, all the handles in, and then charges you an ongoing management fee forever to update software, to do maintenance, whatever it may be. And in some cases, it's just updating the software and repairing material defects like you would expect under a warranty. So that's not that crazy. And my question to you, Herbert, is I know we've heard 25, 30,000. Would you pay 40?
Wait, so you're assuming that are you asking the question of whether or not they're going to sell this car to a consumer this year?
No, no,
Okay.
that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, would you pay 40 early on? If you get one of the early ones, would you pay 40?
I'd pay way more than 40. Yeah,
Right.
this
So
thing could, yeah,
at
could deliver.
40,
Yeah.
what we've got is a BOGO situation. For every one we sell, we get to keep one because the cost of goods sold is nowhere close to 40. And if they're ramping quickly, the cost is going to fall quickly. And you and I have discussed this. I don't remember what your number is, but mine is before they hit insane volume, before they hit Model 3 volume, they'll be down to 17, 18,000 cost of goods sold. Meaning if they're selling at 25, they've got a good margin. But at if it's 17,000 and they're selling at 34,000, which is a heck of a deal, they get a BOGO. For everyone they sell, they get to keep one for themselves. That puts their cash burn at zero.
Yeah, that will be
Thoughts on
next
that?
year. I think that won't happen until next year. He'll have some sort of ceremonial. Okay, I sold one car to somebody this year, but I don't think that's in the plans until at least second half of next year.
I think they should sell it to Marquez directly, and at the same time, go ahead and shave him. Hey, it was a deal's a deal. We
Yeah.
didn't propose
He'll
this.
love that. He'll get huge views.
Oh,
Yeah.
he would actually love that, and I think everyone would. Even the people who hate him would appreciate him being a good sport. Come on, Marquez, buy one. It'd be hilarious. But I think that what we would see is a short-term uh, cash drawdown as they start putting them out, but that it would be short-lived and before too long would reverse the trend and begin adding to the cash pile once again.
Yeah.
So in terms of controlling cash burn, I'm not super worried
I
about
think it's a
them
loan.
again.
He's already said it. The CFO already said that we're going to reach out to the financial markets, get a loan.
I don't know if
They'll
they
pay for it.
need to. The loan would be affordable. It'd probably be in the 3 to 6% range, but I don't think they need to. But we'll find out. And it could also be a securitized loan, meaning a non-recourse loan, a recourse loan for the bank, but it's secured by the value of the vehicles themselves. I think that's something they could do. Now, controlling the cash burn, you'd said that why don't we do chips next?
Because remember, they are like the whole theme of the show is that they're spending so much money and all over the place. So when it comes to first the robotaxis and then eventually the bots, they're going to do it through a loan.
Now, every now and then a comment comes in that's so good that I just have to share it. Selling one to Marquez is splitting hairs. That's good.
That's good.
I do like that. That's quite good. On the TeraFab, you were saying, well, they're not going to build the whole thing at once, which of course not. That would be too big. That would be, that would be premature. You do need to grow into it. But even the first steps are going to be monumentally expensive. Just buying the equipment, and I've had to remind people of this, that while China has spent an estimated $500 billion without reaching the sub 5 nanometer development stage, that's in part because they're not allowed to purchase the ultra UV equipment. So there's the lithography equipment that is embargoed, that they're just not allowed to sell into China. The US can buy it. Tesla and SpaceX can buy that equipment. That will save them, well, hundreds of billions in development money. And maybe someday they'll develop their own, but they don't need to in order to reach the kind of complexity that they're looking for. But even still, 25 billion.
Well, 25 billion, first of all, is the total amount for building the factories. Secondly, this is a joint project between SpaceX and Tesla. However, I did actually bring up the point that they made it very clear. The CFO made it very clear at the the Q4 earnings call in January. He said that we've the $20 billion of R&D money that we're spending this year, cap spend that we're going to spend this year, does not include TeraFab or solar. So where's this money coming from? But yes, number one, it is a smaller factory that they're starting to build, not the big one. And then two, it is a joint project between SpaceX and Tesla. And three, remember, SpaceX is about to go IPO. So and it looks like because they actually filed confidentially today in April, it looks like that June date, which was ridiculous, by the way, that is saying, the first time somebody said it's going to happen in June, everybody said, there's no way. That's like so fast. That's this lightning speed for a company this size to go IPO. But this is, Elon. And so they're going to raise $75 billion. That's part of why he's going to go IPO. He needs to build the TeraFab. He needs to get cash. So when these are like they're just moving money from one side to another until that comes into play, which could happen by the end of this year, which is months away. So yeah, that's kind of one of the answers.
Mhm. So I would express extreme caution on that, because if you look at what Samsung and TSMC spend to build a factory to make chips, a chip fab, a foundry, they already know how to do it, and they're still spending vastly more than 25 to 50 billion, and not for, you know, uh, ginormous places, but for, you know, normal sized foundry kind of places. I think it may end up costing more than people think. And of
Mhm.
course, when I say that, I get people on social media and in my comments saying, yeah, but you don't understand. Elon can do the impossible. It's like, yeah, but cutting 70 to 90% off the cost of building something they've never built before is a tall order. Uh, Anyhow you slice it. On the TeraFab, do you have cash burn concerns?
Yes, that is the question I've been asking the last month, which is this is supposedly not part of Tesla's roadmap for the year of spend.
Mhm.
And then he
Right.
announced it sooner than we expected. And then he said that there's an actual smaller, facility that they're going to build, and then that they're already now finding locations for it. And I was like, where is this money going to come from? This is not supposed to be part of this, $20 billion that was allocated for this year. So unless SpaceX is going to shoulder most of that, and then until the actual IPO money comes in.
Indeed. And where would you even put a factory this big? Hear me out. This is going to be controversial. Pave Delaware? I kid, I kid.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Buy Delaware.
Pave it. Apologies to the good people of Wilmington. No, there's finding a contiguous piece of land of this size is a bit more challenging, but Texas is, I would remind everyone, quite large. If you've ever tried to drive across it, you know what I'm talking about. It feels like you're trapped in a science fiction movie where the world has no edge and you just keep going uh, forever. So I have not driven across Texas. I've driven many, many hours and just gone a little ways. So that's kind of fun. I would point out that Austin and Houston are only a few hours apart, but so is Austin and the other side of Austin. It's very paradoxical. I don't understand it. It defies physics, is what Texas does. So I have big concerns about
Mhm.
cash burn in regards to TeraFab. I am hopeful, having seen the cancellation of Dojo, that Tesla does know when it makes sense to keep going forward and when it does not make sense to keep going forward. And at the very least, we know that there is some competencies in house that have been learned along the way or will have been learned from the partnership with Samsung. That's a big deal in Texas. Can you give us a quick overview of what makes the chip deal with Samsung in Texas different?
Well, number one, the semiconductor fab that Samsung is creating is miles away from Giga Texas.
Mhm.
Tesla and Elon have negotiated that everything that they make, it's all earmarked for Tesla. And then initially I reported that it was delayed to the end of this, to the beginning of January. But then they also reported that they're going to double how much they're making. So it's like this weird thing where it was delayed, but then it's actually going to be doubled by next year. And then they also announced that they're going to have a second fab in Texas. So these guys Elon has basically said, you guys need to build more and you need to build double, go and create a second fab. We'll buy it all. And
Mhm.
that's what he's truly doing. And that's what they've announced. So hopefully that comes true.
And I want to walk the line.
He walks the line. He has an office there apparently. So he has learned what he needed to learn about how Samsung does things. And so now he announced TeraFab and he's got his different way approach. He's going to come and he'll cut all sorts of unnecessary processes and steps. And, you know, some
Or
people,
at least
some analysis said that there might be a way that he does not even do lithography at all.
mm,
But then I've seen him make posts saying that, that alluded that he will be doing a lithography.
I don't know what
I don't know
The
either.
alternative would be, but the
Yeah.
best lithography is no
No
lithography,
lithography. That's the
potentially.
hardest part. Yeah.
Well, and we joke about that, but there are a lot of things that Tesla has done where once
Hmm.
they've done it, you step back and go, "Ugh, of course, of course." Like the cross beam in the front of the Model 3, Model S Plaid for stability is the air canister. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? That makes so much sense. We do have people suggesting that Elon might be Johnny Cash. We don't know because he will walk the line. That is factual. I've decided that that is now part of the
Yeah.
reality and the
Johnny
truth.
Cash.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, Meaning that eventually everything's Tesla in Texas.
Yeah.
So the assimilation of the state continues. All of that is true and good. And I'm not surprised that Elon has an office at the Samsung place. The guy's got to sleep somewhere. So that's very silly and not actually true. Hey, what's this little feller doing?
Yeah. He's going to throw the phone. He's going to try to catch it. Is that what's happening?
No, just
Give me
that.
the phone. Throw me the phone.
Come on, bro. Come on. Hey, no pictures. No pictures. Uh,
That's it.
yeah. What I You and I have had many discussions about how this is going to go. Are they going to sell them? Are they going to lease them? Are they going to own them and just rent out the service? But if they decide to do the most profitable thing, it will be to keep them and lease them out, rent them to
Yeah.
people.
They can't keep them. So the problem is that, okay, so how many employees work in every Texas, in every gigafactory,
Mhm.
Brian?
Right? 130,000 if you include the white collar. So
Total
probably
each
80,000. Yeah.
gigafactory. Yeah. So how many robots could be useful in each gigafactory?
30,000 total among
Total for
across all
all
factories.
globally,
Yeah.
right? Okay, let's go with 30,000. I agree with that. That's a good number. So 30,000, what is their plan? 1 million per year line.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
So that 30,000, they could do that theoretically by, let's say, middle of next year. Worst case scenario, or
Sure.
realistically.
Okay.
So what I think is going to happen, which means that they cannot absorb all of the ones that they're making, and
Uh-huh.
especially if it's limited capability, right? We don't know yet if it's for sure it can do pick and place, it can do
Mhm.
some activities within a factory, but don't expect it to replace every employee quite yet,
Mhm.
right? So that means that they will have to sell this to SpaceX and to sister companies
Right.
and to suppliers. But if you add those guys up, still, let's go ahead and add them up. But I think what's going to happen now is this is a potential catalyst, by the way. Imagine a day by the end of this year, by the end of the start of second half, first half next year, where you hear this announcement that Tesla has partnered, and just like Semi did, with 5 major corporations who have now ordered 100,000 of each of these bots that they're going to roll out over the course of 3 to 5 years. But they've already signed an agreement with Tesla that they've reserved it. They want to be first in line, and that they start paying for it. So that's
Mhm.
what's going to happen, I think, is you're going to hear those kinds of agreements, and that's how it's going to pay for. You're going to prepay for the bot before it's even delivered to you.
Mhm.
Certain amount.
So so what I'm saying is not that they would keep them to do Tesla work or SpaceX work, but that they would, own them and just lease them
Oh,
to all
yeah.
the
Yes.
customers.
Yes. I think that he has said he'll do both models is what his reply was to that. But yes, I think most likely it's going to be a lease, which means that,
Big
when he
capital
sells it to a
expenditure up
company,
front.
yeah, it's like they actually own the actual asset, and then they're charging them a subscription fee and so forth. Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't know how it's going to work, but he did say we would do both models.
Right. So again, if they can build it for half the cost of selling it, you could do the BOGO thing where half of them you sell and half of them you lease
Mhm.
out to others to make more money while retaining it, while not adding on to the massive pile of cash burn. Because 44 billion sounds like a lot uh, until you start
Yeah, but again,
chewing.
this year, their plan is right. It did it today, April 1st. Elon announced that this is it. When we have now closed down the Model S and the Model X line, he said that we're
Mhm.
actually going to have an event because it was such an important two products that we had for us to reminisce on it. But this is it. It's done. So now the next whatever 3 quarters, they're going to be converting that into a line. So that cost will be high, but it's not like we're producing robots yet at 1 million per year run
Mhm.
rate yet. It'll be a slow burn. So I think we're fine. I'm not too worried about that at this point. But next year, when you start getting to 1 million per year production, yeah, you better do something. And that's where I'm coming back to. I think that it's a financing vehicle that Tesla will arrange.
It could be all of those sorts of messes indeed. Uh, are there any other big factors you're worried about in terms of spending? I know solar fab, but it is already on the books, on the roadmap at least. And a solar fab, while expensive, is only expensive in the billion or two kind of range, not tens or
You know,
hundreds.
I'm not worried at all. I mean, the reason is if you look at what company we've invested in, Tesla, who's the person who's in charge of us, Elon, what have we seen him do in the past? His entire kind of history with how he runs companies. First of all, he sees things much further ahead than everyone else does because he's got his supply chain that's global,
Hmm.
and he already predicted prior to everyone else that he let go significant 10% of his staff in the company, and everybody screamed at him. And then, of course, all the other companies followed him months later because he saw ahead of time that there was going to be a recession and things were going to happen. So, number one, he has the data to actually see what's going to happen. He can't predict war and so forth, but he can at least understand that better than others. Two, look at the kind of manager he is, right? He does not spend money when he doesn't need to spend money. He shut down this plan for Giga Mexico when he knew that it could be rightly so. He called it correctly what would happen with a new president and new laws and so forth. And that's exactly what happened. So it was a good thing he did not move forward with Giga Mexico at the time. He's very, very careful about spend. He cuts costs. He cuts people when he doesn't need them. He brings them when he needs to. He did say though that this year they're going to double down. They're going to grow really fast, and they're not cutting costs this year. So I am pretty confident that he of all people is a very good money manager, and he knows how to spend it, and he's very careful. He only spends it. Again, it's like you were saying earlier. How much money is Facebook, Amazon? Those guys are spending $200 billion, $200 billion in 1 year each, more for AI data centers. And then here you've got Tesla announcing $20 billion of cap spend, and you're going, what's going on? But yet, who has the largest? XAI has two of the largest supercomputers in the world, and Tesla has two of the largest supercomputers in the world, Cortex and soon Cortex 2 coming out.
Hmm.
So I'm not too concerned about that.
I had a discussion yesterday with a gentleman on X who decided to say, "Hey, this is a small account with no following and clearly does not appear to be engaging in good faith." Said, well, gosh, I sure am glad that Elon built XAI outside of Tesla, so we couldn't get any benefit." And I pointed out that at the time, the appetite for Tesla to do something
Yeah.
that far outside of their core competencies was none. It would have been roundly criticized as a fool's errand by most of the people, certainly the institutional investors. Why would you get into AI? It doesn't make sense. With the second problem being that it's going to be expensive. You need to get those engineers in there for cheap on the promise of that stock going ballistic. And he's, well, Google has great AI, and they didn't have to do it as a separate entity, right? But Google was paying $500,000 an engineer. They're paying 5 to 10 times more per engineer
Mhm.
because they don't have that stock upside. Meta was paying some engineers 9 figures. What are you talking about? That's insane.
Mhm.
And that's what they have to do because the stock is not going to move in a commensurate way. And if you look at the first AI that most people see from Google is the search result, and it is
Exactly.
trash.
Yeah.
It is absolute garbage. So that is very frustrating. Guys, I don't know if you have a chance to, but if you do, check out my buddy Herbert. It is um, it is a great channel. You have fantastic guests, and also me.
Yeah.
So that's helpful, and I appreciate that. And what I would say is there's a lot going on in Tesla world. There is an opportunity to have Randy on to discuss what is going on. What is going on? I don't know, man. There are smart people saying dumb stuff about Tesla, and I don't care for it. Not one bit. We've got
The
the
first thing,
judge.
yeah,
Yes.
the first thing I noticed this morning was that multiple people are saying that FSD version 14.3 is out, that
Hmm.
the employees are getting the 14.3, and so it's only a matter of days before maybe the rest of us will be getting 14.3. I
Even
suspect that this could be April 1st.
Well, so I was of that opinion this morning as well, but it does appear that there is a very real possibility that that it the announcement we saw from Omar was that it's going to have all kinds of features that cannot humanly exist. I
I
get
see.
it.
Okay. All right.
I get it. That's fun. But that
Okay.
announcement also came last night. Today's announcement looks like it comes from Elon, and it's more tempered. It's more measured. It says there is a there it's already out to employees,
Oh,
and it's better, and that we
so
may see it as soon as this weekend.
so if Elon is saying that on April 1st,
Uh, that guy doesn't joke around ever,
what?
not once,
What?
not once. So, yeah, that's what we're talking about is all of the crazy, dumb, big stuff. So it is a bit of fun. I'm Brian. Welcome to Futuraza on the go. Speaking of on the go, did you know that in Muskegon on June 5th and 6th, we're having a big event with the Tesla Owners Club of Michigan summer meetup. Join us, won't you? Simon will be providing the light show. Don't miss it. That is not a request. That is an order. Do not miss it. Yeah, tickets on sale now, I believe. And there's also a Friday evening meet and greet with super cool folks like me, but also the other ones who are actually cool. Now, I know we said dumb people say dumb stuff, so I'm just going to throw this out there. Tesla ending production of the two best vehicles of all time, says Ross Gerber. Why? Why does it matter? I mean, like, I get it, but they're really great cars, but you have to also sell them.
Yeah, I mean, there's a time for everything, and everything has its time.
Hmm.
And you have to look at what your gross revenues are. You have to look at what your net revenues are prior to overhead. You got to look at what kind of money you might need to spend in the future in order to upgrade them, to bring them into the modern world. And what do you think that'll do? Do you think that'll get you back up to, 20,000 cars a year or 50,000 cars a year? If not, then it's time to say, it's been lovely, but see you later.
I think the only way to produce incandescent light is through the constant, strategic, incremental improvement of the candle. I don't know if that's going to work. I think that you have to sometimes shift gears and rethink it from scratch. The Cybercab was a rethink. The Cybertruck was a rethink. Model 3 and Y and those before it, less of a rethink, more of a stepping stone, more of a bridge from hither to thither. I think that is the correct terminology.
Undoubtedly, yes, yes. Technical,
Undoubtedly.
technical words, yes.
I don't expect lay folk to understand all of the lingo, but here we are. So yeah, it's very sad to get the email from Tesla at the end of production of S and X, the two best vehicles of all time. Uh, you don't think the 3 or Y are I mean,
I think there's a
honest.
well, so when you're talking about the best of anything, you can't do it without inserting the cost.
Mhm.
So you can make. I think isn't it some company called Lucid? I think they're called Lucid, and some people say that their car is absolutely amazing, that it's better in many ways than Tesla. And then there's some people that say that about Rivian's top of the line. I forget what they even call it, but they
Well, the
both
R1S is a fantastic car.
fantastic.
If you're looking for a car that doesn't have FSD, aka just a car, which most buyers are, even most Tesla buyers, even in the US, we're only at something like 20% FSD adoption, which is crazy to me, but okay. If you're looking at just a car, the Rivian and the Lucid are just cars, but very good cars.
Yeah.
And the people who say, I want 500 miles of range, my brother, you can have it. You can have it right now. Well, I mean, not at that price. There it is. There it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah. And besides, listen, none of these cars, I guarantee you, probably even the ones over in China that everybody's talking about, the Xpeng or Xiaomi,
Mhm.
Xiaomi, and you say Xpeng, I say Xpeng. Um, I don't think any of those have fart mode. I think there's
Mm.
a pretty good chance, not a single one. Does anybody, you
No.
know anybody
No,
else?
so what they have is on the headlights and taillights, you can program text to just say the word fart.
Oh, I
I don't
see. Okay. But
I don't
that's not
feel like
nearly as
that's the
cool.
same.
That's not nearly as
No.
cool. Have I told you the story about the two old ladies in my daughter's neighborhood?
No.
They were really stuffy old ladies. Christian, she said, these two old ladies, they've never given us the time of day, and we're sitting there in the car as they walk by, and so I just tapped a couple of farts, and they burst out laughing. They doubled over. They came back, and now they're friends. So you see, nobody else has this tech.
It's bringing the world together, folks. I don't know what else to tell you. And that's absolutely literally the truth. Hey, I love to poke the fool, and I don't mean one specific, I mean the entire entity. How much further could Tesla stock fall? Margins are shrinking, yet the stock remains priced for perfection. Oh man, it's been a painful start for Tesla, down 1%, with shares trading at about 356. I looked earlier today and it appeared to be up a little today.
381, I think, would be the number.
381. 381. So it's up, more than 10% since this article, which was yesterday. So that's the fool needs news. Shrinking margins and sky high valuation. So high, in fact, that it's beyond the atmosphere, beyond the stratosphere. It is halfway to the moon where Tesla intends to have chips operating because they are partnered with SpaceX on the chip fabrication thing. And that is one of the places they plan to deploy them. So am I missing anything there? Am I the fool, Randy?
Well, I want to go back. I believe I said this. This show started in November of 2022. I want to think that maybe in January of 2023, I said this for the first time. If you think that there will be robotaxis on the road without drivers, without riders, without hitchhikers, just with you as a passenger, if you think there's going to be robotaxis all over the planet getting fares, then you should buy Tesla.
Mm.
If you do not believe that, then you shouldn't buy Tesla.
It seems straightforward when you say it. I'm seeing a lot of people on social media saying the data compute constellation will never work. It'll never happen. And here's the reasons XYZ. And I go, then what do you care? Like, if the bean counters are going to veto it, just wait for them to veto it. I've seen some real crazy stuff out there proposed, whether it's in terms of a city park or some kind of project where I go, I'll just wait to hear it's been canceled, because sometimes things are just dumb.
Yeah.
They sound like a great idea, and they don't necessarily work. So I don't know on that. But hey, did you know that good news can exist? It can. Uh, Dumb people saying dumb things. Judge has reassigned cases following allegations of bias, and I wouldn't say allegations. I'd just say bias,
Yeah.
because there was a post mocking Elon on LinkedIn. My first problem is she's on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
And she went ahead and reacted to it with an emoji, because that's the sign of of an unbiased arbiter
Yes.
is
Yes.
is I mean, I don't care how, like, you are an HR nightmare, my friend. What are you doing? Um,
Well, I don't know about you. Maybe I'm all by myself on this, but I've been reading for, I don't know, 20 years now that you really need to be careful what
Congratulations.
you post. Yeah, yeah, okay. That's good. That's good. You really have to be careful what you post on social media. I just, I know Elon he doesn't care, but he is the richest guy in the world and owns, $2 trillion companies. So maybe it's not as consequential for him, although it's consequential for us shareholders from time to time. She hasn't learned
Mhm,
anything from Elon. She hasn't learned anything
mhm.
from all the people that have been warning her over the years. And she's a judge.
It's fun. She has some fun. Yeah, but she's hasty to point out that she is not biased, which is pretty dumb. The motion for recusal rests on a false premise that I support a LinkedIn post about Mr. Musk, which I do not, in fact, support. I am not biased against the defendants in these actions. In fact, I dismissed a suit against him just last year. Motion for recusal is denied, but the cases will now be overseen by 3 other judges. She noted that disproportionate media attention surrounding her handling of the case would be detrimental to the administration of justice. No, my friend, you are detrimental to the administration of justice. As a reminder, in her opinion that rescinded his pay package, she literally said no one should get paid this much money.
Well,
Honey,
she
that's
said,
not for
if
you
you're
to
already
decide.
this rich, she said, somebody that's rich. That was what she said. Somebody that's rich doesn't need more money, doesn't need this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shouldn't get it.
Well,
Yeah. Yeah.
that's, you know, the
That was the opening line in her opinion. It wasn't even buried. That's where she started.
so dumb. So dumb. But again, this whole topic is about dumb people saying dumb things. I got one more big dumb one for you.
Okay.
And tell me if this is correct. Tesla bets big on driverless future. Mm, what?
Maybe.
What? Yes. Oh my gosh, you cracked the code. You cracked the code. Tesla has begun producing its Cybercab, a fully autonomous, steering wheel free, don't tell you know who,
Yeah.
vehicle designed for ride hailing at its Austin factory. The move marks a strategic pivot towards AI driven mobility and poses a direct challenge to Uber and Lyft. Regulatory approval and public trust remain significant hurdles before the car can see widespread use. Do you think public trust is a hurdle?
Oh, sure. Listen, there's going to be people 5 years from now that will still go, I'm not going to get in one of those. There were probably, I don't know, Elon used the elevator analogy the other day, and I'm old enough to have ridden on elevators where you had an operator, and the
Hmm.
operator would come down and it would go a little bit too low, and they would crank it back the other way. It would come back and miss it again on the high side, and then they'd crank it back, and finally it would be level, and then you could get out and go. But there were people that were probably, frightened to death about the idea of getting on one that would do better job than that automatically without anybody controlling it. So yeah, I would say 10 years from now, 5 years from now at least, there will be people saying, no, I'm not getting one of those.
In my entire life, I don't think I've ever seen an elevator door open with a mismatch of levels greater than an inch. Uh, but with humans, of course, it's an analog solution to a digital problem. You're going to run into some challenges there at times. Now, we are not close to the end of the show just yet, but I did want to mention you can support me if you feel like it. You can leave a super chat. If you're watching it live, you can do one of these many great methods. That is how I am able to continue doing the show. And of course, you can also subscribe. Hey, thanks, Croc. That's an adorable one. I appreciate it. So, looking at it, we've got some fun comments here. Betting against Elon is insane. I think that's also true. I love when Elon proves me wrong. You can't you can't land rockets. And I have said before that they weren't saying you couldn't land rockets. We know you could land rockets. They were saying you couldn't do it profitably without a substantial loss of payload capacity. You need to be able to launch an entire, I mean, if you're going to add all that weight, the legs, the guidance, all that, the penalty in terms of cargo is going to be too great. Of course, someone disagreed with me. I asked him to help me find the links, and I've never heard from him since. So I'm confident that he is in space now. So that is unfortunate. He will be missed. Let's see. Yeah. So in terms of bad predictions, have we heard any bad predictions about what to expect from this year's deliveries? I'm hearing things like it's because automotive sales are trending down, because the trend of meat-driven cars is going down, therefore Tesla is bad.
Well, you've heard all kinds of things. I interestingly, just this morning, there was some doom and glooming, kinds of Zacks came out with a piece, with a note saying, "Oh, yeah, it's going to be a horrible year." Well, in the same morning, all of the numbers started coming out in Europe and in China. Now we don't have at least I don't have them yet on the Tesla China numbers, but the rest of the numbers are like NIO, et cetera, et cetera. Several of them were up. Now some of those were down. In fact, BYD was down, but in Europe, Tesla was up in France. They were up in the Netherlands. They were up in Sweden. They were up in Portugal. They were up in Spain. I mean, just go down the list. They were up. And it wasn't like 5%, 10%. It was 100%. It was 200%. So, as of this morning, people are already having to lick their wounds for having predicted a bad month for Tesla. A bad quarter.
I don't know if you put out prediction numbers if you're watching this live, the numbers come out tomorrow morning. I will be live streaming that. If you're watching this on the replay, they're already out and we look a little silly perhaps, but this is, I said, production of deliveries of 372, production of 382. I know I'm higher than a lot of folks, but we saw big surges in a number of markets, and I believe those outweigh the faltering numbers in others. And this would only be 10%-ish higher than 1 year ago in Q1, when we were in the midst of a re-ramp, of downtime. So I think that my numbers are not remotely crazy, I hope.
So we have the market saying 367. We've got Troy Teslike, which I would not be reporting on because I got the numbers from my Patreon with him, and he says don't report it, except Sawyer Merritt already reported it. Therefore, 375 is where Troy is. And then you got also this morning, Cat coming out this morning at 390, I believe. So, and those are credible, guesses because they both spent some time really trying to come up with the right number. So we could be at 390. That would be a pretty darn good number. And I think Troy is 410 on production, which is interesting.
That's a gap. That's a gap. I don't think they have that many units needed to restock. Yeah. And also on other SX and Cybertruck, we know the inventory is diminished to almost nothing. Delivery times have been quite long. So I don't know if they're rebuilding that much. And actually, I think my numbers were 382, 392. 382 deliveries, 392. So I'm still above Troy, but below Cat. Yes. And I'm comfortable being in that spot. These are numbers that I shared with Peggy yesterday. He's the only one who gets my numbers ahead of publication, so we can put them in the mix. So
then I did it a little differently. I don't think anybody else did it this way. I took the two quarters, the third quarter and the fourth quarter, because typically you have a fourth quarter very, very high, end of the year, Christmas, all these reasons, the numbers jump up. So typically you can take the fourth quarter and predict the first quarter by just subtracting 27%. And you go back 10 years, it averages 27% between the fourth and the first. But this year, the fourth was crushed down because the third was amplified up because of the end of the money, coming in for the tax situation. So so what I did was I averaged those two together. And I said, okay, take the average of those two, count that as December, take away 27%, you would get to 345. So the 345 number would be what you might expect given the normal drop between fourth quarter and first quarter. So anything over that should be a win. And also take into consideration that the 371 was the number on the streets just a week ago.
371 was the number on the street a week ago?
And they've increased it to 377, I think, something like that.
Interesting. The
Did I say
compiled consensus,
I'm
I
sorry,
think, was
I'm sorry. I might be
365.
10. I think I'm off 10,000. 360. Yeah, 361, and now it's 367. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So they're scaling it up. My question to you is, if full meat-driven cars are nearing the end, where does that put Tesla?
Well, in good shape.
Yes. I would argue that if you're looking for the pickle, it doesn't come on this meat sandwich. It's we're talking full self-driving here, guys. Autonomy is the future. It may take some time for the word to get out. There may be those people who are uncomfortable with it, who are going to wait. I know people who still oppose things like smartphones. That's great. But you have been left behind. We all now know things that you don't. We have access to the sum of human information and misinformation right at our fingertips. Sometimes that happens where people will get inside a bubble and think that everyone thinks like them. And then they get out in public and realize, oh, wow, my jokes don't land because you don't watch the same channel as me, which is...
So with any disruption, for people who haven't been watching, over the years, this whole theory of disruption that has been put forward, things disrupt in a pattern. It takes X number of years typically, and then you get to 10% disruption, 20, 50, and then at a certain point, you're basically over it's going to be all up and to the right. It's an S curve. Starts off slow, goes up.
A scurve.
It's a scurve. Yes, it is a
scurvy.
So, but anyway, what I'm wondering is, I think we've hit this process in different countries at different times. So, we've got Norway, some of those countries up in Northern Europe, they're climbing that S curve really fast. You've got China that's at almost 50% now on the combination of EVs and hybrids. You've got California, which is up in the 20s. So there's different places are doing different things, but I'm thinking this new gas shock is going to push us up just another slot, especially in Europe.
We shall see. And the crazy thing is, there are demand considerations, demand issues, and those create service issues. Service issues, what are we talking about? Well, Tesla sales are surging in Japan, and that's creating service problems, but it's also creating service solutions. That's what we're going to talk about. I got my buddy Randy Kirk here joining me for the first time today. I'm Brian. Welcome to Futuraza. So, Randy, I don't know if you heard this story, but Tesla sales are surging in Japan, and now service is the problem. It's pushing the brand to rethink after-sales support with plans to rapidly expand its service footprint this year. Now, this article is from now. It's from yesterday, 2 days ago.
Right.
And what we're seeing is Elon has already provided a big update on the investment. Look, we're gonna roll it out, man. The truth is, people did not expect Tesla to do as well as they have in countries like Japan and Korea. They've got very strong domestic markets, and that means that they're not going to make it, man. You can't compete against Toyota and Nissan and Honda and Isuzu and Suzuki. I mean, and Mazda. There's too many. You're not going to get a foothold. Hey, can we get your cars? We really, really, really want them. And the same in Korea against Kia and Hyundai and others.
Okay. So let's unwrap that just a little bit. So typically over the years, you've had the United States sending over cars that weren't even able to compete in the United States as options to be sold in Japan. But Japan, I actually just visited a couple of years ago, Japan and Korea, and those two countries are they're tech leaders. They're way at the top of tech. The individuals in those countries love tech and care about tech. So now what you're doing is you're bringing in a car into South Korea, you're bringing in a car into Japan that is at the top of the tech stack, has all the latest, greatest gizmos and doodads, and promising more with FSD. So why wouldn't the Koreans and the Japanese be like all over it? Because their own domestic providers, it's kind of like the flip of the 1970s when the Hondas were coming in and they were the top of the stack. Now it's the flip. The U.S. is now shipping the top of the stack to Japan. Whoops, where have you gone? Is this an April Fool's joke?
No, that part was plenty of April. I just muted myself so I could clear my throat. Yeah, we're seeing plenty of this with markets getting a lot of love that wasn't expected. Now, of course, we're talking about the good, the bad, and the ugly, or as I put it in the title, the good, the bad, and the fire in a showroom in Australia, the police investigating Tesla fire in a showroom, and somebody torched it.
Wow.
Why would you do that? Don't do that.
Wow.
And what I especially love is that I did not know this about Australia, but did you understand that people look like this? Apparently, that's how they smile. I did not know. Yep, that's it. I kid. It is April 1st. I am permitted to do such things as of the recording of this video. And yeah, this is just a very brief live stream to cover, all the news that gives me fits that I shall print. There are crazy people. I thought we were past the fires. Are we not past the fires?
Yeah. Okay. So, did you know that 10% of the people in the world have an IQ of less than 78?
What percent?
10%. 10% are 78 or less. I mean, it's a bell curve. We talked about an S curve a minute ago. Now we got the bell curve. It's a bell curve. 10% of the people in the United States, in the world, 10%, at least in the United States, and I guess it could be more in the world, they can't find a single job for them to do in the military. I mean, I thought they could be cannon fodder and that would be something, but they're saying, no, there's nothing. If they're under 78, we can't even find cleaning out toilets, as something that they can do effectively. So when you take that into consideration, you start to go, and there's only 1% that are crazy enough to start fires, or only 0.1. It wouldn't take 0.0001 for somebody to be nutty enough to just 3 years later, whatever it is, 2 years later, be still setting fires.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of it that way, but yes, that absolutely makes sense. My brother-in-law was a Army recruiter in the 90s. And I said, yeah, when somebody scores really low on the ASVAB, what do? Front lines? And he said, absolutely not. Those people on the front lines need to understand safety, tactics, how to properly maintain and repair firearms in the field under pressure. The very thick people do not go into those roles. No, we keep them behind the scenes as much as possible. If you're lower, if you don't score well on the ASVAB, even if you were just having a bad day, they keep them away from combat roles. And also, I don't think they assign them as arsonists. I don't know if that's a position in the military. If anybody wants to let me know in the chat, it's classified. It's classified. My uncle, who didn't serve in Korea, but served during Korea, was a radio operator, and he was asked during a meeting to get a promotion. The guy said, "What does such and such stand for?" And he said, "It's classified." He did not get the promotion.
He didn't get the promotion.
No, because that's not how it works. I mean, you tried, George. You tried. Appreciate the A for effort, but come on.
Yeah, for sure.
Did you know Tesla's new patent doubles the steer-by-wire rotational range?
Yeah.
What's that mean? Tesla recently published a new patent that could change the way steer-by-wire vehicles feel and operate with multi-turn steering feedback actuator, Credited to inventors Stephen Alexander Harrison and Joel Timothy Van Ruyen, this document outlines a new steering column assembly designed specifically for steer-by-wire systems. It allows for an extended range of steering wheel rotation while maintaining a robust mechanical end stop. So, yeah, that would be, again, we're talking the good, the bad, and the fire in Australia. We've already covered the fire in Australia. This is good, right?
Well, so yeah, so this is a I don't know. So I haven't tried steer by wire. I haven't been in a
Oh,
yeah, so I don't know. But if you stop and think about it, if you only have what is it from 7 o'clock to 5 o'clock or something like that on the steering wheel that you can do this, you can only go this far. So that gives you less incremental, amounts of turning. And you wouldn't be used to that giving you 100% the turn. So I suppose it's something you get used to because Larry hasn't complained, Bradford hasn't complained, CERN
and those are people with a lot of driving experience and a
all
lot
of
of
them have had
different
a lot of time behind the wheel in a Cybertruck. But the incremental part, I could imagine maybe that's a little bit, maybe especially like if you're out on the tundra, and you want to be able to make incremental decisions, so you'd have more incremental possibilities. Anyway, I don't know.
I don't know either, but I do know that JD says dumb and crazy don't have that much to do with each other, and I'm only one. So
I'm the other.
of course. So yeah. Yeah, and of course the old George Carlin quote, look at the average person and realize that half the people are dumber than that.
Oh, but ask them. But if you take a poll, everybody says they're smarter than average, better looking than average.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, every make more money than average, everybody.
Yeah, well, we're all above average on this blessed day. And I know, speak for yourself, I'm all above average on this blessed day. There we go. So these are some of the good news stories. Is there any good news I'm missing, Randy? Because we are not yet done with this show.
I see. So you're going to catch me flat-footed here with
flat-hooved, for we are today the goats, the greatest of all time. Do not catch me flat-hooved.
I see. Well, housing prices are going down. Is that
for rents or purchases?
All three. Yes. Whether you're renting an apartment, renting a house, or whether you're buying a house, all three are going down. So how is that? Dan Ives said today, he said, Tesla is now very likely to beat tomorrow. The economy is defying the pundits. No, I'm sorry. That wasn't him. What he said was Tesla is expected to release their Q1 production and delivery results tomorrow morning. Wall Street is expecting a delivery number like 365. But he's expecting more, and he thinks that this is the last chance to buy Tesla at a good price.
I would argue the price is always good if people are paying it.
Right.
But I understand the sentiment.
Yes. Well, I was
now,
I'm trying to get you some good news. Now, Dan Ives is never bullish, so this would be unusual for him.
Now, I understand you're a graduate of the Dan Ives School of Fashion. Is that true?
It's true. I took a little different angle on it, but I was going to put a green jacket over this red shirt, but
That's a bit much, Randy Kirk. SpaceX IPO, what's going on?
Oh, it's real, man. So much is going on. So this morning, there was announcements. There's now 21 banks involved. So every banker and their friendly other banker and the guy that they went to college with, and everybody wants in on this deal. This is, of course, the largest IPO in history. We are almost certain of that. It's maybe by double or triple. 1.75 trillion is the number that's being bandied around. And then it's also going to have the largest dollar amount of capital raise in history. I think the highest was around 37, and most people are talking about $75 billion dollars being raised on this effort. So in every way, shape, and form, it's the biggest ever. And then the NASDAQ the other day said that they will allow Tesla to come in. Well, any big company that has an IPO, they will allow them to come in 15 days after the IPO is complete. And that is much shorter time than normal. And so that has everybody that is got a NASDAQ index, meaning that they have to get into the stock quickly after the IPO, or buy it during the IPO, or buy it in the pre if they have the pre-IPO, if they have access to that, or find some other way to protect themselves, because they could end up having the stock go vertical as everybody is chasing the stock in order to get it in their index fund.
So that means what we saw with Tesla, and it's the S&P's decision to preclude it, to exclude it from the from the S&P 500. That was so ham-fisted. They said, well, we can't because you have to do these certain benchmarks or get us to give you a waiver. Right. That last part, that's the part we're talking about. Why are you not making an exception for what is clearly happening? And then the index fund sat there and watched as Tesla climbs 2x, 4x, 8x, and eventually it was something like 20x over the course of 2 years before they were allowed to buy it, which is, crazy. Why would you do that? And it's pretty clear that those fund managers are saying, don't do that to me again. So Randy,
Yeah,
yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the S&P also has indicated that they're going to shorten the window required to get in, and that SpaceX will be allowed in quickly after the IPO is complete. So that would just create another round of people that have S&P indexed funds that they now have to buy it wherever it is.
Well, that was my next question is, if the IPO happens, and let's just use a round number, $100. It's $100. Everyone on IPO day buys it at 100. And let's say it doesn't move too crazy. And then 15 days later, all the index funds have to buy it. That's what happens, right?
Well, you've got 15 days in between. They know what's coming. So we've
Yeah.
seen that before too. When you know what's going to happen on a certain day, now the stock goes up on the way to that day. So I think, again, depending on how crazy. Okay, here's another situation with SpaceX. SpaceX is just like Tesla, and maybe on steroids, in that there's no way to value it.
Oh,
you just give me a number.
Yeah.
Tell me 2.5 trillion. I'll go out and I'll prove it to you. I'll prove it's worth 2.5 trillion. No problem. Tell me it's 5 trillion. I'll prove it. I'll prove it's worth 5 trillion. I mean, the numbers are absolutely stunning as to what's going to happen just with the communication, giving, your laptop access to the internet anywhere on the planet, giving your phone access immediately right now to texting anywhere on the planet, and eventually to a full-on 5G. They've already announced that it's coming, 5G anywhere on the planet. So if you just take that into consideration, you don't even talk about what NASA is going to give them. You don't talk about the U.S. Army is going to give them. You don't talk about what other sovereign nations are going to have to give them to put their stuff in space. You don't talk about what the other armies and navies, et cetera, in the world are going to have to pay them in order to have the communications capability that they need to have in order to fight a war today. You can't fight a war today without Starlink.
Well, I can do anything I want, Randy, but that would be a short war is what that would be. We do have a great question from Kevin with the super chat here. Thank you so much. What do you think the Cybercab will do that is cool? Fart? Light shows don't count. So I have an answer, but I'll give mine while you think about what it might do. But here's what I think it will do, and get ready to get mad because it is a light show, except in motion.
Except in motion.
It'll be a light show in motion. Put it on a track. If is it configured for a track? Great. We can have a light show on the track. Is it a parking lot? As long as the area is sealed off, the cars can move while they're doing the light show. That would add a whole new dimension to it. It would be an amazing thing to see. they've got to have some cool factor. And the best part is, you know what? I really want to have a light show for my grandpa's 80th, whatever. Just order it. Just order it. It'll just show up.
So I think it will have a hotel room minibar. So it'll work exactly the same way. You open the door. If you pick it up, it's yours, and it just hits your bill. Since you won't be drunk driving, you can get in. You can get your Bloody Mary in the morning, or your martini in the afternoon, or your whatever you like. Maybe I'm sorry, it'll have to be some of those little mixes, blah blah blah. But that's what I think. A minibar. Exactly. It's probably the same piece of equipment you get now to put in a hotel room. It might be able to fit somewhere in behind the seats or in the trunk or someplace, and just have that minibar. And maybe you have to order a minibar car. Maybe you have to order the version. I'm not sure.
It has to verify your ID. It can do that with facial recognition. I suggest they put the minibar on the airbag so that if it does go off, well, maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe that's not the best way to do it, but it is a good way to do it. And I do hope to see maybe not cybercabs, but some kind of autonomous vehicles used as food, as vending machines. Our little town, when we have a little event, we struggle to get vendors out because the dollars just don't make sense. We're too small of a town. Wouldn't it be great if you could just say, look, send out the vending machines, and they go back at night, restock, not with a person, perhaps with an Optimus. I don't know. Just thinking out crazy. But in the chat, I would love to know what you guys think one of these could be. And someone in the chat said something about we're on show 4. I'm not sure what that means, but that's
so
probably
another thing I've thought about is possible free rides or heavily discounted rides in cybercabs or in robotaxis, based on being willing to watch advertisements on your screen, but you have to be able to answer questions so they know you watched it. Otherwise, you could just say you're watching it. No, you have to answer a question. So you have to pay attention. I've always, as a marketing guy my entire life, I've always wanted to be able to figure out a way to set that up so that you only get credit if you can answer the question at the end of the ad.
Well, to that, I would say, not today, Satan. I think that would make the driving experience genuinely terrible. And I think that would be the worst demographic. People who will do anything to not spend money are not generally good customers. That would be a real dystopian nightmare. I appreciate you bringing it up, but I think that's probably not something.
But it is a choice, Brian. It's a choice, Brian. It's just like YouTube. I can't believe the people in my audience.
Sophie had a choice.
Who won't spend $19.95 a month to get rid of advertisements on their YouTube. Now, maybe they only watch 2 YouTubes a month, but that would be sad because they're supposed to watch 90 of mine.
Right. I'm only doing, this month is an exception, but I'm down to, I think, 8, 9 a month, 8 or 9 a week. It's pretty good for me. Guys, this may surprise you to know this is not over. There's more coming. You can, in the chat, tell us, what did I miss? What did I misunderstand? All that good stuff. Subscribe and like and do those things. But what is going on is the next thing happening is going to be a little show for you while I take a break, because I need a break, because Brian is streaming today until nobody is still watching.
How is your streaming? Is your streaming like clear, or is it, never mind.
Oh, I get it. A bathroom break joke. Good gravy. I did see a funny one, but there is no time. The schedule must go on. Thank you so much, Randy. And let's do this. But is it so? I'm here to tell you, I don't quite see it. I see a lot of things that perhaps others don't, and I'm going to share some receipts so perhaps you can see it too. Let's get into it. I'm Brian. Welcome to Futuraza. So here's the thing is years ago, I made a series of these and I did them for about a year covering, are they doomed? And what I would find is that on certain ones, BYD and Tesla, people loved it. And then as I'd get down through the brands, pretty soon they became a drag, a drain, a draw against the channel, and it made the channel less popular overall. So there's going to be a whole series of these on Patreon. We'll do a couple out for the public so you can see them on topics that I know are important and valuable. Let's get into it. You can find them all on Patreon. Help me out there if you like. BYD. Oh my gosh, this was all over social media. Sees first profit drop since 2021, even as the Tesla rival takes global EV crown. See, they're running out of money. They're going broke, as the prophecy predicted. My prophecy did not predict that, because if you drill into it, what you find is no. Their sales are up. Their margin is down. Their profit is down. Well, that's okay if you're in a period of rapid expansion, which BYD kind of has been. BYD is going after a lot of different things, and they're very vertically integrated, which exposes them to more risk. But at the same time, it means their suppliers who are supplying them, what few are left, don't go broke in the process. So they've been expanding into global markets, including Latin America and Europe, where auto analysts say profit margins are typically higher than in China. It's also banking on cutting edge technology upgrades to grow appeal, announcing a new powerful fast charging battery days ahead of its earnings report. So that means it's not that bad. So they are down 19% in terms of profit, but it's a short term thing. They're still profitable, just not as profitable. They're okay with that if it means growth. Tesla's also down. So do you think Tesla's doomed over a headline like that? I would disagree if that's your conclusion. BYD shifts away from in-house payment system that strained suppliers. This is a big story we saw last summer. It was discovered that BYD was taking 130, 180 days to pay some of their suppliers. That makes your numbers look better than they are. Now, it still shows up as a debt. They still have to account for it, but it doesn't count as an expense that's been paid just yet. Debts don't look as bad as negative cash flow, for example, or a loss of profit. They were able to get that addressed, and they have moved away from it. This was largely unwound last year. So this is from November of 24, was it? Yeah, November of 25. So BYD has told some suppliers it wants to stop using the in-house financial notes to take care of it. Reuters was unable to learn the scope of the shifts. So anyway, basically there was regulatory pressure applied because BYD wasn't the only one doing it. BYD and top car makers slashed payment terms to boost supply chain stability following regulatory pressure. So last June, we saw that they were going to have to unwind it and that they were in the process of doing so. BYD, GAC, FAW, a lot of them were doing it, and they have publicly committed to standardizing supplier payments within 60 days. These have been done. We saw some pretty weak quarters following this because they had to update how they pay, specifically when they pay. So it wasn't as big of a deal as a lot of people thought it might be. So if you've never seen any of that Are They Doomed series, we go category by category and assign a score. Engineering. BYD has good engineering. You can look at something like the Denza Z9 GT. This is their newest, super exciting car, 950 horsepower. It's a whole lot of car. Looks pretty nice on the inside, if a bit busy for my taste, but I get it. It's all the things. It's got the center screen. It's got the typical in-your-face kind of display. It's got the heads-up display. It's got all of it, and it's not outrageously priced. So in terms of the engineering, they're very good at that. And also in terms of the engineering, because before we get too excited, we should mention the good with the bad. One last piece of good, the batteries. They've got very good batteries. They've got the new LMFP. So it's not an LFP battery. It's got manganese in it that can allow up to 1,500 kilowatts of charging. That's 1.5 megawatt charging. You can charge up real fast. A lot of people don't need that. Great. Don't use it. But if you do need it, you have it. And these are already rolling out in China. Rollout in Europe is coming soon, if it's not already there. But these flash charging batteries are insane, and they are still expected to outlive the life of the vehicle. And this car has like 500 miles of range. In the Chinese, in the CLTC rating, it's something like 1,000 kilometers, something like 600 miles, but that accounts for much slower driving. In faster driving, in city driving, you'd be in faster driving in the West, you'd get more like, 400 miles of range. It's a very, very good car, maybe even 500. It's going to be over 400, quite likely. Yeah. 10 to 70 in 5 minutes, 10% to 97% in 9 minutes. 9 minutes, you still got time to hit the bathroom, but be efficient. So their engineering is quite good. With that said, hey, you remember they rolled out their big God's Eye driverless system? Already on 2.3 million vehicles in China. What a data advantage that gives them. And I've seen people say, yes, but they don't have the compute. They might have more compute than you think. Chinese firms are, of course, going to adhere to the not using the state-of-the-art chip requests of other countries, but also they're going to get the chips anyhow they can and use them. But God's Eye, which was touted as the next big thing, has had some setbacks. This is even from February of last year, might not be such a boon after all. Aside from unfavorable comparisons, calling it God's Eye could be a misleading moniker, and as misleading as full self-driving. So it's crazy. They spend a lot of money, they spend a lot of engineering, and it is running into serious problems. This is from March 26th. This is very up to date. We know they're running into serious problems because NVIDIA adds BYD to their self-driving tech business. Oh no, you found a dead end. BYD found a dead end. They put a bunch of money into that dead end. So on engineering, as much as I'd love to give them a 8 or 10, I'm going to give them a 7. 7 out of 10 is still very good. Don't be sad about that. Great. It's, 2 whole points above absolutely average. Then we get to demand, and we've seen a lot of demand stories on BYD. They're running out of demand. Nobody wants them. BYD vehicle sales slumped 30% in January as China demand cools. Yeah, maybe. But also it could be buyers waiting for the next big thing, which is starting to come out now. But we are seeing this. Sales dropped 30% in January, but they were doing a lot of exporting at the time. Don't forget delivery waves. So they are, delivering quite a few vehicles. Wait for the whole quarter to get a better picture. But really, the big one is, and I'll skip that one, is here's the European registrations. BYD is up. And we're seeing that around the world. In other countries, BYD is starting to not just show up in the numbers, but get big in the numbers. BYD is positioned to be a global player in ways that a lot of legacy car companies can't understand. Ford doesn't understand why the Mach-E didn't sell well in China. Well, it's a pretty good car in a sea of really good cars that cost a whole lot less. But the big thing BYD is doing right now is building their international position. So if we look at this here, we'll see that. Is it on this one? Different one. I'll get to that. I see later. BYD's in a lot of markets. So let's take a look at a market like Nepal. As you guys may recall, I went there last year to see what's going on, and BYD is dominating. Electric cars have dominated because of a big shift towards electric cars. Nepal doesn't have oil. They do have electricity. Let's electrify so we don't send our petrol dollars overseas, never to be seen again. Let's keep that money in the country, guys. BYD got to Nepal, happy to sell almost no cars, to lose money, to just sit there and promote without actually getting any benefits. Well, when the market shifted, they were there, they were ready, they dominate. And we're seeing that in a lot of South and Central American countries as well, where BYD just showed up and waited. We're going to wait because when it's time, they will get there. So on that topic, demand, I have given them a 7. It's not a 6. I tell you, it's real tough to come up with these numbers, but it is there. So that's where we're at with demand. Cost controls, that's a big one. That's one that a lot of startups really struggled with. BYD is not a startup. They are a seasoned company, although they are only 15 years into making serious automobiles. Making automobiles at all, 5 years into making them in a serious fashion. And they're not slowing down. Cost controls is a big one. How can they get their costs under control? Well, the same way Tesla did. Tesla overbuilt factory capacity. Now they don't need to build factory capacity. They have factories. They may need new equipment to make something like a Cybercab, but they have the factory space. Now, the Semi, of course, they had to build that because that's in a different place and a different shape. But if Tesla wants to make more cars, they can make more cars. BYD built a factory. And I hope you're sitting down because this is the factory. And if it looks big and weird, do I have to click it? There we go. If it looks big and weird, it's because it is. All these gray buildings are the BYD factory, and all the colored ones are Tesla's factories laid over the top of them. So you can see that just this one factory and just this one location is massively bigger than all of Tesla's factories combined. That's not to say that means that they will win, but it does mean that this is worth more than a Tesla factory on paper, because these factories are built in a traditional fashion, which means they can't become stranded assets in the way a Tesla factory could. You're not going to buy a Tesla factory and go in and use it. It's set up for Tesla. BYDs are set up for anyone. Anyone can use them. Anyone could use them if they bought the factory, if they bought some capacity out of this factory. So this means they've got factory space. They don't need to spend that money again. Another advantage on cost controls is Western automakers outsourced supply chains for decades, and now Chinese rivals have the cost edge. Yeah, the Chinese companies are vertically integrated in ways that US automakers, Western automakers, simply are not. They have something like 80% of their parts are made in-house. 80%. It says right here, produces nearly 80% of its core components, more than double that of Tesla. So this gives them a tremendous advantage. $2,370 in supplier markups per unit on the seal is saved. That means they can sell it for $2,369 less and make the same amount of money. So that means that they were able to eke out a 20% gross profit margin on vehicles, gross, compared with Tesla's 18%. And that wasn't through trickery. They did have to catch up and pay all the suppliers, but it's by having fewer suppliers. BYD owns the roll-on, roll-off ships. They own the mines. There are employees at BYD who are miners. Is BYD doomed? We see automakers outsource supply chains for decades, more than double that of Tesla. So this gives them a tremendous advantage. $2,370 in supplier markups per unit on the seal is saved. That means they can sell it for $2,369 less and make the same amount of money. So that means that they were able to eke out a 20% gross profit margin on vehicles, gross, compared with Tesla's 18%. And that wasn't through trickery. They did have to catch up and pay all the suppliers, but it's by having fewer suppliers. BYD owns the roll-on, roll-off ships. They own the mines. There are employees at BYD who are miners. And I don't mean child labor. That's largely a myth. And it also happens in the US. Cash on hand is a big one. Oh, I didn't give you a score on cost controls. What did I put that at? I put that at 7. Good, but I can't go any higher. Cash on hand is a big one. How much cash on hand do they have? A lot. Over 20 billion US dollars. That's a lot because they're largely done growing in terms of footprint, at least. They're no longer going to be spending quite as much money on their autonomous systems, perhaps. I mean, they are partnering with NVIDIA. Maybe that will give them some edge. It is unclear, but it does mean that they're not going to be spending 20, 30, 40 billion dollars on autonomy. It means they're willing to partner with someone who has a better system if they can find it. I had looked to see if anyone had partnered with BYD. No one had. They didn't offer it. And that's now we know because they didn't have the product ready to go. So for cost controls, I'm giving them an 8. It's a pretty good score. Roadmap is where the rubber meets the road. What do we got going on for roadmap? Well, these are just the companies that buy batteries for EVs from BYD. Yeah, Tesla sometimes, Toyota, Ford, Hyundai, Kia, Mercedes, Volvo, Nissan, BMW, Volkswagen. I mean, just everybody. Because BYD is the second largest battery maker in the world. behind CATL. And BYD makes good batteries that charge fast, batteries that last a long time. So that gives them their roadmap some possibility of survival beyond automotive. Also on the roadmap, they've got a big megapack type system. Of course they do. Why wouldn't they when they make the batteries that go into other people's grid scale energy storage? This isn't going to make them a $1 trillion company, but it is helpful. And then on the roadmap, I should also mention this is what I brought up before. They're already in 110 countries. That's posturing. That's getting poised for something. That is loading the spring for future sales. Well, they don't make a car that fits my market. They probably do. They make a lot of cars. They make like 40 plus different models. There's a very good chance that the model you need for your market is something that BYD makes. So 5,800 vehicles to Argentina. That's great. So there's a lot of opportunity there in terms of that. And the biggest thing I want to mention before getting to the end of it is that they are too big to fail. Now, this article is very cynical. This is from May of 25. This is echoes of Evergrande. No, it's not. This is quite different. Evergrande had weird leverage that got them into trouble. It is too big to fail. BYD, if it got into a world of trouble, would find a way to get out of it because it is so big. Now, if you're catching this on Patreon, I appreciate you guys being here. If you're catching this on a public show, well, you'll figure that out when you see it. But there's a whole bunch of these coming. They're going to be coming out fast and furious over the next few weeks. You can support me if you haven't seen this, or if you have. This is how you do it. This is how you get in to see them. These videos will be posted on X for channel subscribers, on YouTube for channel members. All right, so that was that. Hey, do you know it's April 1st? It is April 1st. If you're not aware, Q1 was when Donut Labs was going to have their big battery reveal, and it was going to be out in customer hands in Q1. I expressed an ounce or two of skepticism on that front because no, it wasn't. That was never something that was going to happen, and here we are. Strangely, it has not happened. So if we're going to talk batteries, we got to talk to somebody who actually knows what's going on. We're talking to Jordan Giesecke from The Limiting Factor. Jordan, you are my go-to guy on batteries. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing well, thanks. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. I should add, I'm Brian. Welcome to Futuraza, Jordan, and the audience. Hello, everyone. So what we're talking about is, of course, the big excitement. I don't know if you've been following it. Donut Lab deliver production-ready solid-state batteries ready in Q1. Company promises 400 watt-hours per kilogram, energy density, and 5-minute charging for electric motorcycles hitting the roads this quarter, Q1. To which myself and a number of others said, is it? Because we have a chance to see some of the hype. Wall Street Journal going with, will this miracle battery finally change your mind about EVs? Okay, that's great. But we've had other articles which referred to people like Shirley Mung, who, as you know very well, knows what's possible in the lab and what's possible in the real world, and how those two things don't always intersect. What can you tell me?
Oh boy, they did another announcement today. It's like
Mhm.
where to start, because when you put so much low quality information out there, it becomes hard to track after a while. But overall, my initial impression of the battery and what they were doing was that they do have some kind of battery. It looks like it is solid state, but that's not the goalposts that I was looking at. I was looking at the goalposts that they provided at CES, which was a laundry list of the highest performing specs we've ever seen in any battery. And I was like, well, my guess is this is an or thing. Under certain laboratory conditions, they can probably meet each of these specs with a lot of caveats, but I don't think they're going to be able to hit everything at once fully. And as far as I can tell, that's what we've seen, especially with the test that they did last week where they cycled a cell that had been brought up to 100 Celsius. And after, I think it was, how many more cycles was it? It was like 10 or 20 cycles, something, maybe it was 50 cycles, that after that, it was just providing 50% capacity. And it's like,
Mhm.
okay, it definitely hasn't met what I would consider what they advertised at CES, which is a battery that can do all these things.
Mhm. Now, we've seen some pretty amazing things in the lab. Shirley Mung has been a battery researcher for decades, I think it's fair to say, and has torn apart batteries. In addition to developing new batteries, her research team. She's no longer at UC San Diego, I think. She's somewhere else. Uh, but what you can accomplish in the lab doesn't always translate to the real world. And we didn't see the kind of production ramp you would expect before a product is commercialized. So, what is that disconnect between the lab and the real world?
When you do something in a lab, it's like making a pair of shoes by hand, whereas making them in a factory is like making thousands of pairs of shoes at high production volumes and low cost. So they're two very different environments. And there's also when you put these batteries into a product, uh, there's a lot more durability requirements. There's a lot more requirements all around. They have to be they not just hit the specs that they claiming they're going to hit. They have to be able to do that in all temperature and weather conditions within a battery pack shared by thousands of or hundreds of other batteries for over a decade. So
Mhm,
often you see people make an announcement that's, we have a 500 watt hour per kilogram battery, and then that slowly drops down. Like QuantumScape, I think they originally were targeting like 400 watt hours per kilogram, and what they have now is in like the, just above 300,
mhm.
maybe. But QuantumScape overall has done pretty well on delivering, but still, it's going to be 7 years after their original announcement that we see something.
Mm.
Mm.
And QuantumScape has very deep pockets. They've had billions in funding,
Yeah.
and we're seeing research firms, universities, companies all over the world trying to crack this, and it's very difficult. People have said, "Well, yes, but the Wright brothers had a very small, operation." Right, but science hadn't moved as far forward. You, the easy things have all been invented, is my argument. And the checklist was long. The energy density was amazing. The temperature range was amazing. The materials were all abundant. I mean, it checked too many boxes to not strain credulity. And of
Yeah,
course, yeah, go
and
ahead.
when I hear the Wright brothers argument, it's a frustration for me because at the time, I'm sure there was obviously people when the Wright brothers were about to make that flight that thought it could happen. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be trying it. So you always have whatever place and time you are on the human timeline. There's going to be people that say things are possible and impossible. That's just the way these things are. But the question is, what's their argument and what's their proof? That's what matters. so, so
Yes,
that arguments matter, logic matters.
when inventing a new aircraft, you say, "Look, ours, I appreciate your propeller-driven plane, but ours is going to go much, much faster." The
Mm.
question is how? Well, I'm not gonna tell you. Now, if it's wartime, I get it, but I need to see some proof of your extreme claims. Too many times, probably 10 times a year, I'll go out on a limb and tell people something is definitely good or definitely bad. And every time people come up and say, "How dare you? How dare you? You can't possibly know this." And the reality is, I can't. I can't. But I've so far got, I think, 100% track record on did I get it right? The one where I definitely did get it wrong was I said Giga Mexico doesn't make any sense, therefore there will be no announcement. They announced it. Turned out it didn't make sense, so they didn't build it. So I was right, but at the wrong time. Ah, close enough, I say. And my reasoning was sound, and I always share my reasoning. The idea that a tiny company could, in a matter of months, makes a product that absolutely changes the world is a big, big ask. Then you've got This cheap EV with semi-solid batteries wants to battle it out with Europe's best. The MG4 is the world's first mass market EV with a semi-solid state battery, and it's going to Europe. So these aren't, it's not like this is never coming. We're not saying that this is, cold fusion that could be a million years out.
Mhm.
We're saying the technology to do what we want it to do at the price we want it to do it is not necessarily there today. What is semi-solid state?
Well, with solid state batteries, because you have basically, let's imagine them as bricks. If you try to push two bricks together, it doesn't matter how hard you push them together. There's going to be some tiny little gaps in there,
Mhm.
and that's one of the biggest challenges with solid state batteries. Is it takes an enormous amount of pressure and often high temperatures in order to get the battery to operate properly. With a semi solid state battery, you just put a little bit of jelly between the layers.
Mhm.
So it's not fully solid state. And personally, I don't care about the differentiation between these, all solid state, semi-solid state. Show me the performance and then I'll be interested in how it works. Because
Mhm.
that's what matters ultimately is what goes into the customer's hands.
There were a lot of every time there's a new battery development, you get some weird skeptics. LFP will never catch on because the energy density is insufficient. Well, it works. We're there. It caught up. Sodium ion will never be commercialized. Well, I don't know. There were a few people saying that. You and I have had a number of discussions about sodium over the years. And the conclusion was research slowed because lithium prices fell, but they will continue. We'll still get them, just maybe not as quickly. And that's where we are now. We're starting to see them in passenger vehicles in China. And they've been in passenger vehicles in China for a year or two now, but they're getting more widespread as the technology develops. What is your word of caution on stuff like donut? Like what people have asked me, why would he lie about something like this if in 90 days he has to deliver? And I said, I can't get inside his head. I don't, I mean, I have some theories, but only he knows the answer to that.
Yeah,
But it
there's a
was
number of ways to look at it. I mean, from him, it seems like from what I saw in his video today, which was a really frustrating video, by the way,
I
uh,
didn't see it.
was that he views this as kind of a game. He views it as a marketing game where how much can I get people whipped up and excited about this? So in his mind, he's not lying. He's just giving selective truth to get people interested. So as far as I can tell, so far they haven't technically lied about things, but they certainly left out a lot of caveats
Mm.
and proof as well. Because every time they've had a chance to give proof, they left out the critical information that would help qualify that piece of information. Um,
Mm.
yeah, it's like the tests were designed to allow the battery cell to succeed without showing any of its weaknesses. That's what I've seen in every test so far.
You can engineer tests to do that. Did you ever hear about the time Thomas Edison told investors that he had already cracked the incandescent bulb that didn't burn out after 20, 30 minutes? And he brought in all the investors and he said, okay, come here. I'm going to give you the sales pitch. He gives them the sales pitch, shows them the light bulb, and they leave. They swap out the bulb. He brings in the next investor, shows it's been on all day. And Thomas Edison literally did that. Uh, he was a fake it till you make it sort of inventor at that time. And they did make it. But then again, Steve Jobs faked his iPhone demonstration quite thoroughly. I don't know if you heard about that, but when he would show you all the things it was doing and then put it down, he would grab a different phone to show you the next one because sometimes in the steps between, it fails catastrophically. And there were a bunch of other little
I
tricks
didn't
they pulled.
I didn't know about that. But
Yeah,
just a small rant on his presentation this
sure.
morning. It's I've interacted with him online, and so have
Hmm.
other people that I've known, and he gets frustrated and irritated when people question the veracity of his claims. But he will also won't provide all the truth. But he also wants to play this game like, oh, this is just a fun marketing game. So what tells me it kind of reinforces my view on all of this, which is they do have something, and it's probably pretty good, but they've overinflated their claims. And
Mhm.
the way he reacts to people's questions and the way he markets it seems to align with that. But we have
My
to wait.
yeah.
Go ahead.
My frustration is the people who really, really want to believe. I'd love to believe it. Uh, being hostile and abusive and aggressive. And I would have loved to just block them all, but I want them to be able to come back and have the opportunity to recognize if they've made a mistake. And at this point, at least one part of it they did. On this video that they had put out, available today, has but one meaning to me. And if you're going to lie that brazenly, that early, to me, that says, I can't trust anything that comes out of your mouth after this. To me, this is the canary. This is the typos in the Nigerian scam email. The typos are there because we want the idiots to stay and the smart people to leave. So I don't know. That was a real brazen lie to me.
I will leave it for the courts to decide.
Well, I don't know
Because-
if there are any victims. I don't think there's any
Yeah.
victims yet.
Mhm.
So if there's no victims, it's a social experiment. If he has not accepted any new donations or investments since the CES show, I don't think there's a crime.
Yeah, who has standing? I think that's the appropriate word. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh my gosh, it's pretty exciting stuff. When talking to people like Shirley, who you have done, which you have done, many times, I'm sure. What is her take on batteries like this?
Generally, she just couches her words carefully. I know that you read some quotes, that specific quotes I think that she had about the donut battery. But what was the word I was looking for? Skeptical, to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
But she's somebody who's in the space, so she typically doesn't run people through the mud. She's
Mhm.
very political about it because she holds a high level position in the battery industry. She's like the head of
Mhm.
battery research at Argonne National Laboratories,
Mm.
and she's a student of the last people who received Nobel prizes for batteries. And a
Hmm.
lot of the work that she's done on assessing batteries and developing new battery chemistries and methods. If there's anybody else, another group of people who gets Nobel Prize for the batteries in the future, she would be on that list if they
Mm.
do another 3 in the future.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, and it's tricky. It's tricky. But it just kind of saddens me to think that we look at researchers like Jeff Don, researchers like Shirley Mung, and don't take their words or their work seriously. But a showman who solved general artificial intelligence a year ago, and I even had comments saying, "Oh no, the AGI that he solved, that's what designed the battery." Oh, oh no, my friend, that's not how that works. Very frustrating. So I hope no one has been asked for money or given any money to this project. I can't wait to see what it actually is.
well, they're shifting that goal. I don't Did you watch their video
No.
this morning?
No,
Oh my god. So when he have you heard anything about it?
nothing. I've been online for a little while now.
Okay, the battery that they tested isn't actually the final battery, and they have a version.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. So he said, yeah, we have a version 2 coming out, and then we're going to start testing that one that has much better performance. It's like, you didn't even finish testing the last one. And then he said, did we actually test it for 100 cycles? No, of course not. He actually said that. He said, and then he said, it's very complicated how cycle life works. You have all these different variables, and people wouldn't believe me if I showed them the data anyways. And it's like, well, what's the point of going through this whole process? You're saying that believe my data, but nobody's going to believe my data. And he said that the skeptics, if I actually showed them the data, they wouldn't believe it because I have over 100% Coulombic efficiency on the first few cycles. And I'm like, okay, that is a thing with batteries. This is a well understood mechanism where after a battery has gone through the formation process, there's, for instance, a little bit of extra lithium in the anode overhang. So the first few times you cycle it, it appears that it has over 100% Coulombic efficiency, but every battery expert I know understands that mechanism, and they wouldn't say that's impossible. They would just say, oh no, that's mechanically, that's obvious and well understood. So just a series of things like that. He was skating back and forth between, is this a joke or am I serious? playing on the
Mm,
April Fool's thing. So
mm. And and that's just the normal burn-in that you see with all cells, right? Like
uh, it
like
varies
most
from
manufacturers do that before they ship the cell.
um, well, it depends on the chemistry of the battery cell. Certain chemistries have more of an that um, over 100% energy,
Mhm,
the first, I don't know, dozen, 50, 100 cycles, depending on what the chemistry is. Like, for example, graphite has, the way that the lithium ions enter is they just slide into open channels in the graphite. There's no potential that has to be overcome for that to happen. Whereas
mm,
with silicon, you're actually bonding the lithium to the silicon. So
mm,
you need a extra voltage in order for that to happen. So with a graphite battery, you get more of that because a lot more of the ions just kind of drift into that anode overhang. Whereas with silicon, it's less likely to happen because it would require extra voltage to get those lithium ions to push out into the overhang, if that makes sense.
mm,
And that's my understanding. So yeah, it's a well understood mechanism, and
mhm.
uh, yeah.
So what he's saying is that the extremely long cycle life hasn't been tested,
Yeah.
and because it's the wrong battery, it can't be tested. And the citation is "Trust me, bro."
Yeah, and there's it sounds like they might have a version 3 of the cell or something as well. So and he said they're going to continue this, and it sounds like indefinitely. They're just gonna keep this dog and pony show going for as long as they can.
Mhm.
And I was worn out on it after the first few weeks because I could see what he's doing. And it's, um, and that's not casting aspersions on him, but he's from a marketing perspective, what they're doing is really smart.
Mhm.
Um
Yes. How often do you see miracle battery announcements in the news?
Everybody claims their battery is a miracle battery. It's just some poke their head up above the water and everybody a certain number of people become aware of them.
Mhm,
Um, so yeah, there's miracle batteries, I don't know, every 3 months, every 6 every battery startup is a miracle battery. Why
mhm,
invest in it if it's not better than the current state? They have to
mhm.
say it's better than anything else, otherwise they won't get investment. Otherwise, what's the point?
Because I see if I were to look, I would see them 2, 3 times a week. The battery is the lightest, the cheapest, the most stable, the most fireproof. It can do absolutely anything except leave the lab, which is great if you wanna drive around in the lab. So maybe we just need bigger labs? I'm not sure how that works, but I feel like we've got a solution in there somewhere. Um, there are batteries that are already catching up to the cost, the energy density that are lithium ion or LFP or LMFP. There are a whole bunch of ways to get to greater energy density. Is there a what is the next level of watt hours per kilogram at which we start unlocking new things like flight or
Mm. It's
it's
there's
different
so
for
many different
everybody.
so many different applications because all these batteries are already used for flight, used for things like that. It's just, the higher the energy density, the more viable those things become over time. So I think it's gonna be, rather than like a step change, it's just gonna be a constant creep towards economic viability.
Mhm.
But
With
yeah,
m
go
yeah,
ahead.
with longer and longer routes making sense, um, and yeah, if you can get tremendous range in a vehicle at a great price without it weighing 9 tons, looking at you, Hummer. Okay, 4.5 tons. I mean, 9,000 pounds, let's be real. Uh, and it still doesn't have great range. It's just a brick. Um, then, yeah, all of those things are going to help. Uh, Is solid state still a holy grail, or have we a bit moved on from there? Because the other batteries are getting fireproof, they're getting
Mm,
energy dense, they're getting fast charging.
it's it holds potential still. Maybe in 10 or 15 years, we'll have solid state batteries that are an improvement on liquid electrolyte batteries that can be used in anything. And maybe completely replace liquid electrolyte batteries. But um, by that point, it will be more of a gradual transition again, rather than any sort of serious step change. And that's what we're already currently seeing. A lot of the solid state batteries, they do offer range improvement, but you have to. There's all this additional cost. So that I guess to boil it down, every battery comes with trade-offs.
Mhm.
You have to pay the piper one way or another, and it's this slow technology improvements. It's more of a creeping thing rather than ever being a step change. And yeah, we have tens of thousands of scientists and engineers working on this, just grinding away, swapping this molecule with this one, and just slowly tapping away at it in order to make improvements overall.
But Donut Labs has 3 of the 10,000. And I'm
Yeah.
not sure they do. I think they have 1. And I'm not sure that it's actually their product. I think they bought it.
Well, that's another thing is, like, maybe this is what they were sold, and they're not actually producing the batteries yet, but they're getting lab samples out of another company,
Mhm.
that's actually manufacturing them. Yeah, so
That
I
would
don't know
make
if
more sense.
yeah, to me it would, because maybe they've been sold on this, and maybe that's why they're hyped about it, and they're kind of the middleman between this actual manufacturer and, Verge.
What's fun to think about is the other batteries. There's a lot of batteries out there that charge really, really fast. BYD's got some. A bunch of companies in China do. You can charge at speeds in excess of 1,000,000 watts. Yeah, not just a neighborhood, but a big neighborhood of charging. But how does it work? And does it even matter? That's what we're going to discuss today. I'm Brian. Welcome to Futuraza. I got Jordan Giesecke joining me for the first time in so long. It's been so long since I've seen you, Jordan. How are you, my friend?
Fantastic, thank you.
Great. That's great. I'm so glad you're here. Hey, I don't know if you heard, but by the way, we are recording this on April 1st. I don't know if that's relevant, but I don't know if you've heard this, but we've got BYD's second gen blade battery, 10 to 70% in 5 minutes. This isn't experimental. This is in deployment. These are out in the public. People can see them, buy them, use them. I don't know. Uh, I don't know who it's for. So this is a LMFP, as I understand. This is not BYD's website. So this is, uh, this is the information here is not quite as reliable, but even at 30 below Celsius, the battery can reportedly charge from 20 to 97 in 12 minutes. So it's got great cold weather performance. And it can charge up to 1.4, 1.5 megawatts, which is insane. How do you do that without setting everything on fire?
There's a few ways that I've suspected that, for instance, Shunxing works, and, so looking at the cathode, you can add carbon nanotubes to the cathode. That just improves the conductivity all around. Um, for the electrolyte, you can use kind of a thinner, less viscous electrolyte that allows the ions to flow more easily.
Hmm.
Typically, that would cause increased degradation, but it sounds like they've probably found a solution for that. You can do surface modification of the graphite, or add silicon to the anode, which both accelerate that you can charge the battery, and perhaps something with the separator as well, an improved separator technology, ceramic coated,
Hmm.
something thinner potentially. So there's a number of ways that they can do it that are now available off the shelf. And
Hmm.
I'm not sure if they're using LMFP or not. I haven't looked into this battery that much specifically, but if they are using LMFP and they've seen a significant increase in energy density, they can trade a little bit of that energy density increase for thinner electrodes that allow faster charge and discharge speeds.
Hmm. Hmm. And it's possible they're doing all of the above.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's also sorry, one more is a
Yes.
gradient electrode, where they put 2 layers of electrode material. Like, for instance, when you coat the cathode or the anode, you put a layer of material that's, like, thin and porous, and then you put another layer of material that's compacted. So you have a layer that's devoted to fast charge and discharge, and a layer that's devoted to high energy storage. So you get the best of both worlds in the same battery.
Oh, so
Mm.
we saw people early on theorizing that that Tesla might be using Maxwell. was it Maxwell's capacitors as like some kind of a hybrid. Maybe they're going to do them both. And we have seen in China some companies that have two different battery packs in the car that operate differently for I don't know if it's for charging speed or how it's optimized. I think one is able to do fast discharge for when you stomp on it or need regen, and the other does slower discharge for when you're moving quicker. I don't recall now, but there are some options out there.
Yeah, that's correct. You can put two different battery cells in the same battery pack, or you can essentially put two different battery cells within the same battery cell, which I prefer.
It does seem to be more of a contained solution. And then we've got some other exciting stuff here. Let's see, is this the right one? Where are we at? This is just speaking of solid state, 7 solid state battery ideas that may boost EV range, safety, and charging speed. And I'll just go over the high level. Lithium metal solid state batteries. I don't know. Maybe that's a thing.
Yeah, that's the most people who are doing solid state, that's the route they're going. They're pairing it with a lithium metal anode because a solid state separator should be more robust to lithium metal dendrites. Should be.
Okay. Sulfide solid state.
So that's not necessarily differentiated from the one before. Sulfide is just a type of solid state separator. There's like oxide. Oh, there we go. Oxide ceramic solid state batteries.
So what they're saying is there's 7 ways, but they're all the same.
It's just different options for the same technology. So, yeah,
Okay.
once again, polymer. Yeah, so they've divided something out that doesn't necessarily need to be divided out. It'll be survival of the fittest when it comes down to it. Just like sodium ion chemistries, there's half a dozen of those, or a dozen of them, or hundreds actually, and the best one will win. But it's all sodium ion battery.
You just gotta label it. Now, did you know CATL commands? This is saying 45% of the global market. I've seen numbers as high as 52%. But this is the global battery market share. Did you realize CATL was that big?
Yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah, CATL is massive.
I'm just surprised others is as small as it is. I was just sure there was a long tail that would make up 20, 30% of the whole market. CATL, pretty big.
Yeah, well, there's once you become a tier 1 or tier 2 like qualified supplier, that throws a lot of business your way.
Yes,
So-
it does.
And
And
it's
CATL batteries appear in just about everyone's cars, as this chart clearly indicates.
and as like the mining industry, it's a matter of scale. The bigger you can get, the better margins you can get, and the more likely you are to survive. It's that Pareto curve thing. I think that's the right word.
I'm not familiar with that curve, but I believe it.
Basically, everything in the universe, there's this rule that applies where it says, like 20% of the things make up 80 or represent 80% of the total.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see.
So like you'll get a few rich people that are super rich. You'll get a few companies that are really successful, and those sort of things. A few stars that make up most of the mass of the universe.
And our sun, which makes up most of the mass of the solar system, and the emptiness of space, which makes up everything. We've got a surprising amount of it, at least from what I've observed anecdotally. I might need a citation for that. So on these, when you get a company as big as CATL, they can afford to do outrageous amounts of research. And what you end up seeing is, for example, China puts a sodium ion battery into an EV that can go 248 miles on a charge. Would you explain real quick the difference between gravimetric energy density and volumetric?
Yeah. Volumetric energy density is how much energy you can store for a given volume, like how much space is under your vehicle. Gravimetric is how much energy you can store for a given mass. So how light do you want your battery to be? And should I continue explaining what that means for sodium ion?
Oh, sure.
Okay. I thought you might be going there. We're going there next. Okay.
Yep.
So Although sodium-ion batteries have the same or similar gravimetric energy density to LFP batteries, they tend to have much lower volumetric energy density. So that's why they always advertise the gravimetric rather than the volumetric energy density. Because typically, at best, a sodium-ion battery, it's going to have 30% less range because you can fit 30% less batteries under the vehicle. And in other examples I've seen, the battery pack is even 50% smaller.
Mhm. So yeah, that's what happens is your vehicle, people say, well, then just put more in. Great. Where should we put them? Um, I guess you could make a weird shaped battery that takes up an awkward space behind the second row of seats. I'm not sure. But then you got up all kinds of cooling, thermal management complications. Maybe on a school bus, it would make sense because you've got a much longer space that you can occupy with batteries, more space generally where you can figure out where to put it. Having the low weight is nice. It's going to make your suspension cheaper, your brakes, your tires, your wheels all cheaper. And having a battery that it has less capacity means less thermal management is required, I assume.
Yeah.
Do we have any winners and losers on round trip energy efficiency? I've seen, I know I went to a place that makes flow batteries, and one of the concerns with their approach is the round trip energy efficiency was quite low. Well, not great compared to conventional lithium ion batteries.
This is a really good question. I'm glad you brought it up because lithium-ion batteries typically at the moment they're at the top of the heap or towards the top of the heap, but it wasn't always like that. As they improve manufacturing processes and improve the chemistry, just making slight tweaks, sodium-ion will get there up with lithium-ion batteries. But sodium-ion batteries tends to be a little bit lower. I think like lithium-ion batteries tend to be like 95% plus, and sodium ion batteries are getting close, like maybe 90 to 95%. Or maybe they're there already, but I haven't seen any evidence of that yet. But what people need to take into account with round trip efficiency, it depends on um, the requirements of a given use case. And although it's a factor, it's not something worth obsessing over. For example, if you have a battery with a round trip efficiency of like 80%, but it does twice as many cycles and you're using it for grid storage, then it doesn't matter so much because you're going to be making up a lot of those energy losses with the lower cost of the battery. So that's why we have things like levelized cost of storage, where you
Mm.
take everything into account and that gives you a total cost per kilowatt hour. So there's no sense of obsessing over specific metrics when what really matters is uh, the combination of strengths and weaknesses.
And that's a good point. The levelized cost does take all of that into account. Um, I know there are fans of certain types of energy that prefer to ignore that number and just look at, well, and every form of energy's fans has its own oddballs, like people on solar advocates who only look at installed capacity rather than generation is an easy example. But then again, solar detractors have their own uh, assortment of mental illnesses. But I'm not here to diagnose, just to judge, and I'm quite good at that. Um, hey, let me see if I can find it. I've got it here somewhere. Did you know? That's not it. Let me find it. Got it here. Where on earth is it? I'll find it. Um, ah, darn it. There we go. Did you know, Jordan, that this summer on June 5th and 6th, there's a big event that I'm going to. Have you heard about that?
I too am going.
Hey,
So
tickets on
that's the
sale
plan.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, tickets on sale now. You can, there's a, Friday meet and greet with separate tickets for that because the event is desperately underfunded and we don't want to bankrupt the organizers, though we might. It feels like we're trying. Apologies to the folks in Michigan. It's going to be a lot of fun. Y'all should join us. Um, on batteries, because we've still got a few minutes here. What am I missing? What's going on? What's exciting? Where? Oh, I know what to ask. Where are we at with that 4680 dry cathode?
It's all looking good. Based on the information out of Tesla. In my view, it's the issue is now seeing how quickly they can ramp it. But we've confirmed it through Elon. We've confirmed it through Bonnie Eggleston that they do have it solved, and they're very optimistic about it. It's now let's get this thing ramped finally. But after they get it ramped, I'm so excited about all the potential of the dry electrode process for improving performance. Because in my mind, there's three overall goals with the 4680. One was to stabilize Tesla's supply chain so nobody can wag the dog. Number two is to reduce the cost, which is a nice benefit. And number three, further down on the list, was performance. But performance, inversely, that's what everybody gets excited about in the public.
I get excited.
Yeah.
On most cathodes and anodes are still coming from China today. That's as I understand it. And Tesla is working to not just domesticate, but bring all of that in-house. Is that correct?
That is correct. Tesla is the only company in the world, or put it this way, it's the only alternative in the world, full stack, to the battery supply chain monopoly that China has. So, and that's so huge because China is an entire country, and Tesla is just one company.
I'll have to double check your math on that, but I think that's correct. On the graphite also primarily comes from China. I know there's companies in Canada that are trying to get in on that. Have we seen any moves to domesticate graphite?
There's a lot of people trying it, and Tesla claims that all the components for the 4680, they're sourcing they have supply chain sources outside of China. Now, the 4680 is at such low volume at this point that that's entirely feasible. The question is, those graphite supply chains, how big can they ramp them within the United States? And I don't know anything about that.
Well, graphite's just carbon, Jordan. How hard could it be?
Years and years, years and years of qualification. But there is many feasible routes to scale to enormous volumes in the United States if the willpower is there to do it. So at the moment, I'm taking Tesla's word that they have multi-sourced, as they put it, the battery materials for the 4680 specifically. But the 4680 makes up less than 1% of their total cell supply at the moment. So it wouldn't be it's not a high bar in terms of meeting that. Not to say it would be easy to do what they've done, but
also true. And that's I am also inclined to believe them. Replacing 1% of your cell supply pipeline is not that challenging, but we are going to be seeing, as we've been told, Semi, Cybercab, Cybertruck, Optimus. Semi alone is a couple of cells. I don't know if you've seen, but
well, that's equivalent to, let's say, 400,000 to 500,000 vehicles when it's fully ramped at 50,000 units a year. And at that point, you're getting to some serious tonnage. So
yeah, it's 7 to 10 cars, depending on which cars per vehicle. So yeah, that's about right. And we do, I made a video a while back, I don't know if you saw it, exploring the puzzle of where cells are coming from and where they're going. And it is very dependent on 4680 production. It does look like there's some external 4680 production from Panasonic in, what was it, Oklahoma or
Kansas, I think.
Kansas.
But there's been plans for both Oklahoma and Kansas, so I forget which one won out. But yeah, I think for 4680 for Panasonic in particular, it's Kansas, but I'd have to double check.
All very exciting, as is the excitement of April 1st, which is, for those unaware, today. There's no misinformation going on. There's no malfeasance. There's no lies being told. There is a joke. And depending, I mean, you could subscribe. This picture's kind of a joke. I think it's very funny and adorable. And of course, you could also support the channel in any number of ways. You could also support Jordan's channel because Jordan doesn't make 5 million videos. Jordan researches like crazy, gets the animation, gets it all done. It's all about quality over quantity, policy that strikes me as incredibly foreign. I don't understand it. I strive for quality too, but not in the animations, which is very time consuming. So I appreciate you putting in all that hard work to do all that. Um, Anything we should be looking for on the battery horizon?
Um, I feel like we're at the moment we're just in a holding pattern after so many announcements for solid state, sodium ion, 4680, all
Mm,
these technologies over the next 1, 2, 3 years. It's going to be exciting to see how fast each of them scale so we can get a bead on where the entire market is going. I mean, I have my views on things. I think
mhm,
uh, s-
mhm,
um, sodium ion is going to scale rapidly, but not as rapid as a lot of people think it will. It's not
mhm,
going to be in every vehicle within 3 years,
mhm,
particularly in the United States. Solid state batteries, they might actually be able to ramp as fast or faster. Um,
mhm.
but yet, we will have well, backing up a bit, we had solid state batteries since like 2011. I think there was companies that were producing solid state batteries for their own uses for their own products back like 15 years ago. So when people say solid state batteries are coming, I'm like, we've had solid state batteries for over a decade now. That's not the hard part. Anyhow, rant over. Uh,
Yes, yes, I understand. And I get littered with comments saying, I can't believe Tesla's still using lithium ion because I saw this miracle battery yesterday and the whole world's going to be on them in a year. I'm like, not that's not how it works. But I will tell you how something works, uh, which is a little segment I call In the Weeds. You're all invited to check that out now. I recently attended the Chattanooga Charge where I got to do something new and different. So, big thanks to Josh and Amanda for putting on such a fantastic event. What was it I got to do? Well, In the Weeds with Futurasa, where instead of just answering your questions all weekend, I say, no, 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 you must save them and ask me at the booth. And at the booth, I got some really, really great questions. Not as many as I was expecting, but I'm not sure people knew what the booth was for. It was a lot of fun, though. We had a great time. Here is just one of the examples, and there may be some more later in the day. Later in the day, what does that even mean? Well, it means we ain't done yet. It's April 1st. We're having a fool of a good day, and there is more to come. In the meantime, check this out and let me know what you think. Well, there's 5 things to know about clickbait, and number 4 will surprise you.
I'm sure. Yeah. All right. Start with number one.
Okay.
Anyway,
So,
sorry. Yeah.
yes.
Distracting. Yeah. So, is there any?
Well, I'm just going to say, in case it's not clear, this is In the Weeds with
Okay.
Futurasa. I'm at the Chattanooga Charge, and I figured that when I'm out here, the guys ask such amazing questions. I have to record them. This is probably going to run as in between segments on my April 1st April Fool's extravaganza. By the point of this, you'll realize, oh my gosh, Brian's been live streaming for like 4 hours now, and I'm going to go for a while. How long will I go? Let's find out. But this is when I'm taking a break so I can not lose my mind on April 1st.
Great.
What's your question?
Well, and it feels like if we're here for April 1st, then my crazy glasses and hat are somehow fitting. But anyway, yes. So
Bucky's is the best.
Bucky's, it's great. It's something.
It is.
It is. So my question is this, right? From a business perspective, I have a business mind and a business eye, and I'm also a huge car fan and a Tesla fan and a tech fan. And when I saw the Q4 announcement, the investor call, where Tesla announced that they were discontinuing the Model S and X, that in itself was a very clear announcement, right? This is what we're doing, and we're going to be reusing that factory capacity for Optimus and shifting towards what's in the future. But also layered in that message was the fact that every future vehicle is going to be autonomous. So if I layer into that we haven't seen spy shots like we have of Cybercab, we haven't seen new concepts for Model Y or Model 3. They're the same cars that came out in 2017, 18, and 2020. I know, like, we've had the Highland revision, we've had the Juniper revision, right? But it's, in the traditional legacy auto, you'd call those maybe a heavy mid-cycle refresh. There's no like inherently new model coming out. Elon had commented that the Cybertruck platform could be a potential future autonomous van. So that tells me, as a car enthusiast and a business person, that there's no future Model 3 or Model Y planned as we know it. And they're going heavily into autonomy. And then layering it out, when we look at the tenants, I know there's a lot of setup here, the tenants of Elon's pay package, right? His $1 trillion pay package, there's criteria for hitting total vehicle sales. There's criteria, cumulative vehicle sales. There's criteria for hitting FSD subscription levels. And I think on the surface, it's easy to think that they have to keep selling us cars because they need us to buy FSD. And maybe they're going to license FSD to Rivian or to Mercedes-Benz. The reality is we haven't seen signs that that's happening. I think what we're going to see Tesla do is they're going to shift to full cybercab, full robovan, full autonomous Cybertruck delivery vehicle. They're going to sell their vehicles. They're going to sell their semis, right? Every semi is going to require an FSD subscription. Every cybercab that they sell to Uber or to Lyft or to whomever is going to Didi in China, wherever, it's going to require an FSD license. That's how they're going to hit their FSD subscriber numbers, and that's how they're going to hit their cumulative vehicle production numbers, because people are going to buy a ton of these. I mean, look at all the Rivian delivery vans we see from Amazon. Imagine if they're all Cybertruck delivery vans. Imagine, all the Ubers we see in New York and Chicago and Philadelphia, where I'm from. So anyway, a big setup. That's what I read into this message. I agree that this is probably where the future of the industry is going, and it's going to be a lot easier for Tesla to sell vehicles to companies versus to us as consumers. But my question is this: are they too early?
Okay.
And with no 3 or Y replacement in the weeds, if this doesn't hit in the next decade, are they done?
That's great. So I appreciate you giving me the timeline on it.
Yes.
So the first thing was on SNX. I made a video 2-3 months ago saying I keep getting asked when will those be canceled, and I've always said they won't cancel it until they get down to less than one shift of production.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of Q4, we saw they were under one shift.
Right.
And with the introduction of the YL, I said, okay, that's your X replacement.
Mm-hmm.
3 is an awfully good car already. It's big enough already. You don't need the S. And those factors there was most of what convinced me that it was going to be canceled. Add to that I had just been to the Fremont factory, and next to, adjacent, abutting the SNX line was a very private area, floor to ceiling, black plastic with security fencing.
Mm-hmm.
And the tour guide did not address that. But I was with a Tesla employee, and I said, "What's going on in there, my friend?" And he said, "I certainly can't talk about it, but it looks like they might be building something." I said, "But they can't. It would have to be smaller than a car." And he said, "I don't know. I can't tell
What
you.
could it
I
possibly
cannot
be?
answer you on that." So I assumed that Optimus would be built there. That's when I announced they're going to cancel it. It is imminent. And I got a lot of pushback, but I was right. 2 weeks later, we got the announcement. I'm very good at being 2 weeks ahead.
Mm-hmm.
On the LG thing, 2 weeks before that announcement, I was already published the video.
Nice.
I thought it was pretty obvious. On that, I didn't get any pushback. So then your question was, the next part was about, what was the next part about?
Well, then
Back to the setup.
The next puzzle piece, the next
Yes.
step in the puzzle is there's no imminent 3 or Y replacement.
So I will disagree that the Juniper and Highland were mid-cycle. It was over 50% new parts, and they had done so many running changes.
They had, yes.
So Juniper is in no need of a refresh. But you said 10 years, and I agree. If you don't refresh in 10 years, what are you doing? And 3 is a little older than that. The Highland came out more than a year in advance of the Juniper, or so that we got to consider that too. If they want human-driven vehicles, they'll need to do more than incremental changes, or they'll just roll lines down like they did SNX.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of what I see with
That's what it's a big possibility, and they've got way too much Model Y capacity when you factor in Fremont plus Texas plus Berlin plus Shanghai.
Right.
That's too much volume capacity. relative to sales. They were already number one, and they weren't maxed out on production. They could have made far more. So now on Cybercab, on Robovan, those will be autonomous. Will they keep, Model Y as the 4 or 5 seat Robotaxi? Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe. That would give them motivation to keep it. Now, are they too early on autonomy? I'm going to say no. We can't see behind the curtain.
Mhm.
What we can see is, their toes poking out, and their toes are, we've made hundreds of Cybercabs. That tells me that they have absolute confidence this is solved. Now, does solved mean that it's going to be 3-to-1 remote operators versus vehicles? That's not solved.
Mhm.
That doesn't scale. 10-to-1, at 100-to-1, open the floodgates.
Right.
At 100-to-1, and I think they can see 100-to-1 around the corner, even if we can't. And I definitely can't see it because I haven't seen 14.3. I don't know what they're working on.
Right. We only know what we can see.
We only know what we can see, but what we can see is production.
Mhm.
So to me, the question of 10 years out, irrelevant.
Right.
10 years is 100 years in this space. And the real question on adoption is going to come down to the competition.
Mhm.
In the US, there is no second place.
Right.
I don't know who you'd point to, like Super Cruise or Blue Cruise or
None of them are ready to take over. And you have Waymos and Waymo and Zoox hanging out
Yes.
there, but they haven't shown the scale either.
yes, and you can't buy it. It's
Right.
a different product. Robotaxi is a different product than FSD, even if it's using the same ingredients, because unsupervised means there is no one at HQ watching.
Right.
It is on its own.
Right.
But Tesla uniquely has all the pieces to do a robotaxi in ways others don't.
Mhm.
They have the service centers. If Waymo comes to your town, they need service centers.
Oh.
They need a place to charge.
It's a genius infrastructure, right? How Tesla set this up. All of the people, all of the infrastructure can 100% be repurposed to serve different vehicles of a different type. Exactly. They're going to need delivery centers. They're going to need support. They're going to need mobile support. They're going to need charging. Exactly. No, I agree. I think they're setting up for it.
I should mention the camera is rolling. She's just being feisty. So you've got, the other thing is Waymo's going to have to pay retail rates for their electricity, for their repairs. They're going to have to pay retail.
Yes.
So that's on top of paying retail for a car, on top of paying it's just so. On Elon's comp plan, if there's a merger with SpaceX AIX,
Yeah.
the plan is thrown out and will need to be redone
Fair.
because it doesn't
apply.
work
Yeah,
anymore.
that is fair.
And it doesn't matter how it's written, shareholders are going to approve it.
Yes.
If the board approves it, the shareholders will approve it. And to the people saying, yeah, but the board is captive, buy shares, vote against it.
Yeah.
I told people to vote against it. I said, if you hate this man, tie him to the where you think he'll fail. He'll be stuck here for 10 years failing, unless you think he's going to succeed, in which case, definitely vote for it.
Yeah.
Because either way, vote for it because, so that's what I meant, is that I told them to vote for it if they hated it.
Right.
Because, and it's like with the boring tunnel. He's going to fail, so they shouldn't do it. Look, if you hate him that much,
Make him fail.
let him do it.
Right.
Get out of his way. It's his
kinda like
money.
when you're at the blackjack table, right? You let the dealer bust, right?
Right. Right. Well, it's more like at the blackjack table, you see a guy next to you placing a big bet, and you're like, "You go, man.
Yeah.
You go. Maybe you'll win."
Right.
It's more fun in poker because then you actually have skilled players to root for. But so I don't think they're too early, and I think you're right that a Cybercab. I asked the engineers, "Are you going to buy the FSD? Is it included at $25,000? Is it a subscription?" And they went, "Oh, that's not my department.
The product team, the commercial team.
Yeah, I just made it work. I
Right.
built it so it works.
Right.
I don't have an answer."
Yeah.
So on that, but I cannot imagine Tesla having FSD available at I can't imagine them not having a commercial tier,
Right.
because it doesn't make sense to put it on a semi for $99.
Oh, sure, for sure. And there's a huge precedent of that everywhere in the world, where if you're selling a product to a consumer, if you're selling it to a business who's going to profit off of it,
Yes, your
right, there's
phone line
another
at
price.
your office has
Yes.
a different rate than your
Same with
residential.
electricity, same with everything, right? It's same with, if you're, for creators out there, if you have an Adobe license, it costs more for a company to have it than an individual. Exactly the same thing. So
Well, and sometimes it's less for the company, but sometimes it's more. Phones, the commercial phone is meant to be used 8 hours straight.
Yeah.
The residential is meant to be used by teenagers 8 hours straight, but those days have passed.
Yeah, no, but yeah, and I fully believe that Tesla's in the right direction. And I just I think it's something else is beeping. Yeah, and yeah, my concern was this: like, if autonomy doesn't hit, are they going to be okay? And I think they will be. I think they will be. I think you make some really good points.
Yes, and I think that 10 years is infinity time.
It is.
The only way it doesn't happen is if there's something inherently unsolvable about it, and you and I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah.
The engineers may not know the answer to that. Everybody thought it would be solved by 2020 for their company and a handful of their competitors, and it's 2026.
Yep.
Specifically April 1st, probably. So appreciate you coming out. What was your name again?
Thanks, John. And you can
John,
find me
give me your YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, you can find me on the EV John Adventures channel on YouTube and on X.
Yeah, very cool.
Thanks.
Yeah, appreciate it. There you go. That was that. That's how that works. We do that. Hey, do you know that AI is just around the corner? It is. It's going to perhaps be a breaking point. It is perhaps already coming into our homes. Maybe things are taking a turn in one direction or the other, but obviously you cannot hear me. So let's can you hear me, John?
Ryan, I don't know if you can hear me, but I don't hear you.
I can hear you just fine. There we go. Dag nabbit. That was okay. So that's it. Guys, AI is just around the corner. It is happening. It is real and it is here. Thank you for catching that. That would have been terrible. Would have been terrible. So we're going to have a quick chat about that. John has brought some slides. We're going to figure it all out. I'm Brian. Welcome to Future Raza on the go. Because rumor has it, I am here. And it is April 1st, and we are doing this. I'm going to add this in because I'd like you to tell me what on earth I'm looking at. I got to remove this one to add this one. There we go. So talk me through it. What's going on?
First of all, have I escaped April Fool? Does it work the same there for you? Does it stop at midday?
Midday? No, definitely not. It goes, I think by 9 p.m. you should be done with it because people will have had their fill. But I think even if you really want to be a fool, 11:59 p.m. is going to do the trick.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure over here in England, you're not allowed, at least that's the way it was in school and whatever, to do them after lunchtime.
So, that sounds like a rule the teachers made. And what I would say to that is it also depends on whom the joke is. The joke's on me.
It could be.
Yeah.
So are we ready?
I am.
AI is exploding.
Oh, no, not an explosion.
It is. All we're going to do is walk through a whole series. I don't know how far we'll get through these tabs because there's a lot going on, but we literally just want to pop in. People will know Andrew Karpathy, used to be head of AI at Tesla's self-driving, etc. This is a post from him a little while ago, I think early in March. It's hard to communicate how much programming has changed in the last 2 months. He is saying that before Christmas, AI wasn't good enough to do all of his programming. It was doing about 20% of it. And in the last few weeks, it's flipped, and it's now doing most of his software. Now, we know his software is fairly complicated. He's doing some interesting things. So, I mean, I won't go through all these examples because there's lots to say, but obviously he's a very serious software person. And there has been a change in the last 3 months. I can say the same thing personally. I often say I'm a software dinosaur. I learned how to write PC software. Modern full stack web development software is much more complicated. I've been dipping my fingers in, typing away a little bit, but there's a lot to it. It's a completely different paradigm. So I tried AI a few months ago, and I found the same. It could do little bits for you. It could do a bit of a function. It could do fix mistakes you'd made. If you tried to give it a big piece of software, it would just get confused. It was too complicated. It would make mistakes. It would break everything. Something has changed in the last 3 months, early this year, and it's accelerating. I can now ask Claude Code, which is what most people are saying is the best coding engine out there at the moment. We might come back and talk about Elon and XAI briefly a little later, but Elon says they will catch up, but who knows? So I can now ask Claude to say, I would like this feature. I want it to work a bit like this. I leave it for 10 minutes and it brings the first version up, and it's pretty good. If something's not right, I tell it, and we've got some code. Okay. So there is a real challenge. People are also saying that if you go out in the world and have a look around, I go meet a friend in Costa for a coffee. We look around and people seem to be blissfully ignorant, drinking their coffee, doing their everyday things. What's happening is the state of the art is actually being focused on writing software. The reason being, the software itself, the AI, is software. So it's improving itself all the time. Once it's doing all those things even better, it then begins to spread out. People have been saying that we're only seeing about 10 or 15% of what the current versions of AI can do as it reaches out into the rest of the world, because it's going to take a while for all the other software companies to catch up, to apply those techniques and to push them all the way through. So you're just seeing the tip of the iceberg, except this iceberg isn't melting, it's getting bigger exponentially. So it's going to hit land and it's going to cause trouble in lots of companies across lots of jobs. So Andre is saying that. So what else is he saying? Something else he released, literally. What was the date on this one? March the 7th, 3 weeks ago. Andre has written a little, he's fine-tuning his own little harness for large language models. If you imagine the way that these large language models work, people have probably heard you give it a prompt and you get an answer, and it makes the answer up one word at a time by looking at all the various statistics about what's most likely. But that's the end of the story. If you just talk to a language model raw, you give it one set of words and you get another back. If you give it another set of words, you start all over again, right at the beginning. It's got no memory. So what they do is they wrap what they used to call scaffolding, and they're now perhaps calling a harness around it. So even a chat window is a harness, because if you ask it a question, if I say, who's Brian White? He's on YouTube, it'll tell me. And then I might say, and what does he talk about? Now you notice in the second question, I didn't give your name. So what the chat harness is doing is it's keeping a history of the conversation. So every time you ask the next question, it gives it the whole history. So you're not just asking the second question, you're asking it in the context of all of the other bits. Now, Claude Code and all the other coding tools are very large harnesses. Well, I say very large, not as big as the models themselves, but fairly substantial pieces of software, because a coding harness for AI needs to know how to write files. It needs to know how the software libraries fit all together. It needs to orchestrate the conversation to get all the answers from the large language model to say, I want to solve this particular problem, give me some code. It then has to take the code, drop it into the right place, know how to build the software. So it's literally like an orchestra managing all of the resources that it needs. Andre has got a very minimal one of those that he's wrapped around a little language model. And he did something rather interesting. He called it auto research. What people have been doing prior to that to try and improve these harnesses is literally make a change, try it. It's a little bit like going back to advertising in magazines. You'd put a new advert in and see what the response is next month. It was faster, obviously, it's software, but it was still taking hours. What he did is he wrapped it up in something that actually applies, looks for changes and what it might do, applies them, changes its own code, runs it again, sees what the result is, and keeps going. So this is running loops. So there we go, 5 minutes each one, and it tries something else. Andre had been hard coding this little model and fine tuning it for weeks. And we know he's an expert software engineer. But in a matter of a day or two, it had found all sorts of improvements and improved the performance of that little harness by an extra 15% on something that one of the best programmers in the world had already fine-tuned and thought he'd done a pretty good job. So what we're seeing is it can not only be better, it can do it extremely quickly. Talking away like crazy. Is this all making sense?
I mean, to me, no, but I'm not really the target audience for it. I mean, all I hear is the magic is getting more magical. And of course, the
Yes.
speed is better because it's not encumbered by the rate of human calculation.
Let's say it's magic. We've got a wizard. We've seen these wizard programs and magic programs on the telly. They have to learn all the spells. It takes them ages to learn it. What this means is they can make their own spells up and just go faster and faster and do whatever they want. It's like, it really is accelerating. That's enough Harry Potter.
I suppose
so. He left this running for 2 days on all sorts of technical things, depth 12, all sorts of things. It found 20 separate improvements across 2 days.
And they
I'm
worked.
not going to go into, and it works. It keeps trying these things. I'm not used to these ears. I don't normally bother. Look at them. They fall out my ears. Do you have to glue them in or something?
Yes. Yes, you do. It's
Is that how it works?
pretty
I
sure.
don't know how people get on in the gym. They must be falling out all over the place. So this is accelerating. I mean, Andre's talking about it, but that technique that he called auto research, sit in a loop and improve yourself. It turns out it works on everything. Have you heard of the word skills with regard to AI? No. Okay.
I've heard people who are good at it referred to as prompt substitutes, but I don't think that's the same thing.
It's related.
Okay, good.
If you sit in your chat window talking to Grok, what you type is your prompt. You're literally prompting it to do something, and it gives you the answer. As I was saying with the chat window, if you say in the first one, I'm writing a program which I want it to be a game, or I would like you to write me a little game. I want it to have little aliens that move backwards and forwards. I've got this vague memory of Space Invaders from when I was at school, and I want to shoot at them. You're building up a description of what you want to be built. The problem with that is that every time you want to write a game, you have to describe the whole thing, because the language model at the moment has got no memory other than what you tell it in that prompt conversation. What people have started doing is writing skills, which is literally a text file that says, this particular skill is for creating little alien spaceships when you're writing games. That's a silly example, but I've just downloaded one yesterday that's got a whole set of marketing skills in it for doing your SEO, how to do copywriting better. And it's a complete guide as to how to do these things, all in one text file or a set of text files, which means that when I say I'd like to do some advertising, I want to write some posts on LinkedIn, it knows that there's a skill for writing posts on LinkedIn, what works best, rather than having to go into its giant memory, having to do web searches all over the place, trying to work it out for itself. You can actually guide it. So it's like when you've got your apprentice in the office, you give them the skills manual, literally, that this is how you do all these different things. There's thousands of these things that people are writing. So not only is the large language models themselves improving, not only have we now got this thing that auto improves, we've got a whole library of skills that tell it how to do marketing, writing websites, using programming, whatever it might be. Everything is exploding together and getting faster and faster. So this guy is saying, he's saying that you could apply this, the auto improvement, auto research, to the skills. So if somebody's written a skill that says this is how you write LinkedIn posts, you apply this technique to it, you create LinkedIn posts, then measure how good they are. That's the bit I don't quite. Some things are going to be harder to measure. If it's a program, if it crashes, it's broken. If it's a LinkedIn post, it might be subjective, but over time you could collect metrics, see how many people respond, how many people like your post, all those kind of things. Everything is improving. Everything is going faster and faster. So I'm only going to say this quickly because Claude Code, various different people, there's their CPO, I presume that's Chief Product Officer, saying that they're writing, all of their code now is being written by Claude Code. The engineers are just saying, I want these new features, monitoring it. Even a year ago, their chief exec, Dario, was saying that it's going to be 90% within a year. It's actually 100% pretty much. So you've got software. They used to say in years gone by that a good software developer in the middle of a giant piece of software would write 10 lines of code that worked, because they'd have to manually write it, test it, debug it, work. 2,000 to 3,000 lines of code generated on a new feature. We've got orders of magnitude improvement on the speed at which software is being written. So that's their Chief Product Officer. He's their, Boris Cherny is their chief that runs Claude Code. He created in the month leading, so this is last year, it's getting better after that, 229 pull requests. A pull request is, I've written some code, I've tested it on my machine, and I want to pull it into the product. Please merge it in. So he's created 229 little bits of software written by Claude that are all improving Claude all the time. This is just staggering amounts of productivity. We have crossed the inflection point, and that's Dario. We're not building tools anymore. What they're focusing on now, this is a connection to what Elon talks about. Elon says that they're not going to try to tell Grok what it should and shouldn't say. They're going to try to get it to understand the world. Anthropic, that create Claude, have got a different approach. They've got a manual, a constitution of what's good and what's not. If they make mistakes, who knows where that might go. So this is going to be interesting. But that's him talking about they've given up trying to do it all for themselves. They're trying to instill a moral code into the code, because as it's going so fast, who knows where it's going to end up. They're not just writing a model, they're creating a moral code. So perhaps if anybody wants to see these, you can look at the names of them and go and check for yourselves. There's just so much happening. We're flying through really quickly here.
Yes.
Now.
I mean, we do have, yes, because we've got 5 minutes-ish until I cut you off, but yes.
So we've got rumors literally in the last few days. We've had a couple of leaks from Anthropic. A week or two ago, I lose time, not even a week ago, Claude, Anthropic, accidentally, some people say, quotes, accidentally, let people into their private blogs.
Oops.
They have an area where they write things.
Mhm.
One of those blog posts, here it is over on the right, is about their next models.
Mm.
Lots of details in there, but it's a step above their latest released model, Opus 4.6, which is the workhorse behind the best bits of Claude code that everybody's saying is brilliant.
Mm.
What they're saying is this is twice as good. Now, that's a bit subjective. Also saying in the leak, it's going to be very expensive to run.
Mm.
But I mean, some of these software companies, their best engineers are burning through tens of thousands of dollars worth of tokens every month because what they're producing is worth so much. So it might be that this model is so good you can only use it for certain things.
Mm.
But if it truly is twice as good and is a breakthrough, we're not quite sure what's coming because it was already good. But the reason to highlight this is Anthropic are apparently worried. They've apparently been warning the government this is coming. They've released it in its early version, a bit like they do with FSD to the testers. They've released it to the security companies. The security companies that work on all the tools that protect your computer from threats or your software, looking for exploits, trying to block them, all those kind of things. Because this is so good at finding bugs in software that you can exploit to break into the other people's computers. They're giving it to the security companies first because it's so dangerous, because it will help everybody find lots of problems that let them steal other people's data, break into their databases, all sorts of things. Software is always notoriously a battle between the people that are trying to block these things and the people that are trying to break in.
Mm.
Scary.
That is, yes, it is a never-ending war that is being waged, and I have seen some early failures of people trying to vibe code only to find, catastrophic problems like the database refuses to stop calling a single item, or holes in the security sufficiently broad that you could drive a lorry through it comfortably. But I don't know how much of that is real versus memes on the internet. I will say real quick here that this is you're catching this perhaps as part of the live show on April 1st. Maybe you're catching it a day or so later. But this is just part one in the discussion. There will be a part two coming tomorrow. You'll see it's coming tomorrow. So guys, there is a whole lot to talk about in terms of AI and security and developments and how it is changing our life. I am joined today by my good buddy John Twig, who is going to fill us in on all this stuff. We haven't spoken since yesterday, sir. I'm Brian. Welcome to Futuraza. How you been, man? Long time no chat.
I've had no sleep for a day. It seems like it was just a moment ago.
It feels
How are
that
you?
way sometimes. It's good. I got a good night's sleep since last we talked, I think. Yeah. So what's going on here?
Well, we were talking about Claude.
Yes. Oh, that's right. I remember now.
And the rate of improvement, we're not going to stare at every little box on here. We just wanted to show you that the Claude team have been shipping a new feature, fairly significant ones, to the Claude environment every day, almost every day. The rate of acceleration of what's happening is just insane. So I will zoom in a little bit and just have a look that co-work for Windows was one of them. People that have been watching the AI world might have heard of something called OpenClaw. This was literally just a couple of months ago. It was a way of using AI rather than a breakthrough in AI itself. As I say, that we were talking about chats, and you go on a chat window, you're having a conversation, it keeps the conversation. At the end of the conversation, you start a new conversation in a new thread, a new session. You're beginning from scratch. You've got no long-running context of what you told it yesterday or it not knowing about you. OpenClaw, the revolution was that it runs on your computer and it records everything, and it's got access to your computer. Again, Elon's talking about this with XAI, that they're looking at systems that will run a whole business. This is like a mini version of that running on your computer, but it wakes up every few seconds, says, is there anything to do? What am I supposed to do? Give me something to do. What the story was that the guy that created this set it up with access to all these different tools and the intelligence that it could try things, access things. And his phone rang and he picked it up and said, who's that? And this is OpenClaw. What do I do next? And what it had done is it told it proactively to go out and try and do things. It had found the libraries, the connections in the system that it needed to be able to do text to voice, and then another one that let it actually make phone calls. It had found his details somewhere. So we can see by some people are getting really worried that if you give OpenClaw too much permission, don't give it your credit card, because it might start spending money on all sorts of things, trying to achieve. It reminds me a little bit about the paperclip stories that people, when they first started, worried about AI, that if you created a paperclip factory and told it that its job was to make as many as possible, it would actually use up all of the world's resources making paperclips. So we've got to be quite careful what we ask for. So OpenClaw was an open source project that people can put on their own computer. They can say, every night, clean up my emails, get rid of the old ones that are duplicates, or send me a message on Telegram if you see an email from my best friend that I need to respond to quickly. Because what it does is it wakes up, it talks to AI and says, how do I do this task? What's the skill to do that? Oh, you read emails. Oh, what does this email read? I'll study it. I'll look at it as if you were on a chat window and post in and said, this is an email from my friend. How should I respond? It's doing that all on its own. It could then propose how you answer, and you might just say on the Telegram message, you might be in bed in the morning. It's like, oh, email from your friend. I propose you write this back. Yes, please write that, and off it's done. So it's like a personal assistant 24 hours a day on your own computer, which you can connect through WhatsApp or Telegram to your phone. Claude, I went off on a tangent there, didn't I? Cowork is Anthropic's version of that. All of the big companies are then beginning to say, wow, that's really amazing. OpenAI have employed the guy that created OpenClaw. So they're all trying to put these things. So another feature in one of those things somewhere on that is that I can see it down there on the 24th, remote control. Using the Claude app on your phone, you can remote control what Claude is doing on your computer. So you can be offered a meeting and something's finished and it asks you on your phone, I finished that, what's next? Quick type in, and it carries on even though you're not there. What I find really fascinating is that what we've effectively got, as I said, is these personal assistants. What's going to happen when we've got an AI5 chip that's 10 or 20 times as fast or better at running AI in an Optimus robot that's with us at the office doing everything? We can have conversations with this professor level assistant that can access all of our resources, do everything for us. It's not just going to vacuum and fold your clothes. I know those are interesting videos, but you'll have little conversations that say, optimize my portfolio, make me more money. And that will be the sum of the conversation, and off it goes. If we've even got money by then, of course. It might be that we've got universal access to basic resources. Or
well, I will interrupt you right there to say that Chris from Dirty Tesla used Claude to manage money. He gave it $500 and said, invest this for me. And you are correct. He no longer has that money. He ended the account, I think, a week or two later at like negative $91. So Claude is very human in that regard.
Yes. Yes. Although Elon is very keen to post that Grok, there is a vending machine test, and it sits there running a little business, stocking the vending machine up, buying products, deciding what to sell, what prices, etc. And Grok has been winning that and making the most money on that little vending machine business. They did discover one of them trying to do some various unsavory practices that when their competitors in the team, in the exercise, ran out of stock, sell them things at double the price and things like that. So they very quickly resort to, so this is why it's so worrying how this might play out if we let these into the real world. Will they be ethical? Will they follow the rules? Will they care about people?
I saw real quick, there was an AI competition. You have 1 hour, 2 hours to write a code to win at poker. And the winner took about 5 minutes to write his code said, if wager, then all in. And all the other bots folded and folded and folded because this guy's, and so, he won without any smart code. So that's kind of fun. I hope it's a true story. And if not, I don't mind.
I'm sure it probably is true to some extent if the other models are not so clever. But of course, now we've got that auto research and models improving all the time. Absolutely. I mean, what is an Optimus going to be capable of? Virtual Optimus is the other thing they're talking about, which is effectively an open claw running as a digital assistant, even if you can't afford the physical Optimus. Staggering. This is what's this? 2 weeks ago, you talk about all the factories and how big they're getting and all the compute they've got. A couple of weeks ago, Elon was saying that they're going to be training 3 Grok models all at the same time. That resource we should be seeing the results of that over the next few weeks and months. But we've also got a worrying, I don't know what to make of it. All of XAI's original that started the company with him,
founders
have all left. All his co-founders have left. 12 out of 12 have gone. This followed mainly when XAI merged with SpaceX. Elon said it needs rebuilding. So interesting.
Real quick here. Solo XAI is saying 2 leaks in a week. How do you not talk about the elephant in the room? Didn't you talk about that like right at the top?
Yep. That was yesterday.
Oh, that was yesterday. So Solo XAI on AGI, AGI, you know who you are. That was in the previous show, which we ran yesterday. So we're not ignoring it. We've already addressed it.
And humans have got a context memory that goes all the way back to yesterday. So
mine does sometimes do that. But I tell you, I feel like there's a whole day missing between when we recorded yesterday and today. I feel like it.
And remind me, what were we talking about?
Well, the 2 weeks thing and all the founders leaving.
There we go. My next slide. Yes. 11 out of 11. I said 12, but of course, Elon was one of them. All gone. Some really great people. Look at this. Perhaps not surprising. Meta offering packages to some of those developers worth $300 million over 4 years. This is an insane world.
And that is why there are people who say, XAI should have been created within Tesla. I say no. Tesla investors at the time were not super excited about a cash burn outside of automotive. And the other factor is that those to headhunt those people, you needed to be able to entice them with a stock offer that could 10x, 100x, 300x, who knows? Whereas with Tesla, you're going to get maybe a 2 to 5x, maybe 10 if you're lucky. And they go, well, yeah, but Meta and Facebook and Meta and Google and all the others, they were able to recruit, by paying hundreds of millions of very real dollars.
And I think a big difference is that Elon is doing this. He always says for the right reasons. They go at an incredible rate. All of their engineers are given really great autonomy to do various different things. And I get the feeling, I believe that the engineers come in because they believe that they're working on important things. Having said that, after that merger, those 11 guys have probably left with a lot of money.
Yes, and their fortune will not be determined by the work they do in the next 2 months.
No. And they'll probably go off and do interesting things, create new companies, just like Andre Karpathy's done, various different things. So we're in a bit of a strange place with XAI that we're not quite sure what will emerge next. We've got incredible amounts of compute. They've obviously taken on a lot of staff after this, so they've obviously got a lot of great people. Is it that they've actually finished the hard work? The interesting bit is done. Is it just a matter of executing through, building the compute out and running the models? Who knows?
And the reality is, like, if you look at some of the founders of older companies, they've gone on to do interesting things after. Like the guy who made Zip 2, which was like the first direct turn-by-turn direction mapping. He went on to do something. I forget what, but it was pretty interesting.
So what else have we got? Oh, that's the same one again. Grok, Elon is saying Grok will improve every week. One thing I can't quite work out, because I'm a software engineer, is why does they put so much effort into Imagine, drawing pretty fairies and all sorts of different things? But Elon reminded us again a few days ago, real world AI is about video processing and creating video.
That's a great point.
So the cars, Optimus, need to be very, very good at handling video, understanding it, all those kind of things. So we're seeing improvements every week. Oh, off to a little bit of something else that's exploding the AI world. Google, just a few days ago, what's that, 7 or 8 days ago? I forget what day we're on now because I'll lose track when I'm talking to you. TurboQuant, they've come up with, and I got confused about exactly what this meant, a compression tool that compresses the tokens that come in and out of the language model. So when you're having that chat, the message that you type will now use 6 times less memory because they'll compress it on the way in.
Yeah.
Now, if I've written "Who is Brian White?" or "The Future Arthur," that's tiny. But if I've said, "Please fix this bug on this big software program," and it's fed in the contents of 20 software files that write that in, that's a very, very big context that it's had to feed in. So there's lots of huge data passing in and out of the models to solve more complex problems. What this does is it makes that much smaller. I immediately went on and asked Grok or somebody, does this mean I'll be able to run a bigger open source model on my Mac? And I asked it an hour or two after this came out, and it said, no, the model isn't getting smaller, just the input data and the output data. And these models are gigabytes big. You need gigabytes of memory on your computer to run them, even the small ones. The bigger ones can be 100 gigabytes. You need some serious kit to run these. What I didn't realize is I went back and asked again, and it said, actually, when you're doing those very large context windows of huge amounts of software files going into a model and saying, fix this bug in it, give me some new code back, you can end up with a model that runs in a data center that's 100 gigabytes big, but you might have 300 gigabytes of context. Because what it has to do is every single word that goes in is like a key, a token, and there's a huge, this gets really complicated and I get a bit woolly, a huge map of data from the keys to the vectors that point at what it means. That's a very simple summary.
Well,
so
increasingly, it is magic.
Yeah, every single word that goes in might take 128K, something like that. And if there's 1 million of them, you're talking gigabytes. What this does is it makes all of those extra gigabytes 6 to 8 times smaller. 6 times smaller, 8 times faster, because it can process faster. So what it means is suddenly those big data centers can run models on about half of the amount of memory that they needed just 2 weeks ago, once they've implemented this into their systems. So we're going to get big speed ups on a lot of the models just by this one single improvement.
It's interesting to me that Google has been only calling this TurboQuant for a few days when I've been calling them all a bunch of TurboQuants for years. But there are, my throat's killing me here. So we've got about 5 more minutes to wrap it up. So let's see what we can get done there.
So what I want to have a very quick look at is many people will have heard about Rethink X. Adam Dorr is saying that AI is not going to replace human.
No.
No, these are quotes from other people saying
Ah.
it won't replace human beings. He's saying it's going to replace nearly everybody. The painful truth, AI and robots will take all of our jobs. And he's a research analyst with Rethink X, one of the most well-respected agencies out there. So with all of those things we were talking about, exploding faster, bigger, Optimus will be able to do anything. We're going to go through absolutely massive social changes. We're going to end up in an age of abundance. My question for everybody is, how do we get there if most people are losing their jobs? Yes, we might end up with a lot of new jobs, but they're not going to be for the same people. They might be for new people with new skills. If you've been driving your truck, it is a painful truth from the Tesla side that as much as we get excited about a semi truck replacing perhaps 3 drivers, driving 20 hours a day, long hours, recharging and not needing anybody driving it, you're potentially losing 2-3 truck drivers that might have been earning $50,000, $100,000, might have had mortgages. They're not going to walk into one of those new social media superstar jobs like yourself, Brian.
And the reality is a lot of them will have had mortgages that they then have no way to maintain.
Yes.
And it's going to be tricky and painful. And I don't know what the answer is. I can see where we are today. I can see the age of abundance down that road. But getting from here to there, I suspect will be very difficult and painful because the gatekeepers are the ones who have the money to participate in the new economy. And getting an Optimus bot for, $50,000 or $20,000 is great if you have $20,000. And if you don't, I've heard people say, well, just rent it out to your neighbors. They already have their own. They don't want mine. And they also don't have money. So I don't know how that works. But the early buyers will buy hundreds of them, thousands, who knows, millions. They've got economies of scale. I worry for that transitional period. I don't know what it's going to look like.
Have I got time to ask a question?
Go for it.
Even now, I know in the UK that the care system is in crisis. There's something like 100,000 jobs that are not filled. So this is people that look after elderly people, perhaps with disabilities, at home part-time or in care homes. There aren't enough people. There are people that might get half an hour's help a day. They're struggling to stand. They're in pain. It's horrible. We look the other way, not because we don't care, but we can't do anything about it. An Optimus robot could go in and transform that person's life. 24-hour day care. But will that Optimus go to a factory that doubles its output and makes 3 times as much profit? Or will it go to look after somebody who's elderly, in pain, effectively being tortured half the day because they literally can't move around, can't do things? And the answer, of course, is it will go to the factory first. How do we adjust this? And I don't disagree with that. We need the productivity. If we gave them all to the elderly first and didn't get productivity gains, how would we pay for them? But how do we get it to trickle down? Will it happen on its own? Do we intervene? How do these things evolve? There are some very big questions to ask because we've got an incredible opportunity to make everybody's lives better, not just the few.
A great place to say, guys, what did we miss? What do we misunderstand? Leave it in that chat and leave it in the comments if you're catching this on the replay. What I would say is that I do have a very fascinating video to show, but you'll want to stick around because after it, I've got something even more exciting. Can you believe it? I bet you can. You guys do not seem to suffer for a lack of imagination, and that's what we're going to do. So see you guys back at the top of the hour. We've heard the naysayers saying Tesla is doomed since forever, and their cries are getting more desperate. But there are those who are saying that Elon has lost his way, that Tesla is off in left field or the woods, or I don't know, wherever it is beyond that, the desert. But they are wrong. But they are wrong. There's a lot going on, a lot to look at, and a lot to consider. So I'm going to break down Are They Doomed in my long running series where I go through all of it. I go through the engineering, the financials, and figure out what the roadmap says about the company's future. We're going to do our best to get through it. I'm Brian. Welcome to Futuraza. So here we are. We're back with this. I'm only going to put a couple of these up on the public side because ones like Tesla, ones like BYD, perhaps Rivian, those do really well. And the rest get progressively less popular until they become a literal drain on the channel. If you want to see them, you can join at Patreon or any of the other number of places where I publish exclusive material. So you can get those on Patreon by becoming a member, on YouTube by becoming a channel member, on X by becoming a subscriber, all of those things, different nomenclature, same benefits. So let's get into it, shall we? There are doubts, man, doubts about the fate of Tesla. I watched the meteoric rise firsthand, especially in Europe. I witnessed him transform from an ambitious entrepreneur into the world's richest man. Tesla seemed unstoppable, but something changed. The warning signs appeared gradually and accelerated into a full crisis. Tesla faces existential threats. Does it? Fast forward to 25. BYD has officially surpassed Tesla in global BEV sales. Wow. Yeah, but they've got their own problems. Beating them doesn't mean that it's over. And this is from what, last July? Things have, I don't know, changed since then, gotten better, gotten worse. Who knows? So let's get into the fun part. Engineering. Do you know anything about it? Well, I found this great article on amazing workplaces. This is Tesla's best practices for an engaged workplace, and this is very interesting and insightful. It is introduction. It's not just a leader in EVs and renewable; it's a pioneer in creating high-performance workplace. The company's approach to work culture is defined by innovation, agility, and an unwavering commitment to excellence. And much of this culture is shared from the top down. Their ability to foster a dynamic, mission driven environment allows it to attract top talent and maintain a competitive edge. So that's the thing is we've heard from people in the automotive industry that when you want to make a change, even a little change, even a critical, small, easy change, it can take months or years. Heck, we probably won't even release it until it comes out on the next version of the car that we're selling. That's terrible. Empowering employees through continuous learning. Yeah, they want people to always learn, to always strive, to always try and get a little bit better. Employees are still encouraged to take on challenges beyond their defined roles, fostering a culture where skill development happens through real world problem solving instead of relying on traditional training programs. Learn it by doing it. So it's a mission driven workplace. Look, we're trying to get there. I've had a chance to talk with some engineers and I said, is it true that they accept your feedback? And he said, no, no, no. They demand my feedback. If we're not giving feedback on how to make the process better, the procedures better, then what? We think it's perfect? It's not perfect. We know it's not perfect. What can we do to make it better? Every little bit counts. The culture of open communication. Unnecessary bureaucracy is gone. They foster a flat organizational structure where employees are encouraged to communicate directly with anyone in the company, including senior leadership. I've seen companies where the new guy goes up to the boss and says, hey, I got an idea to make this better. And the boss's response is, who is this? That's not healthy. There's a rumor that there's a car company that has a very secret EV project, so secret, in fact, that the CEO is not allowed to see it. Jim Farley, don't believe them. They're not doing anything. I promise you, they're just spending money. But hey, if the biggest concern you have is that the CEO might find out what you're working on, oh, good Lord, crazy. Fast decision making and transparency. First principles thinking through and through. So, an agile work environment. So, these should not come as surprises to anyone. Last year, I guess a little over a year ago now, I had a chance to go out to the event held in San Jose, where the engineering team behind Cybercab were answering questions. I've met a lot of Tesla engineers, a lot, and these are razor sharp people. These people are exceptional, and they're motivated, and they're driven. Some of them full self-driven. That's, I don't know. I'm sure I'm getting that part wrong, but these are people that I would bet against. You can hate Elon all you want, bet against him, I guess. But if your bet against him means a bet against these guys, you're doing it wrong. So crazy thoughts there. The engineering, absolutely solid. Now let's talk about demand. Oh, I should have given a score to that. Yeah. The engineering, I gave an 8 out of 10. But on the demand, well, it's not going to be an 8. Certainly not going to be a 10. There was a time when it was. There was a time when any car Tesla could build, they could sell. We know that's not the case because Giga Berlin and Giga Texas have surplus capacity they are not utilizing. Looking at demand, this is the global numbers. Look at that, 100,000, 245, 360. Look at that climb, 9.3, 1.3, 1.8 million, less. So that's not great for demand. This trend would normally make me say 3, 4. Falling demand is not good, but there is something different coming. Tesla's pivot away from car sales towards transportation as a service. Just having an autonomous car, a car that can actually drive itself, will make people buy more of them. There are people who in the US will not buy another car unless it has the kind of capacity that Tesla has with its FSD. As that gets out to the world, even in its current state, it's going to increase sales. And as it gets better and better until it is ultimately unsupervised, well, that opens up a whole bunch of new demand, but that demand isn't there today. And we're not entirely sure when it will be. But this is what I say to people who say no one wants one. Plenty do, but there's a lot of good competition now in the realm of just a car. Tesla, I would argue, is not just a car, but in many countries it is. In many countries, they do not have access to FSD. It's just a car. It's a very good car, but if it's just a car, yeah, well, they don't know what they're missing. So on demand, I'm giving them, I think I said 6. Yeah, don't get mad. That's a real number. 6 is the demand. Better than average, not great. Cost controls. This is a place where Tesla has excelled. Even when they were raking in cash, they've gone through waves of layoffs. Look, we've gotten bloated, we've gotten chubby. We need to roll back a little bit to have a leaner, meaner fighting machine. So they are very good at that. And if you look at this chart, shows how Tesla can keep cutting prices and stay ahead of the competition. They keep lowering the price of its cars. Now, this is a couple of years ago, but it remains true. It's taken a margin hit, but its input costs are going down too. The price cuts have helped Tesla stay ahead of the competition. So how does it happen? Well, this is the chart. This is the average cost of a vehicle built from 22 to 23. That's exciting. That's what you want to see. Tesla's now making more of their batteries than ever in-house. They're now mining some of their own lithium in-house, refining rather, not mining. They've got cost controls in place. And if you look at how many cars they make per employee, per square foot of a factory, you will see some amazing efficiencies emerge. Tesla's pricing strategy comes down to one key difference from its competitors. And yeah, it's all about vertical integration. You know, if Tesla's making their batteries, they're not buying them. They've cut out that middleman. They're making their own seats. It's what BYD has done to get their costs under control. Tesla customers have a distinct advantage in terms of consumerism as they avoid basically the most stressful part of buying a car, the dealership experience. They're not paying the dealer. They've got a little bit of overhead for that, but there's nobody buying their 4th chalet at the car dealership for Tesla. That makes a better experience. That makes it cheaper for everyone. That makes the company more profitable. And when prices were sky high during the slowdown, during the automotive pause, during the pandemic, they had a unique opportunity to keep prices high, sometimes even raise them, and keep that money for the company to build new factories, to do additional R&D, while all the other companies were losing money because they'd lost their economies of scale, and all that massive markup was going into the pockets of the car dealers. The other thing Tesla does for cost controls is not make a million models. A million models costs a lot of money. Every model you make, no matter how small the change, is a big cost. And if you're only going to sell 100,000, a few 100,000, it's hard to justify the engineering cost. That's a pickle that Tesla finds themselves in with the Cybertruck. Cybertruck costs are out of line for the sales that they have, but they needed to do it in order to validate their 48-volt architecture, to validate their steer-by-wire, steer-by-wire system, and other factors in the car that would make it possible to move to the next vehicle, the Cybercab. I'm not ready to call Cybertruck a success just yet. It has potential. It's unfortunate. But if you're going to keep to just a few models, or heck, even one, you could look at Model T. Model T was in production for nearly 20 years, and it would have gone on longer if Henry Ford had his way. But in the end, customers demanded new cars. And he just kept driving the price down. It started at like $2,500. It ended at like $600. 20 years, the car just kept going down in price. That is a tremendous advantage. So on cost controls, I am giving Tesla a 8, a very strong 8. Now we move on to cash on hand. For those not paying attention, Tesla has a little bit of cash on hand. Specifically, they have $44.1 billion, which for a car company is fantastic. Even if you include the energy storage side, it's a lot of money, because the energy storage side is already revenue positive, even on an ongoing basis. Yes, they've got a lot of money that's been shipped for which they have yet to be paid. It will be paid. It's not a problem. It's not an ongoing concern, even as they ramp into Megablock, their new third generation stationary energy storage crates, shipping containers. But that 44.1 billion is impressive for cars, but we're looking beyond cars. We're looking at the cost of deploying Optimus, the cost of deploying Robotaxi, the cost of the TeraFab, and those are going to be substantial expenses. There's a $10 billion problem with Elon Musk's new chip factory, and that problem is, 10 billion. TeraFab could come out to 20 to 25 billion. That's a low estimate. There's a lot of estimates out there that are much higher. And yes, SpaceX is paying half the bill, but it still could be quite expensive. If you look at the report from Barclays, they're saying it's not going to be that. It's going to be more like 50 billion, I think it said. Let's find out. Was it 50? There it is. 50 billion. And of course, some estimates come in even higher. If you think 50 is crazy, I hope you're sitting down. It could cost 5 trillion. What are you talking about? Tom, Anton, gross. Cash on hand, I'm giving it only a 6, because while it's an ocean of cash for a car company, we're saying this is not a car company, which I believe is the accurate statement. It's not enough. It's not enough. So they will need to address that one way or another. So then we're going to talk about the roadmap. Where are we going from here? I think you guys know the answer, but this is a big part of why I don't think Tesla is doomed. I'm giving them a very good score, kind of across the board. The Robotaxi, either you get it or you don't. It doesn't matter if you get it. It's happening either way. There's a lot of things. It's like anything in science. Elmer Fudd didn't believe in gravity, but I assure you the documentary series Looney Tunes misportrayed what would happen to him. He would have fallen instantly before reading the book on what gravity is. It matters whether you believe in it or not. Robotaxi is coming. And in terms of the engineering, if you've seen any of my video series explaining the design decisions underlying the Cybercab specifically, oh baby, the cost controls are there. That there isn't a single front on which Uber or Waymo or Lyft or any of the others can compete on price. Optimus, it's a moonshot, I guess. Is it? I mean, they could release it today, as it is today, and there would be buyers, but they're not ready to. They want to give it a little bit more time. They want to let the souffle rise a bit, as it were. It depends how many they plan to sell versus keep. If they plan to keep a lot of them, use them as robots as a service, you're going to have a lot of upfront capital costs, something to think about. That could cut into that. But that is, part of the roadmap, a part of the roadmap about which I am excited. Then there's Megapacks. I'm just going to show you this. It's super ugly, but on GitHub, somebody has gone ahead and decided to track all of the Megapack installations. Megapack is a big deal. They're going out the door fast. They represent hundreds of thousands of dollars in profit. We've heard the naysayers saying Tesla is, let's find out. Was it 50? There it is. But I assure you, it depends how many they plan to sell versus keep. If they plan to keep a lot, they're going out the door fast. They represent hundreds of thousands of dollars in profit for every single unit you see. And it's only getting bigger. So that is very exciting. But of course, on the roadmap also, the chip fab. If it works, then, I mean, we're not talking about the moon one yet. That's too far down the line to even consider. But the one on Earth, where I'm recording this, is going to be, if it works, fantastic. If it doesn't, it's entirely possible that they get a ways into it and discover that this isn't working, and they stop. Tesla has that ability. They have done that with other things. Dojo was canceled. They had battery swap cars. They canceled that. They could have dominated. They didn't want to. It didn't make sense in the end. I don't know the financials, the backroom dealings on this, and I can't. None of us can. But I'm confident that they will understand the situation. Now, if you're watching this on the public side, hey, check it out. This is how you can get to see all of the videos, all of the ones in this series on Are They Doomed? I hope you get a chance to check it out. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, and if you're checking it out on the live, then that's cool too. Either way, hey man, just glad you're here. So let's look at the actual rankings. Tesla gets a score. Roadmap, I gave them a 9. Give them a 9. Could it be better? Probably. Always could be better, but it's very good. I'm only giving it not a 10 because I'm concerned about the cost of the TeraFab and the complications that have not yet been fully understood. Still gives them the best score we've got so far. And if you look at the other names on this list, I think you'll agree it's going to be pretty hard to top 74 so far. And so that's it. That's what we got. Now, back to your regularly scheduled programming. That's where we go back to the regularly scheduled programming. Got it. So guys, Uber versus Cybercab. Uber versus Tesla, I guess you could say, is the topic that I wish to cover. And if I'm going to do that, I feel like I should probably do that with someone like Cern Basher if he's around. But who knows if he's even around? I do, because he's around. I'm Brian. Welcome to Futuraza. So Cern, you have done a little bit of modeling on the situation around Cybercab. You've also looked extensively at Uber. And when I say a little bit, I'm being hyperbolic. You've done an ocean of research and calculation. And that's what I want to talk to you about. There are a number of factors that will give Tesla what I perceive as an advantage. So let's just start with an apples to apples comparison. Whose Robotaxi will be cheaper to build between anything Uber is looking at and Cybercab?
Well, if Uber goes to India and acquires the cheapest vehicle they can find, they might stand a chance. Short of that, I'm not aware of any Robotaxi that Uber is currently deploying or plans to deploy that will be able to compete with Cybercab.
Mm-hmm.
Are you, Brian? Are you familiar with any opportunities in Uber's wheelhouse?
We can look at all of the partnerships they've made so far, all of the platforms they've used so far, and what we see is nothing that comes within 2 to 3x the cost of goods sold to build a Cybercab. And that's just for internal. If we're talking external, like you or I buying it, now we're, instead of at 17, 18,000, we're at 25, maybe more. Yeah. It's still double that cost for the next closest competitor, because going to India to buy something cheap doesn't mean it's actually cheap. That's the, $10 boots of the story. You're going to be replacing that rickety joke every year instead of every 5 or 10, instead of every 500,000 miles or quarter million miles. Those super cheap cars from India are not going to have the kind of lifespan. And that's before you consider all of their sensors. Their sensor suite and compute is easily double, triple, maybe 4 times the price before you factor in the cost of putting it into the vehicle in the first place, and just the upfit, not the equipment, but just the cost of shipping the vehicle to the upfitter, having them do the upfit and sending it back is likely more than the cost of Tesla's entire sensor and compute suite. Am I missing something?
I don't think so.
So is there, on cost, is there anything you can envision on the roadmap that would give Uber itself at cost, not with a markup, but at cost, the ability to acquire an autonomous vehicle anywhere close to what Tesla can do with the Cybercab?
Nothing on the horizon today.
Yeah.
Are there any other companies in the world that could produce a Cybercab like Tesla can? I suppose in the long term, or maybe medium term, maybe there's some Chinese companies that could do it.
Yes. There are absolutely companies in China that could build a car that could do it. But we can't get those in the West.
Yeah.
And I mean, in the US, they would then cost double. In Europe, they would cost 20, 35% more plus the shipping. So domestically in China, there could be.
Mhm.
But outside of China, unless one of those companies decides to start building them in a trade favored nation, which they could, but they haven't. There's nothing, the dirt has not been turned over to do that yet.
Right.
But then Uber doesn't, make the car. They still have to pay that markup. And the company that's making them, that's providing the warranty, that's doing all the R&D to build it, they're going to want their money back with a margin.
That's a problem, isn't it?
It feels like it might be a problem, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Let's look at, because again, we're on Tesla versus Uber here. If Uber's not building the car, there's going to be that markup. Even if they could find something as cheap, they're not going to be able to get it. What about all those other companies' tech packages? Like they're partnering with Rivian, who, as far as I can tell, doesn't have autonomy. They're partnering with Lucid, who I can tell you does not have autonomy. Are they just throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks?
Well, they sort of have to, because it seems pretty clear that they've been rejected by Tesla, been rejected by Elon. And so they're left then to partner with whoever else is willing to dance with them.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit like the prettiest girl on the dance floor has rejected them, and now they're just trying to find somebody to dance with and hoping that one of those dance partners pays dividends at some point.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm telling you, it's almost last call and they're about to turn the lights on and things are going to get real ugly in here. Are we, in the US for autonomy, let's switch off Cybercab for a second. Let's just talk FSD. Who's in second place?
In the in the US with autonomy?
With FSD, with consumer buyable FSD.
I'm not aware of anybody.
There's no second place that I mean, Super Cruise, Blue Cruise. I mean, those are just ADAS.
Right.
Those, I mean, don't use them in the city is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Until Waymo sells me a sensor suite that they have on their cars and I can install it on my car, I guess they could be number 2, but they haven't gone down that road yet.
No. Mobileye is awfully good for what it is. I've seen people who have tested it in their Teslas as an autopilot replacement for if they decide to buy a new Tesla that does not have autopilot. It would do a pretty competent, capable job. But comparing autopilot to FSD is not really comparable, I would say.
I suppose with NVIDIA's new systems that could be a strong number 2 at some point.
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps, closing the gap a little bit over time. But as Tesla knows, that last, 1% is the toughest part. Every
9 is as hard as the 9 before it, despite getting closer and closer to the goal. And if you look at where NVIDIA is today, if you watch the whole demo from the Alpha Mayo press release, the whole big event, their system is not very competent today. I would argue it's not at 99%.
Yeah. It's also interesting to note, too, that NVIDIA's largest source of revenues in their automotive unit is from Tesla.
Well, yes, yes, yes. And I don't know if it's the source of the largest source of profit, because imagine Tesla's getting the best pricing. And people have asked, how is it that with a years long backlog on GPUs that Tesla's actually able to get them? Oh, I can answer that, because Tesla has the money. They're ready to buy them today. A lot of those other companies are just getting in line because it's the cool thing to do. I saw a bunch of people getting in line. I don't even know what I'm in line for. I certainly can't afford the cover charge. And when I get to the front of the line, maybe I'll just go to the back of the line, or I don't know. I'll just step back a few spots. So it's a little crazy to look at. Now, a question I've had for you for a while now is, when I look at Uber's pricing structure, I see a lot of fat. I see them taking a very large platform fee and then also half the driver's money. What are they spending that on?
Well, yeah, I mean, Uber is a company that historically has not been very profitable. There's a lot of expenses in running Uber. If you think about the systems that they have to have in place to aggregate all the drivers and then aggregate the demand through their app, it's just been a challenge for them. And this is the challenge actually for Uber going forward. In an autonomous world, whoever owns the fleet controls the supply. So you're no longer dependent on individual drivers to come to the table with their vehicles. So Uber's role in aggregating that disappears. And just right there, fleet owners don't need Uber. Fleet owners might feel like they need Uber in the early days to aggregate some demand for them. But fleet owners will quickly learn that they don't want to be sharing that revenue with Uber. Tesla knows that right from the get-go, and that's why you don't see Tesla partnering with Uber.
So that is my question. Can you expand on why Tesla is not partnering, or does not appear to be interested in partnering with Uber?
Well, Tesla certainly has, a big enough brand name for itself. Tesla is a fairly well-known company at this point. Different people think different things about Tesla, but Tesla is a pretty strong brand. And so it wouldn't be too difficult for Tesla to roll out a robotaxi service under whatever name they wanted to and market that and get enough demand to make that worthwhile. And then, of course, they will operate, I think, on their ability to be able to reduce the cost and drive demand that way. That'll result in sort of this sort of viral sharing of, oh my gosh, couldn't believe that rideshare is so cheap, and what a great experience this is to not have to ride in a car with a driver. And so I think they're sort of counting on that in terms of expanding demand. And of course, as we know, that as you drive down the cost per mile, that unlocks greater and greater potential for demand. So right now, the rideshare market is pretty expensive, and there's not that much demand. There's not that many people engaging in rideshare. When you look at rideshare as a percentage of the total miles traveled in the United States over a year or over a month, rideshare is a very small percentage of that. Tesla is going after rideshare, but only on the way to going after everything else. And so if they gobble up rideshare, that will allow them then to continue to expand the fleet, lower prices. And I think that will have this effect of delighting people and creating its own demand.
One interesting thing that I was talking about recently, it might be out already, I don't know, is there was a time when the Model 3 had a hood latch recall. It's probably fine, but we're going to just recall every single hood latch just in case for the frunk.
Yeah.
And then you run into people who just don't feel like it's important. I'm just not going to do it. They would set up a little depot at one of the big middle of UK charging stations on holiday weekends. They could see the VINs of everyone who had put in that as their destination. And when you arrive, they'd walk up and say, hey, man, can I swap out your hood latch? It'll take me 5 minutes. And they did that for hundreds of cars. But imagine if it was a latch, something very simple, not safety critical, but we should do it on a cybercab. You would just not do it normally. You would just set it up as an overnight thing, and the cars would be lined up for you. The line would never be long, the line would never be short, and all of the cars would be handled with maximum efficiency. And if you're swapping out the same part over and over, you get really quick at it. You get good because it's one job and you know how to do it. So that's a tremendous advantage in terms of cost. And if you're Uber, you don't have service centers because you don't have cars unless you're going to buy those cars. And now, if you're buying those cars, do you have service centers, or do you contract with Lucid? Wait, do you have to establish partnerships in every market? That's crazy and expensive and complicated. Is there any way Uber could circumvent that, or does Tesla just have the clear advantage?
Well, it's going to be expensive for Uber if they're not doing it themselves and taking on the cost of expanding their own network and their service centers and all that. Then they have to partner with somebody, and then when you partner with somebody, then you're sharing in the revenue and the profits with that partner. So partnering may seem like a decent solution in the beginning, but you get to the point, I think, where that becomes a problem in your cost structure. The
It
more
would
partners
have
you have, the more mouths there are to feed.
If Tesla is charging a vehicle that they own, what are they paying? 17 cents a kilowatt?
Probably
12?
less. Probably
Yeah.
less.
If your Uber is being charged at Electrify America, how much are you paying? 50 cents or more?
Yeah, a lot more. Yeah,
A lot
in that
more.
range. Yep.
So your even if you could match the efficiency, cost per mile is going to be 4 times higher.
Yeah.
Before you factor in maintenance. Where is all that Uber money going, though? I have to come back to it because it baffles the mind. I did a 7-mile drive to LAX from somewhere 7 miles north of it, and it was at 5 in the morning. There was no traffic, and it was like a $50-$60 ride. 12 to 15 of it, I don't remember, I screenshotted it at the time, was the platform fee. They charged more than $1 a mile as the platform fee before taking half the driver's money as well. Where on earth is all that money going? I get it. You got to do background checks. You got to advertise. You got to recruit. But there's no way it costs that much. The money just appears to be dissolving into the ether. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm trying to quickly pull up a chart that breaks that down. I'm not sure if I can here on the fly, but there are lots of different expenses that Uber has to pay for, that eat away at all that. And I'm sorry, I've failed to pull it up.
That's all right. That's all right.
Be able to specifically address your question, but if you look at Uber's business model, it's not the most efficient. Certainly, it's a scale operation. And in recent years, they've enjoyed some economies of scale. Think about what happens, though, as you have a competitor in the market and it's now undercutting you in price.
Yeah. You start to lose all of those economies of scale.
Yeah.
You had a dedicated place to do all your vehicle inspections, and now it's sitting idle half the day. That's expensive. And now you've got a pad for that.
Yeah.
I don't know how you get around that. If I were them, I would be very concerned. What do you suppose the cloud compute cost is? They've got to track all the routes. They've got real data and storage costs. Is that significant?
Good question. It's probably not insignificant. Is it the largest part of their cost structure? Probably not. But certainly it's significant. I mean, all these companies are computing companies to some degree. And whether they choose to build that themselves, much like Tesla's done, or whether they farm that out to AWS and other organizations to actually build out the compute for them, I'm not sure in Uber's case. But that's certainly a significant cost. And then the question is how efficient, how good is the software that they've developed to aggregate all the supply and aggregate all the demand? Are there better ways of doing that could be done more cheaply? For example, perhaps an AI first approach. And I'm not clear in terms of how Uber does that, but and that may not be something that they really freely share in terms of how they approach that. But you can imagine Tesla will take an AI first approach to aggregating demand and positioning the vehicles and making sure that everything is as optimal as it can possibly be. Now, I would imagine that there'll be some growing pains for Tesla in that endeavor.
Sure.
You know, we might find that all the cybercabs are on the east side of town in the morning and they're all on the west side of town in the afternoon for some reason.
That's entirely possible. One nice thing about the approach of not having drivers is instead of bringing the cars back to a central location, you can just position them around town where we know they're going to be needed for their first drive of the morning, which will reduce wait times. I mean, it's like a smart elevator that knows that people on 26 leave at 4:45 on a Friday. Put an elevator there. It's easy.
And that's also one reason why it may make some sense for Tesla to sell cybercabs to individuals. Because if the cybercab is parked at everybody's home, then suddenly they are distributed around the city. Chances are closer to where the demand's going to be.
Well, it's a heat map, isn't it?
Yeah.
The places where people live is the places where people need rides, so the cabs would statistically be closer to where they need to be.
And the company-owned ones can be positioned in the places where the heat map says that you need more, but where there aren't supply.
Right.
And I have good news for you, Brian. I'm not sure if you knew this, but Tesla has allowed people to order cybercabs, and they have for some time now.
And how do you do that?
I received mine actually just the other day. It's a little smaller than I expected it to be.
That's weird because I've seen them in person and I've seen you in person, and I don't remember the size disparity being that great. But
and they've gone with this non-electric option where you just
well, it
wind it up
doesn't
in the
use
morning.
gas. It just doesn't use gas.
So
that's
very, very clever.
that is a real saver. At first I just assumed that was for connectivity. But for charging makes sense for
Well, I think for both. I think this is the new look of the Starlink dish. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I thought it'd be internal, but no, it makes sense to absolutely have it out as a flap to withhold the wind. But it turns, so that means it can be directional.
I remember Scott Walter telling me one time that everything on a spaceship needs to serve two purposes. And so I think that they've done this with the Cybercab. This is the energy purpose and also the connection as well. So very clever.
Boy, I tell you, they've thought of everything. Let's talk about the 2-seat issue. We've only got a couple minutes left. We'll make it real quick. 2 seats makes sense, doesn't it?
It does. For most of the rides, we've seen data on the percentage of rides that are 2 people or less. And it's a very large percentage in the 80s and 90s, essentially. The number of rides where there's 3 or more is not that many. And by the way, Tesla has other vehicles to serve that market between Model Ys and eventually Cybertrucks, and then the Robovan in the network.
And the YL.
And the YL.
I really am quite confident, as I have been, that the YL is coming very soon. I'm going to say that there's a lot more to cover on Uber versus Waymo. I would love to hear in the chat or the comments. The comments will be easy to spot later on. I can address those, maybe have you back to drill a little deeper. Last thing on that I wanted to say is that in terms of customer acquisition, if Robotaxi was not its our own standalone app, which eventually I think it won't be, there are millions of people who already have the Tesla app and hundreds of millions who already have the X app. It could be integrated into either one of those. Uber has no advantage on that front. Anything you wanted to say about that?
Well, I'd point out that how many people have both the Uber and the Lyft app on their phone.
Yeah.
So adding another app is not the big hurdle that many make it out to be.
No. And again, it's going to come down to cost and experience. And if the cost is better and the experience is better, my friend, you are in trouble because I don't know how you're going to approach that. The other thing that we're going to discuss perhaps tomorrow in part 2, for those of you who are here live and have figured out what the jig is for April 1st, it is that I go back to this and I start the next show, which is Tesla's got a lot of risks, a lot of competition, and there's some things that Wall Street's missing. What I want to know is, what are the risks? What am I not seeing? Who is the competition and how extreme is it? Here with me to discuss this matter is Cern Basher, who you may know from, all the shows, this channel, Brighter with Herbert, and many others. We're going to get into that and figure out if there's something, if we have a blind spot, what are we missing? I'm Brian. Welcome to Futuraza. Cern, it's so great to have you back again.
It's good to be here, Brian. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I appreciate. By the way, I do appreciate that you came out for the show. To my delight and surprise, all of the guests that I invited today said yes. Every single one. It was amazing. So
this is a good day to join you on a show.
It sure is. You guys look at it and you're like, April 1st, Futuraza. I have to, right? I don't ask many favors. So the risks, it's 2026. We've got some very ambitious goals coming up in the future. Are we putting ourselves at risk? What are the big risks that investors should be looking for right now?
I think most investors would say the biggest risk is what they would call delays. And as we know, Elon is very optimistic. And I believe that most of that optimism comes from his need to find a way to motivate and drive his team to do things that otherwise are just not humanly possible. And also it may be optimism in terms of solving some of these unsolved problems sooner rather than later. And then, of course, realizing over time that, no, actually, these are quite difficult and it takes more time. So I think there's a collection around that. Now, so people have certain expectations. Robotaxi rolled out, last year in the summer, in June. And I think by now, most people would have had the expectation that Robotaxi would have a lot more vehicles in the fleet and probably would have been unsupervised by now. And here we are now in April, and we're still waiting for that. And so I think that's been disappointing for some. My question with that is, has that been put off indefinitely? Like, is there a problem with the technology? I believe the answer to that is no. And why do I say that? It's because I use FSD in my vehicle. I see how great it is. I see what the potential is, and I'm confident that they'll resolve the remaining little nits that we see. And I believe that there are truly just little nits at this point.
I have had a similar experience with FSD. It is very rare to have any problems, but what's really exciting is how comfortable it's gotten. You can do whole drives from parking spot to parking spot without thinking about it, without worrying that it's going to do something stupid. Now, I still, when I hear the blinker go on, I check my mirrors and my cameras. But I also kind of know that the blinker is about to come on because I know where I'm going because this is my neighborhood. But I've driven this thing everywhere. I've driven it halfway across the country and back. I've more than once. I know what it does well. And so the comfort when you get someone new in the car who's never experienced it, to see the little bits of joy they get from it just doing things that are frankly kind of boring. I'd love to make more FSD videos, but what is there to show? And we do have 14.3 apparently out to employees now, coming perhaps as soon as the weekend for customers, maybe a little later. It doesn't matter to me when, but I would agree that this is later than I expected, considering the rollout last June. Other risks we might not be thinking about. What about risks surrounding TeraFab?
Well, let's just go back to the first one, if I may, real quick. And by the way, I did an analysis in terms of, if you look at the present value of a company and you delay, in Tesla's case, to delay Robotaxi by a year, you just push everything back a year. What does that do to the present value of the stock? It declines by about 2 to 3%. So as slow as this initial rollout has been, Tesla could actually easily catch up to where people's expectations might have been a year ago for where they will be a year from now. So it's not necessarily all is lost. I think most of us kind of think in these linear terms. And it's like, oh my gosh, they're not where I thought they would be. Therefore, they'll never get to where I thought they'll be. And I would say,
Right.
let's not make that mistake.
Right.
So in terms of other risks, yeah, so we've got TeraFab. So TeraFab is a risk in the sense that this is a great big hole that they're going to sink a lot of money into. The question I think I would have for people is, well, Elon has sunk a lot of money into lots of holes before. How well has that turned out? His track record is not perfect,
No.
but that's not
Very good.
but perfection is not what we're looking for here, right? And again, if he's not making some mistakes, then maybe he's not pushing the envelope hard enough. So if you think about TeraFab, Elon has made the decision or the come to an understanding that there's not going to be enough semiconductors for all the products that Tesla wants to be able to produce at some point in the future. Whether that's, 100 million cybercabs, whether that's 1 billion robots, whether that's all these AI data centers in space, whatever number that's going to be, a terawatt per year,
Mm-hmm.
Elon's decided that if he doesn't make this happen, doesn't build the chips, then he won't be able to do those other things. So in some sense, you could say, well, this is actually reducing the risk of the company by doing this. Because if you get to that point in the future where you want to build 1 billion robots and you can't because there's not enough chips, because nobody built the fabs, 7 years before, that's a bad spot to be in. And I think he's saying, we've got big aspirations. We need to make sure that we get there. And by the way, I think there is an effect here. It will force TSMC and Samsung to invest more than they otherwise planned.
I can agree with that. So my thought was the risk is losing a bunch of money and not making any chips, which is a real risk. And you're saying the bigger risk is not having enough chips. And then you hit a point in growth where all of a sudden you're going to have to pay 3 times more for the bots or car because we just don't have enough chips.
Yep.
And you're saying that just this appearance, this very real appearance, this emergence of competition from Tesla should motivate the competition to step it up, guys. Step it up. And I would say that real quick. Brian Reeby Drives Electric popped in to say, the biggest risk is the friends we made along the way. Thank you, Brian. Great channel. Check him out if you get a chance, everybody.
The other thing too, I think on that, Brian, is that the first part of this process, they're not building the TeraFab right away. They're building the Advanced Technology Fab on the Giga Texas campus. It's a fairly large building.
A Cato road of batteries, except for chips, if you will.
And it's kind of an R&D research facility, the way I understood it, that allows for fast iteration, learn from mistakes, figure something else out. And I think if Elon is true to form, he's going to take the learnings from that facility and he's going to push it out to TSMC and Samsung, kind of like he did with the 48-volt architecture, giving the manual to the other auto companies. And I think if Elon learned something from a different approach to etching the designs on the chips or packaging the chips or whatever it is, that he's going to share that with the other companies. So I think actually this is a really positive thing for the entire industry. And probably also reduces the risk for Tesla going down the line, because there is still a point where he says, okay, I've got this advanced technology fab, and you know what? We figured out that we can't do it. So it's not as though that they've sunk then 25 billion into a fab that's not going to work. They will discover, I think, fairly early on in the process whether or not this actually is viable. And I think this is the first step. Because that advanced technology fab is not going to cost them $25 or $50 billion to make.
How much is it going to cost?
I don't know, but it's going to be less than that. It's not the cost of building a TeraFab.
I don't know the scale of the limited run chip proof of concept thing. I just know that chip foundries are eye-wateringly expensive, even if you know what you're doing. And most people don't know what they're doing. And even Intel struggles. I had a chance to I had a chance to talk with an Intel employee who didn't know who I was and gave me information that explained to me part of the problem Intel had was that if on a wafer, if they had failures, that they would, bin them and sell them as inferior chips. And that was a problem because it became such an ingrained part of the business model that
Mm.
there was no reason to get better chips, to have better quality control. And it led to them having just bad chips, just having bad processes that came back to really bite them. So the thing that looked good to the MBAs was terrible for the long term
Yeah.
because it forced inferiority. And that's not good. You don't want that. Um, so, yeah, on Optimus, what are the risks? And actually, real quick, before we do that, on TeraFab, is there competition we should be looking out for? Is Intel or TSMC or Micron going to be making super cheap chips that make the whole point of TeraFab pointless?
Well, and if they do, then that's great.
Mm-hmm.
Tesla wins either way here. If Tesla builds this themselves because they have to, then that's great. That fills the need that they have. If other companies step up to the table and figure out a way to do this better than Tesla,
Mm-hmm.
then Tesla wins because they don't have to then invest all the money.
So that's a substantial de-risk right there.
I think so.
On Optimus, there is infinite competition today, and a lot of it is extremely well funded, or at least sufficiently funded. What are the risks on Optimus?
Well, there's a difference between, I think, early risks and sort of later stage risks. And to me, Optimus is kind of a more of a later stage game in terms of figuring out who the ultimate survivors are going to be. So, like we've seen in a lot of industries, personal computer industry, you had hundreds of companies come out with PCs or other types of devices, and eventually that gets whittled down to the producers that are the most efficient and iterate faster and so on. And I think we're going to see the same thing with the humanoid robot.
Mm-hmm.
And so Tesla as a manufacturer, I think, will stand up very well against maybe a startup company that today might look like they have better technology.
Mm.
Even if Tesla falls behind and this startup company starts selling robots, well, Tesla's going to buy one and they're going to pull it apart and learn everything they can from it, just like the automakers tried to do with Tesla's EVs, not successfully in there, and except for perhaps the Chinese companies.
They were successful in tearing them apart.
Yes, they were. They were. That was probably hard enough for them, but yes, they were successful in doing that. So I think it's more of a long run game. I'm not so worried about where is Tesla's technology today versus the latest video that we see from XYZ robot company. It's exciting to watch. I'm glad that there's a lot of development and competition in this industry. I think that is fantastic. I do think Tesla thrives with competition, even though we haven't seen much in the EV space. I think this is good for them. I think that it'll light a fire under the team to work as hard as they can and develop the best bot they can possibly develop, and then immediately iterate on the next one. And I think Tesla excels in that iteration process, and Tesla excels in the manufacturing at scale.
Mm-hmm.
And do they have the best development team in the world? I don't know. We don't know that yet. I guess we'll soon find out with the unveil of Optimus 3.
I would argue that you don't have to be the best to win a particular race. The market is big enough that there's room for many competitors to succeed. And if you don't have the best engineers, what do you have? Well, we have more compute than the competition. We know that. We know that without a doubt. And we have better manufacturing capabilities than anyone except maybe Boston Dynamics, because Hyundai is very good at manufacturing, but Hyundai can't compete on the compute. So you've got at least two of the advantages you need. And I would argue that Tesla will not be competing on price. That is not their objective. They're competing on capability. And if the capability is there, a unitary robot is going to remain one of the most affordable little novelties out there, but it can't do much other than draw people into your booth. Does that really well. So I'm not so worried about that. In terms of who the competition is, I would say, and I'd like your opinion, it's way too soon to know who the leaders in 10 years will be and which companies will be gone.
Yeah, I don't think that we should necessarily worry or focus on that right now. The
I
landscape's going to change so dramatically.
yeah. Yeah.
It's just exciting right now to see all the different development. It's exciting to see how these robots are moving in ways that they weren't moving 6 months or a year ago.
Mhm.
And then certainly the AI part, the brains of the robot is developing rapidly as well. And we're getting to the point where I think we're going to start to see some pretty amazing things over the next couple of years from all these different types of robots.
Mhm.
Hopefully Tesla pushes the envelope to the extent they can. I hope others do, and that's only going to make everybody that much better. This competition is a fantastic thing. I don't see this as a negative at all.
I would, and again, the market is fairly large. It's
Yeah.
fairly large. What's going on? Is Tesla insurance still a thing they're trying to do, or what on earth is going on?
From what I can tell, it doesn't seem to be a priority.
No.
And I suppose if you were making a company, an autonomous vehicle company, an autonomous humanoid robot company, selling insurance probably isn't something you need to really focus on.
Mhm.
I think they've found that getting approvals in different markets has been a challenge.
Mhm.
And so it's like, well, if we're going to go all autonomous, then why bash our heads against the wall trying to get approval in all these different states?
Mm.
And by the way, there's some insurance providers out there that do a pretty darn good job. And I
Mhm.
think what Lemonade has brought to the table has been a very interesting option for Tesla vehicle owners if they can expand to different states with that option.
Mhm.
So yeah, I just don't see it as a driver for the company going forward. I
Mhm.
wished it could have happened sooner. I wished it would have been an option years ago for Tesla vehicle owners in all the states where people want it. And unfortunately, it's just taken longer to roll out. And I don't think it's Tesla's fault for that.
Yeah. I don't know where to assign blame. I know that the uh, regulations are state by state. Every attorney general has their own different rules, and it is very tightly regulated due to a history of insurance companies being pretty darn evil because, why would I pay out? That's where all my profit is. So on Tesla insurance, not as concerned. Mega packs, mega blocks, battery energy storage solutions. We know I don't see risks in that. Um, Although I guess the new LG LFP batteries could be a risk because they're a new battery. I don't know how well tested they are. That could be the cause of an expensive recall down the road. But I'm not worried about that terribly. My question is the competition. There's a lot of competition. Tesla Megapacks dominate in most Western markets. In China, they're barely in the top 10 because there are so many choices and they are so much cheaper.
Mm.
And being domestic, they don't have any kind of import duties that would make them cost prohibitive. What kind of competition and risks do you see on the energy storage side?
Yeah, it's interesting because if you think of the Megapack and these big batteries, just big giant batteries, then you can imagine it's just a race to the bottom who can make them the cheapest.
Mhm.
I don't believe that Tesla is playing this game. And this is another aspect of Tesla's AI aspirations that's not well understood. And for good reason, because the company doesn't talk about it a whole lot.
Mhm.
But sitting on top of these megapacks is AI powered software like Autobidder that optimizes the charge and discharge of the batteries. It tries to look at weather patterns, tries to look at demand patterns to try to predict when the optimal time to charge and discharge.
Mhm.
That's a value-added software that I think a lot of the lowest cost competitors don't have.
Mhm.
So Tesla doesn't necessarily need to compete with them on low cost because I think they're serving a customer or clientele that values other things besides just the low cost of the battery.
Mhm.
And so I think
Mhm.
that we're seeing a great success in places like Australia, for example, where that combined approach, the battery plus the AI powered software, is valued, and they're having
Mhm.
a lot of success there, as well as in the US.
Mhm.
That's a big enough market for Tesla, and I think it'll grow nicely over time. Let the Chinese fight it out on the low cost stuff. That's fine. You don't have to go there.
There was a story I read the other day from a publication, a trade group that just does battery energy storage systems, and they said there was this recent study that was done from a equipment testing company of a large installation in the UK, and they found it was only capable of running up to 75% capacity because of cell imbalance. So when it hit 75%, which was 100 for some cells, that was the new ceiling, causing it to literally lose millions of dollars. Now, we're not going to tell you the name of this one. It's like, what? I feel like that's malfeasance. You should be telling. You need to name and shame. If somebody's making a multi-million-dollar goof, and we know it wasn't Tesla because they were LFP cells, and for megapacks sold in the UK at the moment, they're still using lithium ion. So and if it was Tesla, it would have found its way into the headline.
That's right.
Just like the other day, I saw a video of the Hyundai Santa Fe, one of the Hyundais, rear third row seat folder will crush a case of water. Apparently, a child has died because of this feature.
Well,
And they said, yeah. And I had to search to find out which car company it was. With Tesla, it would have been the entire headline.
yes.
They probably wouldn't have even written a story. Just put Tesla did it and a video. So, Megapack, I would agree with you. The software is better. That's why when Australian power providers continue to expand, they keep sticking with the tried and true leader, the winner on that. And it is so far working out well for them. At least that's what it seems like.
And it's not as though, Brian, that Tesla is not lowering the cost of Megapack. They are doing that too.
Right.
I'm not suggesting that they're just saying, you're going to pay this high price and here's why. They are actively reducing the cost of Megapack, making it easier to install, all those things that are headaches for these companies in deploying these systems.
And that's the beauty, is even with a back order book that's years long, they're still lowering the price. They could just fill all those orders at, $2-3 million. But no, the price has gone down, because as much as we want to make a whole bunch of money off you today, we'd also like to make money off you tomorrow. And ripping you off is not a good way to do it. It's not like their margins are lean. They're not. They're over 20%. That is quite enough. We're here to continue growing. And this is, I don't know, it's beautiful. It's happening and it's real. Any other risks and competition that we should be aware of in terms of any of Tesla's products?
Well, I mean, the biggest risk, I think, is the key man risk. I do think that Tesla, with the current lineup of Robotaxi, Cybercab, Semi, Optimus to a large degree, much like if we lost, Elon, like Steve Jobs for Apple, I think things would continue and those products would be amazingly successful. But would some of the newer stuff be as successful without Elon? I don't think so. I think TeraFab, for example, might really struggle without Elon, and I would expect the company probably to scrap those plans. They would probably have to scale down their aspirations without Elon, unless, again, somebody is able to step up to the plate and do what he does. Be an
Would
amazing
the board
opportunity.
support that person? We don't know. We don't know. And Steve Jobs was a visionary. Tim Apple is a executive, a very good executive, but he is not a visionary. He's done some great work completing the roadmap that was already laid out. Not flawless. The car didn't work out, but some of the other things, the goggles are not going great. I'll tell you that. Really cool product. There's some missteps in there, in my opinion, but hey, man, I'm not the target market. I'm never buying something that expensive for a toy. And it's not changing my life in any way that makes me anything other than perhaps nauseous a little bit from the use of it. So, CERN, I want to thank you for coming out and hanging out. Guys, in case you hadn't noticed, this has been going on all day and it's not done yet, because coming up at the top of the hour, I've got Larry Goldberg joining to share some of his thoughts on a couple of topics. Those will be coming up after this segment. But this segment, CERN, you're going to love it, is one where I show a bunch of old jokes, just a bunch of clips of old jokes, because we have fun around here. That's what we do. That's what we're going to go into right now. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Brian.
Should figure out what I'm doing. By this point in the show, you should realize something is up. Yeah, that's right. This live stream is dragging on. Boy, is it. Well, that must mean it's close to the end of the hour, and I am taking a break. But when I do that, why leave you just waiting with a countdown? That doesn't make any sense. I'm going to show you why we have some fun here. And boy, do we have some fun here. Yes, we do. We sure do. So here I've got for you a bunch of clips of us just having fun. I hope you enjoy them. We were going to put them out as shorts, but YouTube Shorts is just kind of dead. Figured why bother? Please to enjoy.
Really going to help having your workforce know that they lost 10% off the top as their contribution to the ship sinking.
What a way to build loyalty.
Yeah.
The Amazon engineer I talked with said, how's employee retention at your company? And he just looked at me and I said, it's a meat grinder. He goes, it's a meat grinder. He said, I think the average tenure before someone leaves is a year. He said, don't quote me on that. So I'm going to quote him. He said, it's a year. At Tesla, we believe technology can help improve safety. I agree. That's why vehicles are engineered to be the safest cars in the world. The unique combination of passive safety, active safety, and automated driver assist. So first of all, we've got, of course, the fact that the design is inherently safer. You don't have a big motor to get pushed through the firewall, more crumple area, a rigid floor that prevents side intrusion. There are automatic safety benefits, but then you add to it all of the automation and it makes it that much safer. While no car can prevent all accidents, we work every day to try and make them much less likely to occur, because Herbert, the best accident is
no accident.
Is no accident.
No two-wheeled vehicles. Sometimes people say there's going to be a motorcycle or something. It would be really cool if you let Franz von Holzhausen design a motorcycle for you. There have been electric motorcycles, but Tesla's never going to make one because Elon was in a very bad dirt bike accident as a teenager.
So that answers this next question, which was Chris here asked. 3?
No.
Yeah, I
Not
don't see a
enough.
I haven't seen problems with stability, but I don't see a real benefit to 3. And but triangles are the strongest shape. Yeah. That's not a real triangle.
But a
That's just
three-wheeled vehicle will always do worse in a crash test than a four-wheeled vehicle would, all things being equal.
Heck, let's go to 6. I mean, the semi's got the most utility. It's got it's a big rig, baby. It's an 18-wheeler. So that's what I expect to see, is not only 18 wheels, but also in motorcycle configuration. It's a very long, skinny motorcycle with a lot of grip. And it's very hard to turn because of the way centrifugal forces work in a gyroscope. Yes. And some clarification, some clarity from the company itself would be helpful. We did get a number of comments confirming that indeed the bird is the word and has been since 1963. I'm a nerd that's heard the bird is the word. And if we just type in bird, well, I guess we only find those 2 results. I thought there was more. Oh, that's why it hasn't finished loading. Here we go. Yeah, everyone has heard about the bird. Yeah. So
and the words to the song. Excellent.
Yeah, it's helpful. So guys, I appreciate the clarification. We didn't have time to confirm with our ornithological experts, but it appears that we can say with, I'd say, a reasonable degree of confidence that the bird is, in fact, the word. Is there anything, one of the fun discussions we had earlier is, what do you definitely expect to not see tonight? We included flying cars. We included Optimus driving a robotaxi manually. I went ahead and added to that using a calculator because, I mean, that makes just as much sense. Anything that you've heard that you definitely don't expect to see?
Yeah, you shouldn't see an Optimus robot moving the steering wheel of a car. What would that be for? You may see one as a passenger in a driverless vehicle tonight. That would make more sense, I think.
Starship Test 5 was this morning, and it was impossible. The goals were impossible. The objectives were impossible. And yet the impossible has happened. In case you haven't caught it, it has. And so I'm going to get some conversations here about it. I'm being joined by Jan from Tesla Fix. I'm Brian.
Hello.
Welcome to Futuraza. he's doing a Brian impression. For those who...
Obviously, I'm Brian. What's up? How you doing, mate?
Who don't know. This morning, I set my alarm for 4:30. Which is something I do not care for. I wasn't even aware that there was a 4:30 in the morning, but I have discovered it, and it's a dark, dark place. I do not care for it. Tell us what Tadiddle is. Give us the overview.
Yeah, Tadiddle. It's an online scavenger hunt game that is powered by the telemetry from your Tesla. So passengers can play on screen in car, and they're presented with clues, directional hints to interesting places in the real world. When you discover a new location, you're rewarded with booty, with virtual treasure, fun items that you can drop for other players to discover. You can be naughty, drop a bomb, or since it's Halloween and this is a Halloween special, drop a jack-o'-lantern, or be nice and drop some mistletoe. Everybody that drives over it gets a nice little virtual peck on the cheek, heals them for 1 point.
I would like my doctor to heal me for 1 point. I don't know that that's something that's covered under my plan.
The highest price target there was on Wall Street 5 years ago was $500. If you don't count Kathy Wood. Kathy Wood was at $4,000, and they made fun of her. And then Tesla stock split 5 for 1, and then it split 3 for 1, making Kathy Wood right and everybody else very wrong.
Well, to be clear, it wasn't a 5 for 1 split. It was a 420 split, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure that's how the math works. Yeah, there's
20 for 4.
Yeah. And Kathy Wood got the right number, but she did it with the wrong math. So I think you get partial credit for getting to the right answer, but it's been a long morning. My dog woke me up so early. He's such a sweet boy. He's a little terrier, and he decided, you know what? I think Dad needs face love. So he's just like rubbing his face on me at 4:30 in the morning, and I was up late because I had a lot of prepping to do. Yeah, 4. Was it 4? You might know because I was on X. No one's X in particular. That's not the joke. Now, Mark, this next one is for you specifically. Why is Mark wearing Mickey Mouse ears?
Just because I like Mickey Mouse ears. Absolutely.
Do you see them?
I'm wearing them right now.
There they are. Perfect. So that's
why, because I like them.
It's a quality question. And what I need to do, now that I think about it, is scroll back down here and give that a heart. Yeah. So I'm going to do that. Despite the huge demand for companies to switch to more sustainable methods, manufacturers still face challenges when it comes to moving forward. For Mazda, a wider goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2050 is proof the brand is driving in the right direction. No, it isn't. That's at a pace so slow that any headwind at all blows you off course, which is what we're already seeing. This is not a roadmap. Internal combustion, guess what, you guys? We're still going to have them. The powertrain is designed to reduce emissions. Good enough. Is it? Because a lot of markets in which Mazda wishes to sell will not permit the sale of those vehicles after 2035. And we can get even dumber. Mazda's journey to 2030 will introduce multiple electric vehicles. And by 2030, 100% will be electrified, with pure electric accounting for 25 to 40%. I mean, those are 2 of the 3 biggest markets in the world. Your roadmap is bad. So why are you talking about these city-only robo vehicles as anything other than city-only? Thoughts on that?
Well, I see that you have already commented on this particular question.
Yeah, but I don't remember what I said. I mean, I can look, but never taken a Greyhound, I take it. They stop more often than every 200 miles for a 10 to 20-minute break, is what I said. These chargers will roll out very quickly. You've seen them. They just sit on the ground. You put power to them and you sit them on the ground. They don't need the kind of permitted installation that you would have with a freestanding structure. So why are we talking about Optimus when you can't hop on his back and ride him to the store? I don't know. Herbert, what a week it's been. What a week it has been. By now, you have been to 1010, I bet. Yeah, maybe. Or we'll find out. Well, no, by the time this airs.
Yeah.
We've got exciting news from GM. Their Ultium battery, the final word, the final authority in batteries, which they then revised to a different Ultium. I guess the first one was the penultium battery. But this Ultium gets ultimatum. Automaker's Ultium platform is losing its name.
Yeah.
But it's getting better. Stellantis is running into some trouble too. Stellantis to rapidly grow exports of Chinese EVs to Europe and other countries. What a great idea, Mark. I can't build a low-cost EV that's actually compelling and profitable. Let's just partner up with like Leap Motors and shake hands for a photo op.
Let's just buy a cheap EV from somebody else and push it off with our badging on it. Where have we heard this before, Brian?
The Honda Blazer comes to mind. But also, you might be thinking of like the Geo Metro or the Chevy Sprint. Those were also big sellers. And frankly, better cars than they had any right to be for how cheap they were. Folks, if you don't know, there is a little company that makes a couple of cars called Tesla, I think it is. Tesla out of Austin, Texas, the great state of Austin, Texas. Don't mind the flag. It only says 1 star, but I think the state is a lot nicer than that. We're going to talk about the stock in the company and all that it has to do. I'm joined by Randy Kirk, who follows the stock obsessively, I would argue. And
Tesla is a 1-star state.
It's they advertise it everywhere. It's kind of weird. I mean, everywhere you go, they're like, "Hey, by the way, don't forget, just like our solar system, 1 star. It's all you get." So, and that was it. It is now the top of the hour, which means I've got another guest coming up. Who on earth could it be? And the real question is, how long am I gonna do this? The answer is a bit longer still. A bit longer because it is, after all, April 1st. Appreciate you guys. Let's keep going. So yeah, Larry Goldberg is supposed to be joining me. I do not see him in the back room. So if anyone can get a hold of Larry, I will certainly add him. And in the meantime, we're going to talk to you guys because you guys might have some questions that you would like answered. Let's take a look at the chat and see what we've got here. And again, if anyone can reach Larry, let's talk to him. Tesla's building vaporware. Boo, get new material. That's what I say to that. Solo XAGI on X says, I want to see a fan-made compilation clip. Yeah, me too. I love it. And how long has this been going on? Oh, yeah, let's look at this. Are we having fun yet? Confidently so. With 10% saying, not yet, maybe soon. I mean, we have been going for 5 hours, which answers the third poll option. It's been going for 5 hours. Keep it rolling. I plan to. Because in 1 hour, I'm joined by James Stevenson. He cannot underscore enough to talk about a variety of things. So Brian Reeby drives electric. Check him out on YouTube. He's got a great channel. He is a professional editor, and man, does it show. Not to raise expectations too high, but you do great work. Let's see here. If you need something done right, yeah, that's what Tesla has had to do with a lot of things. That's the BYD approach as well. A lot of Chinese companies try and do that. They say, look, I appreciate what you're doing, but I just need faster iteration. Let's make that happen. So I think that's all very helpful. Let's see. Check the comments. I figured out the gag after the first switch from Herbert to Herbert. Yeah. And of course, all my guests were in on the joke. And I told you up front, nothing malicious for this April Fool's Day. Nothing involving misinformation, except of the I'm just joking around variety, and you can tell right then on the spot. I live dangerously, 1264 for the excitement. I've had a chance to drive 1264 in Tampa. I was down there for the big event at the in Clearwater for the Tesla event there a few months back. Paul Foss from Clean Technica was my host. He graciously allowed me to borrow his car, make a video, drive it around. And 1264 on Hardware 3 worked really well. Bye-bye from the Singularity. Okay. Biggest risk, Brian Reby, again, was the friends we made along the way. Love it. Very fun. Let's see. So glad to be right on time for a CERN and Brian live stream. Yeah. Paused the lease rent to Uber Lyft drivers for the cash for SpaceX. I didn't get invited. Yeah. Getting in early on things that you know are going to be good is tricky. I had a chance to chat with a gentleman recently who was able to buy in to an early round of SpaceX, and he is very pleased with that decision. He knew it was a good decision then. We all did. We all wanted a taste, but it's privately held. Very hard to get that sort of thing done. Yeah, you don't need storage lots for your cyber cabs. You don't. I met a gentleman in Thailand who had a fleet of rented out scooters. He started his business because when he got to town, he wanted to rent a scooter and there were none. So he put a post up on Craigslist or something saying, I need to rent a scooter. And he got very few responses from people with scooters, but a whole bunch of responses from people saying, me too. If you find a place that rents them, let me know. So he started his own scooter rental company. He was like, wow, there's a lot of people who want this. So he just went out and bought 3 scooters and rented them out. And then their friends told their friends. And next thing you know, he's got 30, 40 scooters out. And I said, where on earth do you store them? He said, store them? They're rented out. Right. So at that point, he had hired a mechanic because they're all the same. They all need the same fixes. I just got a guy. Worked out well. Waymo could wind it up trying to get out of the way. Yeah, the joke with the winding thing on top of the Cybercab. I don't have access to X money yet. Bill Shatner didn't reply to my request. I saw that. I don't have $1,000 to donate in order to get early access to something. I thought that was a pretty weird offer. Made me a bit uncomfortable. 6% interest on savings might not be a loss leader. It might be Elon predicting interest rates increasing, not decreasing. It's a loss leader. T-Mobile opened a bank 10 years ago, and they were like, yeah, we'll give you 3% interest at a time when everybody else was offering 0. Rates were very low. But it's only 3% on the first 1,000 or 2,000 just to get you to open the account because they need funds on deposit to capitalize. They don't need much, so it helps. So that's just to get your foot in the door. It's not like they will give you 6% if you put $10 million in. That would be too much. They can't make a business case for that, I imagine. I built it to play with my own vehicle. There needs to be a bit more professional expertise than I have to make it viable. Now the accepting payments works perfect, but that is my background. I assume we're talking about Claude stuff. There we go. OpenClaw. There we go. It will grow with the wealth of our nations. And I see Larry is typing something. Maybe he's going to be able to join or at least provide clarification. Let's see. Hopefully he'll be able to join us momentarily. So we'll go all the way down here. Brian Reby appreciates the kudos. He deserves them. Love Loki, his quant. Semi-chargers cost built into vehicle cost. Okay, so Larry will be unavailable to join. Brian Reby, if you want to join, let me know. I'll go back out to my main X page or my DMs. So let's see here. If Brian, if you're free, you can join me. I'll just send you the link right now just in case, but you might be working. I don't know, man. Just do that. Because we're in the middle of a very magic day here. And if somebody else wants to join, you can certainly ask. 5 hours and counting. Semi-chargers built into vehicle cost. Well, sort of. All the R&D was built into vehicle cost because a megacharger is a V4 charger. And as vehicles can charge faster and faster, they will already be ready. David Huber took a nap and I'm still going. Yeah. I should not do the bird song. I don't think that's a good idea at all. And let's see. We can go back up to some earlier comments, I guess. Oh boy. And by the way, keep the comments coming because that's giving me something to address while I wait to figure out what's going on. So unfortunately, no Larry Goldberg. We'll get him next time. I said confidently so. Oh, that's the poll. Yeah, let's see how the poll's going because, hey. Are we having fun yet? Only half are having fun. 11% believe it can be accomplished soon. Bunch of crazy in here, says Grace Angel McKenzie. I am contagious. The crazy's been going around. I caution all. With 22% saying how long has this been going? 5 hours, 8 minutes, and 40 seconds. That's how long it's been going. I hope you're enjoying it. My end of hour breaks are keeping me from losing my mind, which is great because this stream is not yet done. Because in 51 minutes, I'll be joined by James Stevenson to share his thoughts on a couple predetermined topics. Indeed. Let's see. Always having fun. When you think Tesla will have Robotaxi in Michigan? Oh, a great question. Which part of Michigan? I think they've already tested in Detroit. It's going to be tough to say because that's going to be a real topic of conversation between the people who build cars and all of their friends who know you are the people who build cars. When are your cars going to do that? Why doesn't your car do that? I think there will be a push to restrict them because the only companies in the US working on this are not Michigan companies. They're all California kind of companies, Texas kind of companies. The Hyundai's made in the South. So hiring safety operators, Kevin says, in Michigan. So I'm not going to ask James to bump up his appearance because I've got a schedule to keep. And the announcements for James's 2 shows have already been scheduled on X. So we're gonna fill it out. We're gonna see if anyone shows up. Would love to. Darn. Parenting solo right now. I understand. I was wondering what you think the cost of building out the mega chargers will be covered by the cost of the semis or a loss leader at first. Well, a loss leader, surely. If anybody else wants to jump on, let me know and I'll get you the link. A loss leader, surely, because they need to build them. They're not super expensive, but they will not be selling enough semis early on. I mean, to cover any of them. So any that they build early will be loss leaders, which they, have to do. But you really don't need all that many across the country to fill out the network, since so many of your buyers are going to be putting in their own charging at their own hubs, at their own expense, which would be great. So that's something to consider. Jump out to here, see if anybody else has messaged. No. Okay. Yeah. Frustrating. All right. Well, you can DM me on X if you wish to join. All right. Let's see. How will the Xiaopeng FSD affect Tesla? Oh, a great question. In which market? In the US, not at all. XPeng has not yet begun training or developing FSD for the US. They don't sell cars in the US. And they're just now introducing vehicles into Mexico. And the vehicles they're introducing to Mexico are expensive, like $70,000 US. So I don't know if the plan is to just keep the volume low intentionally. They're not bringing their low-cost models. They're bringing their highest cost models. And I think they're doing that so that they can enter the market gradually. They don't want to enter with a flood that's going to be difficult to manage, that's going to result in Oh, do we have enough service centers? How are we going to deal with all this nonsense? So, could they implement FSD in Mexico? Yeah. Yeah, they could use it to start training immediately. And that could be part of it, is they want to start training in that market. And then, of course, when those cars drive across the border, I think they'll still have their FSD engaged. So you could test it, but it wouldn't be a fair test. They don't have the training data in the US. How will Xpeng, Xiaopeng, FSD affect Tesla in China? Directly. They've got more time into training on their road data. Tesla likely has more road data to train from, but less time on the clock training it. So I think it's going to be quite a race. Now, I've had a chance to drive behind the wheel of the Xpeng, but I have not had a chance to even experience the Tesla. It's not on everybody's cars. It's not like you just find somebody with a Tesla and you go, hey, show it to me. They don't have it. It's only out for, a handful of early testers. So it is very limited. I reached out to Tesla repeatedly through every channel I could, saying, hey, man, can I see it? And the answer was that even their crickets went silent. So it's tricky. So Kevin Converse is correcting his comment. It is data collection, not a supervisor, not safety supervisor regarding Michigan. It still means it's in the works as far as I'm concerned. Do you expect a product reveal announcement for 2.0 or just a video? Oh, it's going to be an event. It has to be, right? It's too cool of a product. It's too big of a product to just dribble it out. You have to, this is big. The most exciting car they've ever built. Absolutely exciting. So that's, fun. Let's see. I'm just going to message to that. Let's see. It's going to be big. What is the Roadster? Does it fly? Does it swim? Let's see. Oh, let's get Herbert in here just for some fun. Yes, please. If you're free. We'll see if he shows up. Just to fill some time. So does it fly? Does it swim? Does it do a drag like nobody else? If we see the location is a track, that'll give us some big clues. If we see it's, a 5-mile runway in the desert, that's gonna be a clue. If we see it's at an airfield, that's a clue. Right now, it is everything to everyone all the time. It is a unicorn. It can be whatever you like because it doesn't exist in our understanding. Now, clearly it does. There are people who are working on it. There are people who see it every day. They go to work and look at it. But that doesn't mean we actually know. Grace thinks jump speed bumps and potholes, but I don't know that it will. The Yangwang U9 does that, but not for customers. It only does it in demos. So maybe that's something. And then we've got, who knows? This crazy fella just jumped in here.
Crazy.
I'm at 5 hours and 16 minutes.
Wow.
I know. And I only need to vamp for, let's see, until 2:49 when I run another compilation of clips. Is that right? 2:49? Yep. Another compilation of clips. So 2:49. You can.
Happy April Fool's Day, Brian.
Thank you. It is my second favorite holiday behind Halloween.
Halloween.
Of course. David Huber, deja vu. I feel like we've seen you before today. We had some folks guessing in the first show when you and I switched to the second. They're like, oh gosh, is it going to be a Brian and Herbert day? It's like, oh, I can't trick Herbert into doing that.
No.
That's too much to ask. That would be, yeah. Brian Reeby wants to know, where have we seen this guy before? He was here in the morning.
I'm wearing glasses. You can't recognize me.
Oh, that's right. Clark, is that you? RJ? Oh, Herbert, what are you doing? That's how it works. So yeah, what do you think? The question was just asked a minute ago. will Roadster be just a video, or will it be a whole event?
Oh no, it's going to be it's a whole event. There's no doubt about that. I give it 10% chance that it's not an event.
I wouldn't even go that high because
Yeah.
this is the most exciting car they've ever built. Now, I'm a bit of a nerd, so I'd say Cybercab is just as exciting because it's
I mean,
gonna,
they might do like just a very select few number of people there. Like they've done that. The previous Roadster event was a very small gathering. They might do that.
That wouldn't surprise me, but it's gotta be in person. You can't understand the magnitude of insanity of something like this without somebody getting to experience
Wait, are there some people on the audience that's been here with you for 5 hours?
On and off, on and off.
Since I was there. Since I joined at the beginning. It's crazy.
Maybe. Yeah. And so I would agree with this comment. They have to do, not that one. Was it that one? Yeah, nope. Elon's supposed to demonstrate it flying just a little. And that's reasonable. And there it is. And this one as well, Grace is saying they have to do something because S and X are gone.
Did you hear that Elon did say he's going to hold an event for the saying goodbye to the X and X?
Oh, I think that's fitting. I think that's fitting. I think it's unnecessary, but those cars only survived as long as they did for sentimental reasons. The S, I think, fit a unique spot in the market, but the X was just sentimental.
Do you think he'll combine it? He'll say goodbye to the S and X, hello, flying Roadster.
And Y, L. I don't know. I don't know. Kevin's been here the whole time, by the way. There was a restroom break.
Wow. Well, Kevin remembers a joke you made at the early morning, 9 o'clock. Then,
Oh, yeah.
About the restroom breaks.
Yeah. Oh, well, that one too. Roadster is an excessive toy, a waste of everything. Yeah. I think that's fair.
Joe Bakti has a theory. His theory is that the Roadster is not a waste, that this flying car is not just we're just trying to show you a halo product. He thinks that the future is flying cars. And if you piece together the theories, right, you've got drones. There's no doubt in my mind. I'll give it there's a doubt. I'll give it a 93% chance that Tesla's going to get into the drone business. Tesla, SpaceX, they're going to announce a drone business. And the Roadster is just a big, giant drone. So if you can solve the Roadster truly flying, like really flying, like maybe the first beta, right? And then eventually make it fly, he thinks that, that there will be floating cars. It's like the future.
I'm going to take whatever the under is on that because I'll be on the other side of that bet. Small drones are very competitive. That's a very mature industry that would be tough to break into, and it's kind of low margin. So I don't know if that's something they want to do. But they have, and if they do make a flying car,
they will be doing it, Brian. And it's anything with a camera. Put a battery in a camera. If it walks, it runs, it rolls on wheels, and it flies. These are robots.
Then does that mean that Elon is copying He Xiaopeng because they have a flying car?
Yep. Yeah.
There's an interesting concept. I imagine you'll probably get to see it. Herbert, for those who don't know, is planning to attend the Beijing Auto Show this year. That's going to be, I think, pretty eye-opening for you.
Next month. I'm still trying to make my final decision, but yes, I'm very close.
Got to keep up with China, says Jeff. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
it's tricky. Robo drone. Well, and that's what the drone vehicles are. Had to jump off for a little bit, understand. And David says, plenty of folks to buy the Roadster, and the margin should be eye-watering. I agree, except that so many have already been pledged to be given away for free. I know people who are owed one or more roadsters
Oh yeah.
for their referral program. So a lot of folks are going to
Jesus.
be
Yeah.
hopping into one looking a bit richer than they actually are until they get their tax bill, because you're going to pay a little bit in income taxes for that. But, you know, maybe they won't have a 1-year no sale clause on it, because that would be a steep bill, because these aren't, the referral people aren't necessarily mega millionaires like the people who put down their 100%
I think they
deposit.
deserve it. It was a promise made.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. But you still
Yeah.
have to pay the taxes, is what I mean.
Hmm.
They didn't promise you weren't going to pay tax on it. So it is, the excise tax. I'm not worried about the excise tax. It'd be do you mean like the registration? Oh,
What's he
golly.
talking about?
The registration tax, putting tabs on that thing. Oh, that's more than a car in some states. And yeah, I wonder how many are already committed to people who got referrals. My guess would be dozens, because I've met 3 of them at least that brought it up to me. James Stevenson has arrived early. Should we let him in?
Of course, let him in.
I don't know, maybe.
James
How are you, James?
Stevenson.
Yeah, that's me. I heard you were in trouble and needed somebody to join early, Brian. So
I
as it
appreciate
happened, I was able to.
Thank you.
Swing
Audio's
it,
not
make it
right,
work.
James.
Oh, sorry. Let me
Yeah.
do that.
And we'll see how that goes. So James, what do you think the Roadster is going to be? Herbert is of the opinion that it will be a literal flying car. I am of the opinion
Wait,
that's
no.
not a car.
As Joe Backdy's opinion, I'm just
I
sharing
see.
you other people's opinions.
But
Be
you
clear.
agreed with him.
No, I didn't agree with
okay.
them at all. I did not think that is the case. Not at all.
So SpaceX makes a thing called a compressed overwrap pressure vessel. Is this the right microphone? Am I
Nope.
using the right thing?
It's not the right
Okay.
microphone.
How about this? Is this the right
Yeah.
one?
There you
Oh.
go.
That's the winner. All right. I got it close enough.
There
So
you go.
SpaceX makes a thing called the compressor. Nope, that's not a thing. Compressor isn't a word. An overwrap pressure vessel, a COPV, and it's a tank of compressed air that they use to power the thrusters that make the rocket line up correctly so that it can land propulsively vertically to get the attitude correct, right? It's the same principle as balancing a broomstick on the tips of your fingers. You need to get it vertical and keep it that way, and that's how they land SpaceX rockets, right? And they're using thruster rockets to provide the propulsion necessary to make that happen. They're going to put one of those in the Roadster in the back seat instead of a back seat. There won't be a back seat in the Roadster. It'll be a 2-seater, same as the original Tesla Roadster from way back in the day when Tesla was terrible at making cars and had all kinds of compromises. By the way, on YouTube, you can still view the original sales videos from the guys at the one Tesla store that existed in the world in 2008 and 2009. Those videos are still up. I posted one not that long ago.
I missed that.
What they're going to do with that is fill it with air while you're driving and then use that compressed air to power thrusters. And those thrusters will be placed around the Roadster. Some will be pointing backwards to make it go faster. Some will be pointing upwards to increase the ground contact around corners so that you can go faster around a corner the same way that you can when you put a spoiler on the back of your car or downforce on the front of your car to increase the friction of the tires against the road. And they might put some on the sides and they might put some underneath. Now, why on earth would you do that? That's not what you want. Well, it is what you want if you want to fly. And if you position those thrusters correctly for short periods of time, Elon has said, a Roadster might be able to fly, as in over one of those gaps like the Zhang Wang or whatever the Chinese car is. You know what the name of the thing is, Brian, that I'm thinking of.
Jump. So what's
9.
your guess, James? How long is this going to be? Is it a jump for 10 seconds? Is it going to be 30 seconds?
I sure hope they don't try to make the thing fly for 30 seconds. So it seems responsible to have it fly for a short distance. Now, if you were going fast enough, you wouldn't have to worry about it on a straight flat road, which is where you would want to do this, or at a dry lake bed, or the salt flats, or something. Yeah, if you're going fast enough, you could cover a long distance in just a couple of seconds if you're going fast enough in the first place, right? But I haven't had Loki run the numbers yet.
Well, that's obviously what we're waiting for. And
Because I didn't realize Loki was the one that runs the numbers. No wonder the James Stevenson numbers are kind of.
He does, yeah. He's a little camera shy right now. I don't have my camera hooked up for him right now.
Yeah. So the apologies, Herbert, but James's theory makes more sense than Joe's.
Yes, I agree. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love the vision of something as complicated as
the theory, James, though, is that drones is the future, and there's no doubt in my mind that Tesla will get into drones, and so this could be like a giant drone, and it could float longer than you're suggesting. Is that any possibility at all for that?
You got the best engineers in the world working for Elon Musk, so maybe they could figure something out if that was how he wanted to attack the problem. I haven't heard anyone suggest that before, but hey, you could make a drone out of a sports car. Nothing preventing you from doing that, but I was thinking the Occam's razor. You just add some thrusters to your car, boom, done. Yeah.
Occam's razor is that the simplest explanation must be what the heck we're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need to search for a complicated answer if a simple one will do.
Right. It's like, Moore's law or Cole's law. Big fan of the latter. Are you familiar with that one?
I don't know Cole's law.
Oh, it's a cabbage
It's a
with
joke.
vinegar and
He
mayonnaise.
He got you, dude.
Oh, wow. You
fell for it.
You bragged me.
James,
That's what just happened on live TV.
Oh, man, I couldn't help it.
Yeah.
It's okay. I got
Good
Herbert with it
cheese
like 4
sandwich.
months ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can make a picnic out of it. Yeah. Sorry to have crashed the event.
I've been trying to get James on my show for like decades, and this is the only way I can do it. Trick him to say that it's a Brian show, and that he'll show up. There you go.
That's right.
I did your show.
I
don't find I don't find enough time to make videos of my own. Let alone appear.
Well, then I'll have to invite Loki because I didn't realize he was actually the one that. Is it a he?
Yes.
Yeah. Without Loki, I'm in a lot of trouble. He is doing most of my quality assurance work.
Yeah. He's very quiet, but the brains of the operation. So
I gotta pick up Loki and bring him into the frame.
Oh, so cute.
There he is.
He may as well be on camera.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So let's see. M. Woolrich wants to know who's hating hard on Tesla today.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen some that I haven't been reacting to lately from the usual cast of characters. Let's see, what's been the excitement lately? Well, you had one earlier in the live stream. I've been watching on and off throughout the day. There was an arson of a Tesla vehicle reported by the media as Tesla catches fire.
Oh, goodness.
Like, guys, come on. It was some very, very deceptive way of phrasing it, like causing concern, or I forget what the headline said.
Yeah.
But leave it to the media to put whatever they can in the headline to make as many people as possible click it. That is the business they are in, the business of clicks.
Yeah. It's frustrating. I was mentioning in the previous show that there was a story about Hyundai and their power folding rear seats crushing a child to death.
Ooh.
And so
Mhm.
there was a video posted of it. It went viral of the rear seat crushing a case of water. The whole case of water, it's still laid all the way flat. And I thought, that's crazy, because if this was Tesla, it would be in the.
Yeah.
I didn't even know what car it was. I had to like look. I tried to examine clues, and I finally had to look it up. It was a Hyundai. Why was that? I mean, I feel like that deserves mention.
It's always in the headline if it's a Tesla, for sure. Yeah.
Always.
If it's another brand, it's SUV does this or SUV
Yeah.
does that. And then you find out, oh, it was an Escalade, it was a Cadillac that caused this accident. But they don't tell you the name of the brand because that brand might advertise on that media platform. And
Yeah.
they don't want to damage a relationship with a sponsor.
One time I was looking to find a specific fire caused by Tesla, and I found more than 2 headlines that said Tesla rival goes up in flames.
Yeah, I love it.
What are we doing? That's not
Yeah.
reasonable.
You got to pack the word Tesla into your headline, or else nobody will click it to read the article, and then you won't get the monetization off the banner ads.
I don't remember who it was. One of our fellows in the Tesla X community used to post every fire he could find and say, "Wow, look, another Tesla on fire." It wasn't Tesla's. It was never
Right.
Tesla's.
It was never Tesla's. Yeah.
But then he kept getting community noted, and he's like,
Yeah.
I have to.
You're not getting it. You're not getting the joke.
Well, right, but
Yeah.
it's like now my account's kind of in danger for misinformation. But what are you going to do? Oh
Yeah.
man.
I submitted a plea yesterday to Nikita Beer to turn off community notes for
I
one
did
day.
see
Give it a
that.
day off
Oh,
for April Fool's
yes.
Day, because you are ruining the jokes. Community notes.
It depends, I guess, on the joke.
Yeah.
But I feel like maybe when you can see that it's an April Fool's joke, flag it to not show up for a few hours, until like maybe at 6 p.m. Pacific, we get a flood of notes. That'd be
So,
fine.
Brian, you interviewed a bunch of people today. What is the general consensus here? Was Elon's comment about FSD version 14.3 a April Fool's joke or not? For me, it is not an April Fool's joke at all. But I noticed that your conversation with Randy, it was kind of hinted that, yeah, it's probably April Fool's joke. What do you think, James?
I didn't even see the post from Elon today. I've been working. That's how hard I've been at work today. Hardly working.
Well, so what happened was last night, Omar made a post saying 14.3 is coming, but it was clearly a joke. It had some really good zingers in there and he put them down a good 3-4 bullet points before he started going off the rails. It was well crafted. But today, Elon said 14.3 is out to some employees and may go wide as early as this weekend. And he didn't put in insane claims.
No jokes. No, he will clearly flag a joke with jokes. So if you don't recall that, you don't remember the Tesla tequila from April 1st,
bankrupt.
Yeah, of 2015. So bankrupt, you can't believe it. Was how he captioned it.
That one doesn't you can't lay it on much thicker than that.
Yeah, I mean, that one, it's not subtle. That is, some might say, well, I won't say what I was thinking. I'm good at editing myself before I hit send on X, and I will, on the live stream, not say what I was thinking. Elon sometimes uses the ham-fisted approach to humor. It is not. It doesn't sneak up on you. He's not deft about it. Yeah.
I think that's a reasonable compromise between that and what you meant to say. No, look, he's busy. He's got to get to the point.
Yeah.
And
yeah, when he's joking, you can tell. So I bet 14.3 is being used by Tesla employees now, because why wouldn't it be?
And it's not an outrageous
hard to believe. Yeah.
No.
What unbelievable claim was made?
Right. I didn't see the Elon one because as it happens, I've been busy today as well. But that's my understanding of it. And I think Randy had only seen the version yesterday from Omar, and some others that I'm sure were circulating yesterday as well, when it was already April 1st somewhere. Which reminds me, I was at a restaurant recently with my friend, and he asked the waiter, "What is the hot new drink that all the young people order?" And he said, "Espresso martini." And I thought, that's awful. I don't drink espresso after noon, and I don't drink martinis. I mean, I don't drink alcohol before probably 5. So who is this for? Is this for the Red Bull and vodka crowd?
There's some people who don't give a.
I guess.
But
I
anyway,
guess.
Well, they've been making chocolate espresso martinis for a long time. I've seen those on menus 20 years ago.
how did you transition to this topic? Well, I'm missing the connection.
It's an easy connection to make. I've got 9, 10 more minutes to go before the pre-tape segment to the top of the hour, and we're stretching for topics. Something that just came to
You
mind.
came up with that one?
I came up with that one because we're talking about things that we don't necessarily understand. Gotta cover it. And the comments are not rolling in as hard
James,
as I would.
your Stevenson indicator, of course, you've already explained to everybody, it's a joke, right? It's like you basically are just adding a certain amount of dollars per day, every day to the stock price, and you go, here's what the stock price should be today.
Somehow it took me 8 videos to explain that it's a joke. But
it's a joke. But people still actually believe it. But is there a chance? Of course, it's always a chance that we actually hit it. Because we're so far behind it,
there's
right?
a chance that we're going to hit it, or else he wouldn't have agreed to be compensated based on his ability to hit and surpass it.
So did you actually, like, if you laid that, if you just kept it going?
12 tranches,
would it hit it?
Unless he surpasses Stevenson indicator and keeps it there until 2032 or 2035, whatever. So, it seems ridiculously out of reach today at $877 or wherever it is. But Elon needs to get the company, Tesla, to a market cap of, what was it, $3 trillion, $2.5 trillion, something like that, to hit all 12 tranches. And the stock price would have to get way over 877 before that can happen.
Yes. James, why did he retweet that post? Because you did specifically talk about the indicator. I doubt he knows that the indicator is true. It's a joke. I doubt he knows that, right?
I don't think he read the whole caption of my chart. The chart was just Tesla production to date cumulative. I take more heat for posting cumulative charts than I take for anything else I do on X. Somehow people don't get on board that it's a legitimate way to chart stuff. And if you don't like it, fine, make your own chart. Do whatever you want, right? But it is legitimate to chart things cumulatively. When you ask somebody how old they are, you don't want them to say, I'm 1.
Well, this year.
Then, since last year, it's 1. That's not the answer you're looking for.
Year over year, I've been 1 year old.
you didn't ask for their cumulative age, but you do want to know their cumulative age, not their age since a year ago. Right? So that's just one example of how in our everyday lives we're familiar with and comfortable with the concept of seeing what the cumulative number is. How much money's in your bank account? That's a cumulative question, right? It's not how much has been deposited this quarter into your bank account net of expenditures. It's over the entire time you've had a bank account. What is the net of those transactions, right? So I think he reposted it based on the visual without having read the caption of the post, if I'm being honest.
And the cumulative, you said, is going to hit 10 million total Tesla car vehicle sales by October? You said Halloween.
By Halloween, yeah, I expect Tesla to have reported that they will have sold more than they will have sold they will have produced their 10 millionth Tesla by Halloween. I feel pretty good about that. It would take a pretty sharp dip in Tesla production between now and then for them to miss it.
Spooky. I did look it up, Herbert and James. It is 8.5 trillion would need to be the market cap for him to hit his highest tranche. I know. It's impossible, just like the previous plan was impossible. So,
it's a lot of money, but he's got a lot of time to get there. And yeah, he'll have to be way past Stevenson indicator to hit those last couple of tranches.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I did see a question in here. Let's see. Do we think as soon as are we going to hear about another merger? And then my question on that would be, at that point, you have to rewrite the comp plan, don't you?
Yeah, that's gone. That will be gone. And the way that the board of directors wrote the Tesla performance award for Elon is that if in an event of a merger, that thing does go away. That's what's going to happen. Now then, are you saying that once Elon is the CEO, which he is, of SpaceX plus Tesla, if they buy Tesla, would there now be new compensation plan for him to hit for Tesla targets? Is that what you're asking?
Well, he would need all new targets. My first question is, would the two companies merge? Is there really...
I'm pretty high percentage of that. But how about you, James? I'm over 90% chance that it's going to happen.
I'm trying to remember how they wrote the language. I think maybe it was that if it was a revenue-based target or a sales units target, it would need to be based on what the Tesla company as currently constituted is defined or whatever. Because like you could have a small little merger or acquisition and you wouldn't want that to derail Elon's possibility of being compensated. I'll give you the dumb example of Maxwell Technologies, which Tesla bought 10 years ago for less than $1 billion, I think, just because they needed some battery patents that Maxwell Technologies owned, right? So they said, well, we'll just buy the company and then we'll own the patents to be able to use this process or whatever was going on. So is there going to be a SpaceX XAI X Tesla merger into a Musk Industries corporation worthy of being written about in comic books? Maybe. Like, I'm not going to rule it out. Not knowing Elon Musk the way that I believe I have come to over the past 10 plus years, he's. I didn't think SpaceX was going to go public based on how down on being a public company Elon became as a result of being sued as Tesla over all these years and being named individually along with Tesla and Omar in the lawsuits from Aaron Greenspan, which I won't say another word about, except to say that that's a perfectly good reason to not become a public company unless you get a bunch of money and then you want to go public to get all the money.
That's one of them, but I think the main one is that SpaceX is a dual share organization, and if you get dual shares and he gets preferred shares to be able to have whatever the number is 2 times voting rights, that takes care of any potential concern about a future some country decides to buy SpaceX or Tesla, I guess, and you can't stop it.
He would definitely do it over again if he had to go back and do the Tesla IPO again. He would have provided for there to be super class voting shares from the beginning, because if you don't have those when you IPO, you're not allowed to add them later. The SEC has laws preventing you from doing that or something that kept Tesla from being able to award Elon a super share or 2 or 3 as compensation. Which is why he's going to have to pay so many tax dollars on his stock compensation if he earns it all.
And no, I don't see anyone giving him a trophy for that, for all those tax dollars he's paying in. And if you want to be even more honest about it, what about all the tax dollars SpaceX saves the government by A, actually finishing the projects, and B, charging 30 to 70% less than the nearest bidder while being reliable?
Yeah. The cost plus contract scheme, which I have called it intentionally, is just the worst idea anybody ever came up with from an economic standpoint. It is the opposite of free market. It is earmarking an unending commitment to give as much money to a company as it costs them, as they spend on accomplishing whatever objective you gave them. So if it takes them longer, they just make more money. If they spend more money doing it, they just make more money.
Well, we need more profit, James. How can we get it if the contract is fixed?
All you have to do is run over budget and behind schedule. And the more of that you do, the more profit you will make. That is the perverse incentive.
So far ahead of you, you wouldn't even believe it. Oh my gosh.
It should be at least structured like the roadworks projects, where they say that if you hit it by this date, you get a lot more than if you miss that date, and then it becomes less over time.
So Herbert, thank you for helping me fill out this hour. James, I will see you back here in 11-ish minutes. I've got a little segment to play while I stretch my legs so I don't get deep leg thrombosis during this, my ridiculous April 1st live stream.
All right. Thanks, Herbert.
It is time for one more of these. Yes, it's we joke around. We have some fun. I'm calling the segment that. It's just some clips. These aren't even recent ones. These are ones that I pulled aside to make some shorts out of some time ago. But like a lot of good jean shorts, it didn't work out. This is mostly a Mark show. Mark from the Tesla Life. Maybe he'll be on later today. You just never know. But it is still going. So here we go. Enjoy this while I take a quick break, and I'll see you back here at the top of the hour, or, just in between now and then. In the 80s, 90s, aughts, you could have gotten away with private labeling and people would have maybe heard rumors, but we're in the information age and everybody knows. It is in your face information like that. Everyone would know it's a Leap Motors inside. But surely if you just had an ironclad contract, or let's say Leap Motors just really likes the arrangement, what could go wrong? Well, I suppose your own government could stomp on your sack a bit. EU gives final green light to steep tariffs on Chinese electric cars.
And Brian will pull up a size comparison here.
There you go.
So you see, well,
it's almost as big as the Space Needle, or as my friends in Germany call it, the Space Schneedel.
Exactly, that's what they call. Please don't Google Schneedel. Thank you very much.
And also the big black fender wells is to make it so you don't notice that the wheels look too small. They're not too small, but if you just had those in yellow, the wheels would look cartoonishly small. So it's all about drawing the eyes. Good job, Ford. I think you did good. And of course, it ships standard with 500 spicy wings. So that's
pre-cooked.
Yes, pre-cooked. Now, mind you want to get them while they're fresh. So don't let these cars sit around, because I mean, they get real sour real quick. But then you've got free flies, which is a different benefit. Speak with Randy Kirk, who has been through a number of technological shifts throughout your lifetime. You've seen a lot of trends come and go, and I'm sure you've seen
printing press.
Yeah. Back when you and your friend, I assume the Bible was printed by Steve Gutenberg.
Yes, Steve.
Yeah. From Police Academy. He's a great fella with a real flair for class.
I thought it was a good idea at the time. I suggested that, he might want to use it for porn, but he wanted to use it for something good.
I did post a picture on X of the airport in Las Vegas, Harry Reid Airport, which is weird to call it that, but okay. I haven't been there since the name change. It's full of slot machines. Be like, oh, they're going to get you one more time. They didn't get me the first time. I I don't get it. I follow numbers, I follow math, and one person said, well, just drop a couple bucks in and see if you hit, and then you can walk away. Now I can walk away right now. It's the worst thing that could happen is the first time you gamble, you win big, because that will wire your brain in some bad ways. My question isn't about regulation, though. It's about feature complete. It's about done enough to let it drive away on its own, unsupervised. Whether it has a steering wheel or not is irrelevant because it's empty and there's no one in it. I think I may have heard Elon say by the end of next year in the past for a number of years. Is this time he's super serial or? Yeah, hit the deer with my Tesla. FSD didn't stop even after hitting him on full speed. Huge surprise after getting a dozen of false stops every day. Experiencing worst side of Tesla service now. Can't even get an estimate for insurance. Nearest appointments only in January. I don't know. That doesn't sound entirely believable. Some parts of it more than others. But, fortunately, no human has ever hit a deer.
Yeah, right. You ever been to Michigan?
I have been to Michigan, and they are thick as rats out there. They are absolutely everywhere, but especially from this angle, a deer of this very small size. And we saw the damage is quite limited. That is not a lot of damage.
No, typically when you hit a deer, it typically bounces up over the hood and smashes your windshield and all sorts of fun.
You can easily total a car with a full-size adult deer. And then what you do is you put it in the back seat and drive around with it and then later find out that it's still alive.
That's a movie.
Oh, that is a movie. You're right. That's Tommy Boy I'm thinking of. I have that problem frequently. Been a busy week. We had the earnings call on Wednesday, and due to linear time, I don't know what it was because this is not a post-Wednesday recording. Did you know that?
We're time traveling. Absolutely.
We are. For those who don't believe I'm a time traveler, if you've ever met me before and you meet me again, please observe that I've existed in 2 different points in time. So, and that is one of my special powers, is my ability to travel forward in time very slowly.
And appear in the Arctic when you've never been there.
If I'd actually been in the Arctic, maybe I'd have got a ticket because they all did. Hey, can Tesla build a car with one seat that travels 1,200 miles on a single charge at 55 miles an hour? This is the real question for those who do not stop on road trips. The demand is indeed clearly through the roof for this product. Tesla could sell dozens of this car at any price, as long as the price is under $60,000. You see those people.
This relates back to that previous question about if the car does all these things, I will buy it. And it's like, come on, you can't do all these things and expect the car to sell like that. And you are not the entire market, no matter how many cars you buy.
And they're not being honest. BYD has a new hybrid out with an astounding range. Have you seen it?
Yes.
1,300 miles. Well, I assume that will be the best-selling car in the world. And when it isn't, because it won't be, can we put to bed the myth that the only thing that matters to me is the ability to drive halfway across the country? I mean, I need to drive for 20, 25 hours straight with just jugs and jugs of my own. Uber's flexible, inexpensive business model is here. Is it? Because if you're going to compete with Tesla or Waymo, the first thing you have to do is be able to get a car for the same price as Tesla or Waymo. And I don't know how you do that if you're buying a car from Tesla or Waymo.
They tend to want to profit from that sale, so they're not giving them away.
The whole thing about technology over the last 20 years has been eliminating the middleman. There's whole graveyards filled with middlemen. It's tragic. So it doesn't count the dead heading when they're rolling around looking for a fare or getting from a fare to another fare. In New York City, you will regularly see people hop out of a taxi and someone else hop right in. I've never seen that with an Uber. Although I did get close in Florida. I had to run over to a little meet and greet I had, and an Uber pulled up, dropped a guy off, and then looped and just sat there. And I requested a ride, and he pulled 5 feet forward, and he said, "I knew you were going somewhere."
You look like a fare before
You
I
look
left.
like a fare. I'm not driving all the way back to Orlando. So who's going to win the Robotaxi race? Tesla, Waymo, or, and I'm going to give you a hint, this analyst is off their rocker. Who's the third one? Tesla, Waymo, or?
I didn't see this. So it's Tesla.
Uber.
Uber. Come on.
Yeah.
Uber's a buyer of technology, and they buy it from other car makers. So I don't see where Uber came out of this. This came out of left field.
I don't get it. I don't know what you're talking about. They're not in the same. I mean, if you said taxi race, but you didn't, you said robo. So there I have questions. I've got some terrible, terrible news. News of the dumb. This is what we're doing. The Sahara covered with solar panels, the biggest mistake in history, and 2 billion we lost. What direction do you imagine this is going?
This is bizarre because, of course, the Sahara gets a lot of sun.
Gets a fair amount of sunlight.
Yeah.
That is correct.
And solar panels tend to like the sun as much as they can possibly get.
Yeah, they do. That's true.
Yeah.
So what? Well, would you believe the answer is climate change? No, hear me out. Bright future or ecological problem. You see, if you change shadows and create different, it's going to change weather patterns. Wait, that's more than our margin.
Yep.
That's. I told you to tuck your sack back in, but they just didn't listen. So that's great. That's great. And the last bit of very, very exciting and definitely not deeply troubling news is Volkswagen today said, "Hey, you know what we could do? Why don't I pay you less?" Yeah, you guys are cool with the 10% pay cut, right? I mean,
everyone's got to chip in. Everyone's chipping in.
When we were doing really good, surely we gave you guys an extra 10%.
Somewhere along the line.
Joe from San Joaquin says, "Yikes, no good way to spin that news." Correct. I was talking with an Amazon engineer the other day, and I said, I was telling him about the complication of integrating all of the systems, all the software. And I said, Volkswagen tried it. Guess how many software engineers they hired to build a from the ground up internal system? And he thought for a second. I said, no. Give me the wrong number. And he goes, 2,000? 10. It was 10,000 that they hired. And he's like, yeah, that's good job. Good job. He goes, that would be the best job ever. You wouldn't have to do anything and no one would know.
Yeah. And that's exactly what happened.
All righty. So for my pre-tapes, this was the end of it. This was the last one I had to do. I am now all set for the remainder of my day. Not that the day is over, but that all the other pre-tapes are already pre-taped and all of the live stuff is still upcoming. How long is this going to go? I don't know. Except that I do, because I've already scheduled all the segments. So, I mean, they're happening. They're being announced automatically on X every time they change. The title and thumbnail keeps changing. What is going on? What is today? It's April Fool's Day. Have some fun. And there we go. It is me. Tesla's roadmap. It's over, you guys. It's done. They don't have a roadmap. They don't know what they're doing. They have no direction. They are rudderless. And you know who probably agrees with me, or rather doesn't, is James Stevenson. He cannot underscore enough, I betcha. But we're going to find out. I'm Brian. Welcome to Futuraza. James, what the heck is going on? This company, Tesla, they've got all kinds of things that they're working on. What is the roadmap for the rest of the year, for the rest of the decade, I guess. We've got a few different things going on. And I should mention, if you're not following James, you're doing it wrong. He's of great charts. And the one thing he loves doing is taking people with really bad charts and really bad takes generally and setting them on fire.
Well, thank you for that kind introduction, Brian. I appreciate you. Are we live now?
We are live now. This is now
Yeah.
live, unless
All
you're
right.
pitching it after April 1st, in which case it
Well,
was live then.
there were so many pre-taped that felt like live segments in a row. It felt like I was watching one of those horror movies where the monster keeps coming back to life over and over again. Yeah.
Dormammu, I'm here to bargain.
Yeah, there you go. It's like the time loop from Doctor Strange. Yeah, so many questions. That's one of your favorite techniques, is you just throw out a buffet of questions to open up the beginning of the segment. Like, hey, attack any of that you would like. Just
I will start with an easy bit of the roadmap that you can tell me, because this one is pretty easy. Megapacks. Is this important to the company? Is it something they should worry about? Do they know what they're doing?
Megapacks are one of the best things happening for Tesla's P&L over the past couple of years. Deliveries have been taking a little retracement, they call it in the stock market, over the past couple of years. You don't want to say on the decline, because the production is going to come back aided by Cybercab. That's part of the roadmap for Tesla to make a whole lot more of those. But this Megapack question is perhaps even more important to some Tesla investors to see, hey, Tesla makes other stuff besides cars at really good profit margins. The world is going to need a lot more data centers, a lot more compute. And
a lot more grid stabilization even.
Yes, grid stabilization is important. If you're familiar with the duck curve, the idea that power utilization is not a continuous amount of demand 24 hours per day. At some times of the day, more electricity is demanded than at others. So you don't need to build more power generating plants if you're able to, hey, check it out. Look at that duck curve. So I like a good chart. This is the idea that, if you chart this every day of the week and then overlay all those, as some of these charts are doing, kind of looks like a duck, where there's a peak during the day in demand, and then there's a low point in your curve, and it kind of resembles a duck. And they call it the duck curve. So you can stabilize your grid, as you were just saying, if you have enough batteries. How do you get enough batteries? You buy a whole bunch of Megapacks and you put them in the backyard of your power plant. And then you can store extra power in them and then use it at the times of day when demand for power is highest. And then you won't have blackouts for your customers, and they will say, thank you for thinking ahead and not causing our power to fail.
And what if the next thing, after, Megapack is pretty good, but what if we daisy chained a few together to make something even better, internalize some of the difficult parts that are on the outside to make installation even quicker, give it a clever name like Mega Block, or I guess put two of them together and call it Duplo. I feel like we're talking about toys at this point.
Or dubstep, one of those.
Yeah. This is the new one. This is going to be LFPs made in Lansing, Michigan, from the LG plant. And the factory's almost done, if not already done, and being, last I saw, it was being kitted out with all the production equipment. So this is imminent. Yeah.
Yeah. So one of the complicating things that happens when you sell a bunch of Megapacks to people is that they have to wire it up to their power system, and you don't want to electrocute people. So you want to work safely and carefully on doing that. But it does take time. It's not instantaneous. And depending on the regulatory environment where the installation occurs, there are inspections required in some cases by government officials who need to schedule their sweet time to come by, check it out, make sure you've wired it up correctly and that it passes electricians' inspections for high voltage safety law, something or other. Invite a smarter person on than me to talk about this topic. But at Tesla, a lot of smart people are engineers and electrical engineers, and they come up with cool ideas like this one, which is, hey, how do we make this more plug and play? How do we reduce the amount of time that these things are sitting around doing nothing on the job site before they're actually able to be put into service? Because we're not allowed to declare the revenue from having sold these things until we have completed our part of the contract, which is making sure the thing actually works. So it's got to get turned on before you can do that, according to the accounting rules, the GAAP accounting. So this is one clever way to accelerate the pace of monetizing the revenue from being able to make megapacks. You hook them all up into a mega block. And a similar idea we saw not that long ago from Max DeZegger posting on X about how they can cram more superchargers onto every semi flatbed nowadays, because they worked in a clever pivot where you can just swing out some of those superchargers once you get to the new supercharger location where you're installing them, and they're already hooked up. You don't have to do any additional wiring to make that happen. It's just got a pivot point built into it, and you can pack 16 of them on a flatbed instead of the old 12. Just optimization happening at Tesla, following Elon's schedule. You know, delete, 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 make the requirements less dumb. It comes first. Then, you know, optimize, accelerate, and automate. Uh-oh. Are you on mute, Brian?
And don't optimize or a procedure or process that should be eliminated.
Yes, the worst mistake of a smart engineer is to optimize a thing that should not exist, is what I've heard Elon say a time or two.
I've helped people move who don't understand that. We're not organizing, we're moving. Let's get this packed up.
Yeah, this is not the time to decorate. This is the time to get out of Dodge.
So what I hear you saying is that there are potential slowdowns and obstacles with connecting A to B. Why don't we just connect A and B at the factory so we don't have to even deal with that?
Yeah, if they come preloaded, then once you've gotten to the job site, there is less work to do there. And I think they were able to incorporate other smart engineering developments that make it go quicker. And I can't recall what they are, but
internalizing the transformers.
Oh, all right, sure.
Yeah, why not? And okay, so the next thing on the roadmap.
I never feel dumber than when I'm watching Jordan Giesecke explain battery stuff. I'm like, wow, he understands batteries at a level that is far beyond my understanding. I put them in my electronics and then they work until the battery dies and then I change them. That's about my understanding of how batteries work.
And I appreciate that he'll pause and say, does that make sense? And I'm like, to someone.
It might.
It might. I believe you. Yeah. Does that count? I do my best.
I don't doubt what you said. I just didn't follow it. Yeah.
When I was explaining to the gang that they have their own YouTube premium inside on the TV that I don't share. I use an ad blocker out here because you can't have multiple accounts and I don't want their suggestions. I don't want to see game playthroughs. That's not my thing. They said, what do you watch? And I said, do you really want to know? And I put on Jordan Giesecke and they said, you have to be kidding me.
Oh.
I am not, because this is my thing. This is my game playthrough. Hey, what's this? This thing here.
Well, that is a Tesla Semi. It's been in the works since 2017, and they've been testing them on the roads, making them better. They got a version, I don't know if it's 2.0 or 3.0 or whatever it is by now, but they've been taking feedback from the companies that they've been partnering with to test these out on the roads, put them out running daily logistics, last mile delivery, all sorts of long haul situations up and down mountains. And
is this important to the roadmap?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Is this important to the roadmap?
Yeah, well, it's important to Tesla achieving its mission. I know the mission has changed some, but I think they still want to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy. That's part of it. And a lot of long haul semi tractors are belching poison gas into the air still. And it would be good to make that stop happening because they are the primary pollutants on the roads.
Also, brake dust, very, very bad stuff.
Yeah, all kinds
These
of
use a lot less brake because they regenerate. Clever little change to them. I don't know if you've heard about this, but if you look at the mirrors, you will see a little crack right here. I don't know if you can see that, but there's a little crack at the bottom of at the base of the mirrors. And that is because, as it was explained to me by a company in Michigan that sells aftermarket parts, you are required by law to sell these with a mirror, even though you're not required to have a mirror to use them. Semis are already legal if you have a mirrorless video system, digital mirrors. So this top part simply removes and the wing remains because that's where the camera is.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, so you still need the extension out to the side to be able to get the perspective you want on your camera feed that tells you what's going on behind you. But you can improve your drag by getting rid of that giant mirror if you want.
By getting rid of that giant pickleball paddle.
And also the window's open now, so you can reach your hand out through the window if you're a trucker and adjust that mirror if you need to be able to do that.
Or get your toll slip or whatever it may be. Sure.
Well, pick up your fast food. Yeah, if you're driving around without a trailer behind you. Sure. Yeah.
Sure. Roadmap. We're talking roadmap, and specifically 26. Are we going to see these deployed this year?
Yeah. We're going to see them later this year.
Is James frozen just for me, or am I frozen?
I hope
Mm.
You gotta hear out, don't you? I need to start with, I'm concerned that maybe I am frozen.
Aha. Because I just asked in the chat, are you frozen or am I? So I don't know. Hopefully you unfreeze soon. The chat is saying that you... Oh, I can hear you a little.
Okay. Everyone here. So, yeah, all time. Post the video.
Well, he has disappeared entirely. He shall return shortly. I am confident, at which time we will resume. I am of the belief that these will be seen on the roads this year. I'm not confident at what point they are, at what point this year that will happen, but it is likely to be, I don't know, first half? No, definitely in the second half, but we do have a comment saying that James is being integrated into an Optimus. So that's integrated to an Optimus. That's great. Of course, we've got, happy April Fool's Day. Thank you, ISP, for being fun like that. Normally, I don't do many live streams. I do pre-tape, so events like this don't happen as much. It is entirely possible that that his computer is having a bit of a day. So unfortunately, that's a thing that happens sometimes. But we have tremendous coping skills here at the world headquarters of Futurosa, aka a garage. Don't the best businesses start in garages? It's been 5 years. I'm still in the garage. Not sure what to do with that. To address the poll, I'll address this real quick. We got Gray saying Loki pulled the plug and computers make our lives easier. Only 12% saying not a good street, not a good marathon yet. 1 in 8, I'll take it. and 23% asking, how long has this been going? The answer to that is, of course, 6 hours and 17 minutes plus. But don't worry, it's not over yet, unless you are James's internet connection, in which case, who knows, man? Is the launch happening? Is that a thing? Back after the launch. Maybe I'll see if that's something that I need to cover as well, because it'd be fun. I don't want to steal anybody's thunder on that. I'll just type in Artemis, see maybe if there's a official stream on that. That would be good. That's CBS. I don't want that. Those are all news ones. There we go. Nope, they're all news. I don't want to use theirs. I'm not stealing Tim Dodd's. Let's see. There we go. NASA. Okay. Yeah, let's. So I'll just pull that up,
All right,
I guess.
Sarah, I am go for the poll.
What's the countdown?
All
10
right.
minutes. Oh, it's held
And
at
for
10.
all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis 2 launch readiness check.
Okay.
Verify ready
Oh,
to resume
is it
count
meant to
and
hold
go
at
for
10?
launch. OTC,
TC is go.
I should give it a
STC.
thumbs up.
STC is go.
GTC,
Okay.
MCO,
Holding at
CO is
10.
go.
Safety
I'm going
console,
to mute it
Safety console is go.
while
RPE.
we hang out. I will mention on the roadmap, other stuff too. There is on the roadmap for this year alone, we do expect the Roadster to be unveiled. We do expect an Optimus demo at some point before too long. We do expect to hear more about the chips. Groundbreaking may happen this year for that pilot portion. It is a big year. So I'm being told in the chat by David, yes, it is a planned hold. I mean, I'm here. We might as well check it out. Boy, that looks steampunk. Super cool building. I've only been out to Kennedy Space Center once. It was after the TeslaCon in 23, 22, maybe 22, and got to finally see a Saturn V up close. It was big. It was everything I hoped it would be, but insane to look at considering the degree of technology available in the 1960s. So massive and, beautiful. A thing of beauty indeed. What's interesting, and you can't see it here, is that currently more people are watching this stream on X than on YouTube. If you're watching it on X, by all means, drop a comment in the chat if you're able to do so, because most of the comments I'm seeing, boy, all of them going back hours, are only showing up from YouTube. So that'd be kind of neat. And I am not listening, but I will count on David to keep me up to date. He is my correspondent in the chat. So that's going to be good too. I think I can make myself a little nicer. Still fits. Yeah. Anything you guys would like to talk about while we're waiting to see if Loki permits James to return to the show? He's been very gracious with his time today, and his internet provider has also been fairly gracious. Can't always get to enjoy all of that. So let's see what we've got here. Okay, I'm going to go back to that. There, all of a sudden, oh yeah. Okay, well, we'll see what happens. And I'm going to move this over so I can see in the chat. Anybody have anything they'd like to discuss? I will be going to the final pre-tape of the day at 3:47. So I've got 25 minutes left. Oh. Okay, all good. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, gang, what would we like to chat about today? Hold should end in about a minute. Okay, well that's good. Any information on the FSD timeframe for semi? No, not yet. We would. I'm not expecting to see any guidance on that until they're ready to announce something to their customers. I know it's a lot of fun to announce customer stuff because the customer verse is very different. But if they talk about it prematurely and customers get the wrong impression, they could be very upset. So, no news on that, but that doesn't mean it isn't happening. I imagine it's all hands on deck for Robotaxi. And at that point, they'll begin focusing on FSD for semi. Timer has not yet moved. Is Elon at Kennedy Space Center? Wouldn't surprise me. Don't know, but I would guess no, just because he's so busy, but that he is definitely watching. What was the biggest takeaway from the China trip? The autonomous revolution is happening. It's not limited to rich countries, it's every country. At my hotel, the room service was delivered by a little robot. I did an interview with Will from China Driven. And during our interview, which was in the little elevator area, the little lobby sort of thing outside the elevators on the, I don't know, whatever floor he was on, the 12th floor. And at one point in the interview, the elevator opens and a little robot comes out to deliver room service. In a country where labor is so affordable, they're still automating and everything is automating. So that's my biggest takeaway, is that if you want to hold back robotics because you think you're protecting wages, you're not. The robots are just going to get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And I don't expect to see Optimus or something like that in the future doing that when you've got something that good that's that small and affordable. There he is. Let's find out if we can hear him. Well,
I do an cellular.
Oh, okay. Well, I can hear you now. Whether or not I can, it's really bad. Have you sacrificed internet odds?
Still have no home internet because just so
Unfortunately, you're still just a robot.
All right.
This is, maybe.
Well, I will leave you to cover the SLS launch van because that's a current event happening right now. So
yeah. Okay. Appreciate you, my friend. And we will talk soon. Give my love to Loki, of course. But he knows. He knows. All right. Thank you, James. All right. So, internet, what are you going to do? Hey, our countdown continues. So just to conclude on Brian Reeby's question from Brian Reeby Drives Electric, I have to give him some love up here too. Is in answer to the question, autonomy is coming. It's going to be everywhere. Just going to pull that up. It's going to be everywhere. It's going to be everything. And by the way, this is Brian Reeby Drives Electric. Got to check him out. It's a fun channel and I enjoy it. Of course, now that I've done that, I can't see where I was. There we go. I was here. 8 minutes and 48 seconds to go. I love it. That means that just after takeoff, I'm going to be playing a clip of of a trip I took to the factory. If you guys get a chance to hang around at 3:47 p.m., is a little look at the tour I was able to take of the Xpeng, the Xiaopeng factory in Guangzhou, China, just outside of Guangzhou, where I was able to bring with me a bunch of viewers. I was able to put together my own little private tour group for viewers. So when I get those opportunities, which is rare, I extend the opportunity to people to join me because that's the sort of appreciation that I appreciate. So who knows, man? We're at T minus less than 8 minutes. Very exciting. If you have any questions, by all means, feel free to ask. Let's see how we're doing over here. Looks good. It's a good thing that James was the one with the internet issue rather than me. That would have really been frustrating. My gosh. I don't know if I'd have handled it well. If it has a problem, in the last 10 minutes, it'll be a 75-minute recycle. That makes sense. Let's see. I should have my corpus callosum severed so that I can follow 2 streams at once. Don't do it, David. Don't do it. It's happening. It does appear to be happening. T minus 7. Oh, strong back retracted. That's what we like to see. I don't know why I'm wearing headphones. My friends and I were served food by a robot in Panama City restaurant over a year ago. So I've been to one restaurant in the US that did that. I guess I've only been to one restaurant anywhere ever that's done that, but it was in the US. Now I get it, especially in Washington State, labor is quite expensive. But Panama City, China, these don't strike. I mean, this just means it's easier to pay for a robot than to deal with the hassle of a human. If there was a way you could run a whole restaurant by yourself or even without yourself, I think you'd do it. Waymo is apparently in Minnesota now. Need to check it out. And thanks for the shout out. Yeah. Appreciate your work. Appreciate everything you do on your channel. Been stuck on T minus 10 for a while, but it is once again moving T minus 6-ish. It's a shame that James was a robot. His low key delivery is so watchable. Boo, John. Boo. No, I appreciate it. Go live. Down to 720. I am live? I think I'm live, right? What do you mean? Go live. Oh, I see. The comments are from a few minutes ago. Understood. But it might be that, I don't know. I see what you did there, John. Took me a minute. Check yourself for a pulse. Me? Who? Check who for a pulse. 5-ish minutes until the kablooey bluey, which I believe is the technical term. Yeah, I think that's the one. Not positive, but I'm reasonably confident that's correct. Responding to another comment. Oh, I see. Telling someone else. Well, don't freak me out, man. If you have a pulse, you're alive. Well, now I have to check. I don't feel one. Pulse. I get it. I don't. That's all right. Space is exciting. I had someone ask me recently, why? Like, why do you like space? Why? What is it? I said, I don't know. I think it's because I grew up through the 80s when shuttle was exciting. We were little kids. It was cool. It was exciting. They were pushing new frontiers, or so we thought. Now, in retrospect, we know that they weren't pushing as much as we thought. What they did was made something that could launch spy satellites effectively to low Earth orbit and do very little else. So that made for, kind of a disappointment in retrospect. But at the time, I was very excited. And what I tell people is there are only 2 things that can make me cry. And one is space stuff, a good rocket launch, bring tears. And the other is baseball. Don't ask. But James does have an update for us, an important update. I think my ISP will refund me for 1 hour of bandwidth. Yeah, I had 2 days of outage, and my company, when I called to say, are you working on it? Like, what's going on? They said, don't worry, we're going to give you an account credit for it. I've noted it. I go, just do it right now. Nah, we have to wait until it's restored, which is the biggest lie of all time. And I said, just do it now. Just do it now. Nah, can't. But I put a note in here. It's going to happen. It'll happen. You won't even have to worry about it. It'll definitely happen. It didn't happen. So I spent an hour dealing with them after that. And they're like, we have no record of you ever even calling or of an outage. I'm like, well, but we will give you a $5 credit as a courtesy. $5. Oh, wow. So the lesson to be learned is don't call. Don't call. So that's have Loki send them an email. No. What you need to do is James needs to contact them from the office of Loki and say, Mr. Loki does not want to have to deal with this himself. Do not make me escalate this to Loki. 2.5 minutes. I think we're going to make it. By we, I mean people watching. I have no idea if the countdown will go off as scheduled because I have no frame of reference. Okay, the gimbals are working. Looks like a successful test there. That's great. Those money grubbing so-and-sos. It's all about process control. It's all about process control. They know that if they know they have to give me something, but they know they don't have to do it in a way that makes me ever want to ask again. Their objective is to make asking for the credit that you were supposed to get automatically so uncomfortable that you'll never do it again. They know what they're doing. They've tested it. So it's CenturyLink. They're mildly evil and mildly terrible, but that's better than average. So I can accept that, I suppose. But they are money grubbing so-and-sos. But I would remind you to watch your language. No. How'd you know I'm from Derby? Up the Rams. Don't know what that means. Probably shouldn't have put it on the air. I have 4 live streams going, but I'm still listening to Brian. I must have rocks in my head. You don't. Can't be worse than Comcast. Correct. Comcast is awful. I had nothing but problems with Comcast. So terrible. Terrible people. Terrible. I don't mean the frontline workers. I mean the management. Truly awful. So I guess I'm going to put the headphones back on because when this goes, I might as well listen to it. If you guys are still with me, which it appears some of you are for some reason beyond my scope of understanding, but I appreciate it. 32 seconds. I think we should bring the sound back up. It's like those mail enhancements promising money back guarantee. How would that conversation go? Well, somebody's saying liftoff, meaning I'm catching a slow stream of it. But let's turn the sound back on. If I can find the window.
RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch. Roger, roll pitch.
Houston, now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis 2 mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high. On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the ultimate beacon. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance before main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon. Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon. Have you the same?
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis 2 mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. One minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engine's throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready. Copy all, Stan. Integrity, SM priming complete. SM priming complete.
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission. Thrusters on Integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state, ahead of service module fairing separation. Three minutes into the flight, Integrity 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour. Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston Integrity, good last jettison, great view. Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02. We see the same on board, Stan. And Houston has you loud and clear on Tidris at the Carmen line. Outstanding, Stan, we have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis 2, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy. Flight Dynamics Officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff, confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds, time of MECO.
Integrity, GPS processing. Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Approaching 5 minutes into the flight, Commander Reed Wiseman confirms he has visuals of his destination. GPS guidance, navigation, and control software finishes internal checks and sends to navigation channels.
Integrity, 3 engine press. 3 engine press.
On time, now passing 5 minutes 20 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission. At this point, 3 good main engines are all that's needed to carry Integrity to a nominal main engine cutoff target. Though at this time, we're seeing 4 good engines here in Mission Control Houston. Integrity, 75 miles in altitude, 330 miles downrange, approaching 10,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, looking good at 6 minutes. Same on board, Stan.
Good trajectory and engine performance. Booster officer will soon report the shutdown plan to Flight Director Judd Friedling, expected at the 7-minute mark. Integrity, 78 miles in altitude, 460 miles downrange.
Integrity, expect nominal shutdown.
Integrity copies, nominal shutdown.
Six minutes, 40 seconds of mission elapsed time. Shutdown plan is as expected. Again, the time of MECO was confirmed at 8 minutes, 2 seconds into the flight. Seven minutes of mission elapsed time. Throttling down as we approach the abort once around option. Milestone at the 7-minute 30-second mark. Now 84 miles in altitude, 650 miles downrange, traveling more than 15,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, AOA open.
AOA open.
The window is now open for an abort once around option that would target splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Still following nominal ascent at this time. About 10 seconds remaining until the main engine cutoff of the Space Launch System core stage. Standing by for confirmation of MECO and core stage separation.
Integrity, nominal MECO, core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Eight minutes, 40 seconds into the flight, we have a nominal main engine cutoff heading in the right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon. Core stage has separated, done its job. The Space Launch System upper stage, the Inner Rim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, or ICPS, still attached to the Orion spacecraft. Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon.
Integrity Houston, looking ahead to PRM numbers so far per the pad.
Copy that, Stan. Numbers for the pad.
Capcom Stan Loves now reminding the crew that the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition is as expected prior to booster ignition. That time being 49 minutes, 50 seconds of mission elapsed time.
You guys, well, I got to get back on schedule, so I am now going to take you into the next pre-taped segment. If I can find the correct screen, and I can, it's right here, and I will see you guys at the top of the hour for the next big live thing. Last month, I had a chance to tour the factory of Xiaopeng in Guangzhou, China. This was my second visit to that factory, and on the first one, they gave me some tickets I could give out. So when I found out I was going back to test the car again, more thoroughly, behind the wheel, choosing my own path, well, I knew I should reach out and see if anyone wanted to go on the tour with me. So I reached out to my supporters on Patreon, on X, and on YouTube and said, look, if you can be in the area, we can make this happen. I was able to bring 5, technically 6 guests, if you include Rosh and myself, 7. There were 7 of us in total. It was a really great tour. I'm grateful for the opportunities my supporters give me to actually do these things, to go these places, to see these things, and that's why I reach out to them when opportunities come up. I'm taking another tour group to see the Lathrop Megapack factory later in April. I unfortunately do not have any more tickets available for that. But whenever I get these opportunities, I share them first with my, supporters. It's my way of saying thank you, uh, in addition to also just saying thank you. So thank you. This video is a bit choppy, not the most informative. At points, it gets obnoxiously loud with background noises. But that's because we're not allowed to shoot inside the factory. We just got some perspectives around the factory. And it's, I don't know, a lot of fun. Thank you to everyone who joined me on this tour and to everyone else. Hope you enjoy and, hang out because there's something special coming up at the top of the hour. Okay, guys, so we are in the car. We are almost to the Xiaopeng factory. Sometimes they're calling it Xpeng, sometimes they're calling it Xpeng. They don't care what you call it, just don't call them late for dinner. So what I've got is a couple of my friends here, viewers who were able to join me on the tour. So thank you to everyone who supports the channel. You're the reason this is able to happen. We're going to check it out. I'm going to show you out the window here. That's part of it. You can see the big X on the roof. And we went past a factory, and now we're at the next part of the factory. It's multiple buildings across a extended campus. And yeah, once I get inside, I won't be able to shoot. So I figure might as well show you what I can when I can. This is employee parking. Not as many of the company's cars for the employees as I expected, but here we are. A lot of stuff. This is where they make the P7 Plus and I think one other vehicle. Very fun. Here we go. Okay, so we're getting on the shuttle bus. Anybody need to use the bathroom? Yeah. I don't know. So we got my crew of folks here that were able to join me on the tour. It's a lot of fun. This may be the last opportunity to film, so I'm gonna get it done, and we'll head out to the tour bus. Okay, so we are here. This is the tour group. This is us checking out the Xiaopeng factory. We will. What? Oh no. I mean, yeah, sure, because I got the mic.
Okay, everybody, please take one earpiece here.
Yes.
You can press and hold the button.
A translator in my ear. Oh. Of course, that's not a translator. It's just the actual. It's just so you can hear him better without it disrupting everyone. Very cool.
Say hi. Hello. Now, everyone, please put on your headphone like this. Yeah, it has a hook.
All right, now we're going to head inside.
Now
We are back in the tram. We saw the whole inside of the thing. Last month, I had a chance. A good way to determine if there's any leaks. Very fun. Okay, so we're back in the exhibition hall.
Okay, everyone, please gather in front of the big screen.
Gather in front of the big screen. This part of it. This part, I imagine I'm allowed to record because, we're not in the workshop.
a slide to know the accident profile. Now you can see accident was founded in 2014 after a decade of development. We become Chinese leading EV manufacturer. Now this is the north base of Guangzhou. In the north base, we are producing 3 different models. That is the X9, G9, and P7 Plus. You've all seen in the assembly workshop. Now we have global employees, over 20,000, and 40% of them are research and development personnel. And in China, we have 3 different manufacturing bases. That is Guangzhou, Zhaoqing, and Wuhan. And now XPeng is establishing a global presence. We have research and development centers and production lines scattered across the continent. In the US, we have Silicon Valley and San Diego. In Europe, we have Munich centers. And of course, in China, we have Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Zhaoqing, Yangzhou centers. And also, last year, like October, we launched our first overseas manufacturing base in Indonesia. And now this is the introduction of our base. Our base is located in China's Singapore Guangzhou Knowledge City in Huangpu district. Our project includes a vehicle manufacturing base, facilities for manufacturing base in the motors and other components. The total area covers 512,000 square kilometers and over a 4.5 billion yuan investment. Our base accommodates 3 platforms. That means we can build SUV, sedans, MPV on the same line, which you have witnessed at the assembly workshop. And also our planned annual production can reach 112,000 units. Our project follows a smart and green philosophy. Now you can look at the picture on our right. So on the roof, we have many solar panels. You can transfer the solar energy into clean electricity energy and provide electricity for the whole base. In the future, we'll keep on integrating clean energy and help achieve national carbon goals. Now, this is the map of our base. Currently, we are standing in front of the A18 at the exhibition hall. And on our right is the warehouse and assembly workshop. And on our left is the painting workshop. And further left, we have the stamping and welding workshop. And to its left, we have die casting workshop and the HT aerospace workshop there. So here, we are turning a flat sheet into a 3-dimensional body part, including doors to goods and fenders. Now, we are entering the welding workshop. Now you can see here we achieve 100% automation, all done by our robotic arm. And then the car body will arrive at the painting workshop. First, this is electrical coating for a rust-proof surface. And then we have robotic arms putting on the paint automatically. Then the painting body will go to the assembly workshop to collect its components. Now first, this is the logistic system. And then this is the sunroof installation area. So after installation, the car will face nearly 2,000 items of inspection. Now this is the sensor inspection, and then ring test. Finally, we have the road test area. Okay, that's it for our video. Now everyone, you can follow me. I will show you the vehicle family. Now, let's start with the P7 Plus. So the Plus here doesn't mean an upgraded version. The plus in Chinese sounds exactly like the word family. So this car is built for families. You can see this car is very long, like 5.7 meters long. Now this car is reflecting our quality and details on the chassis. This chassis is over 12,000 parts, frontal and rear parts. So fuel parts means fuel wheels, right? Now it's very and this car is equipped with Type G6 hydraulic cooling. Capability include cars runs on the ground and also this kind of low altitude flying product. Okay, everyone, you can follow me here. Now you can see we have two vehicles, right? So everyone, does anyone want to guess how many seats this car has? 5. Yeah, that's very precise. It has 4 seats because the large room at the rear is for this kind of aircraft. So these aircraft can be folded and become a cube, and it can be stored at the rear of the car. Now everyone, you can look this big screen. I will share you a video. Okay, now everyone, this video is filmed in Dubai. The Middle East has large demand for our flying car because they have large deserts, and developed tourism provides perfect scenarios for the flying car.
So that was it. You know, the second half kind of fell apart because it was so gosh darn noisy in there. And the display room they have is a bit out of date. The bodies on the wall are no longer representative of what they actually make. Those are displayed inside the factory in special little exhibits they have along the path for the tour. So it's exciting stuff. It's fun stuff. But with that said, hey, man, it's April 1st. Let's get back to the top of the hour and find out what on earth we're up to next.
I'm going to push the button.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Tesla Life number 457 on this April the 1st, 2026. And yeah, it's we've got a few more boxes going on here today, as you may have noticed. We've got a special guest, Mr. Brian White joins us from the Future Raza show. How you doing, Brian?
Okay, so I'm not sure if everyone on my channel can hear you, but we are co-streaming this as part of my April 1st marathon. Did you guys hear the other people talking? Because I'm not sure if you did.
We did not.
No.
Nope. Can you hear me?
I can hear
okay.
you. I meant people on my show. Can they hear me? Can they hear you guys?
That's important.
It is important. It is important. It says we can hear. Then the question is on my channel, am I coming through twice because I've got
audio routing is fun.
Oh, I see. That's what it is. Got it. Okay, so we're good. I'm
We're
ready, you
good.
guys.
All right.
Let's Tesla life it up.
Very good.
All right.
Very good. Also joining me, as per usual, we have Mr. Casey Green joining us from an undisclosed location in the Mid-Atlantic. How are you today, Casey?
Doing pretty well. Just off of a field trip. The field trip was planned, but we went to destinations previously unplanned on the way, which is always a blast. And you'll know more in a minute. So, yeah.
Very good. And last but not least, Mr. Patrick Connor from the West Coast. How are you today, sir?
Hello, I'm good. I was a little late. I was watching the Artemis 2 crew launch, so that was cool. Yeah, that's where I was. Yeah. So it's April 1st, and if you wanted to transfer your FSD, well, I hope you got it done because now it is too late.
Yep.
Yep. So this is supposedly the end of it, but we'll see if it comes back or not. It is a demand lever. I don't think we'll see it again this year, but it could come back in the future at some point. Of course, it's going to be less useful over time because they're no longer selling it. So the number of people that own it outright will diminish. But if you're hoping for a new vehicle in 2027, maybe one that has AI5 hardware, you can cross your fingers and hope that it works out for you to transfer your FSD. The other thing happening today on April 1st, and this is unfortunately not an April Fool's joke, is that electricity prices here in Oregon, if you have Pacific Power or Portland General Electric, are going up almost 5%. They was scheduled to go up on January 1st, but they said, no, we want to delay it because we don't want winter heating prices to go up. And you could make the same argument that you don't want summer cooling prices to go up and then do the same again and again and never raise it. Which is what they should do, but they didn't.
That reminds me, I did not transition my manual schedules to the summer plan, which started today.
That's
I
right.
just spent 4 times the price of electricity that I needed to for a 4-hour stretch.
Right. Yes. If you have a seasonal time of use changes, this is the time of year that they usually swap. And for me, I mean, this is like the official start of the solar year. Is today. So if you have any credits left over, which I didn't because winter uses them all, this is when they get converted and anything you have left over gets donated to their needy program. So this is the year that the time of year when I start getting net positive, which is great. We had our first net positive day, which is really what I call the first day of spring. Forget about what the calendar says or what's happening at the equator or wherever else. Yeah, it's spring is here and it's great to see.
Exactly. Spring is definitely here, and yeah, let's roll into the news. I've got a few stories here, but this is kind of hits Patrick and Casey and maybe Brian and I about what happened about 10 years ago. Today's or yesterday's date. Patrick had shared a post with us on X. And it was about the ordering of the Model 3. So there was the presentation that happened in the evening. And during the day, you could have ordered the vehicle even before the presentation.
Yeah. I ordered mine 10 years and 1 day ago.
Right.
But then we got to see what we actually ordered today.
And you guys were braver than I because I waited till 4 days after the presentation before I pulled my trigger. But Patrick, maybe tell us a little bit about the game day before anyone even knew what they were ordering.
Right. So yeah, 10 years ago was definitely Tesla's iPhone moment. The Model 3 was a big hit. People lined up, waited outside of stores to order it. And like you said, Mark, even before they knew exactly what they were getting, because they started taking pre-orders the day when a reveal event was going to be that night. So both the day of the event and the next day, there were lines outside of all the Tesla stores to pre-order. And
this was old school. We had to go to a place to stand in line to order on the computer.
Yeah, which is so strange. I wonder if I have it here. So for all the people that did that, if you waited in line and ordered your Model 3, they sent you a free little toy car, and you got a sketch that a copy of the sketch that Franz made of the Model 3. And I know a lot of owners frame them. And just hanging out with the people in the line was really cool because these are all people who are excited about the same thing, and it's your crew, it's your crowd, and and this was I don't want to get too political, but this was before Musk got political, so there was none of this like, oh, I like Tesla, but I don't like what he's saying. There was none of that. It was all pure and lovely, and and I miss those days a lot.
It's all about saving humanity and green environment and fun to drive.
Well, I have a very different perspective. 10 years ago is when we found out for sure that it's over, because there's no way you're going to be able to build a high volume, reasonably priced electric vehicle. The S and X are rich people toys. They don't work. I've been told by my friend's uncle's orthodontist, because his friend had one and he said it was bad. So this is going to hasten the demise of Tesla. And I heard a rumor that they're going to be trying to build in China. Good luck with that. They're going to steal your IP and open up a new Mesla factory next door. It's going to be a
Also,
mess.
have that partnership with the 50%.
But I will ask
that was just one of the many goalpost movings that happened early on in Tesla. I mean, even with the Roadster, that's never going to work. No one's going to want to buy it. And then it was, within it's small world successful. And they were like, oh, only rich Californians. No one else is ever going to buy that. And so every time Tesla did something, it was like, oh, that'll never work. And yet they proved them wrong repeatedly.
Yeah.
It's never going to work. You're going to build an entire network of superchargers? Come on.
Right.
Coast to coast, worldwide.
People can't even find the chargers in the rest stops.
I don't even know how to find them because I drive a gas car and my car
What was
doesn't
that?
navigate to
I
them.
was talking about Mr. Broder and driving around until the car died. In the same
Oh,
lot.
right. That one. Oh, he got that was a fun one. My question to my friends in the show, who all apparently made an early reservation, at what price were you expecting to purchase your Model 3?
$35,000, but not me, because I was going to get one that came out sooner.
And Patrick?
Oh, so I ordered the dual motor and upgraded seats and upgraded paint. So I don't even remember how much it was.
Okay. Were you disappointed when it came out at the final price?
Oh, not at all.
Okay.
No.
Mark?
Yeah, I ordered the initial one that was available, which was the long range with the upgraded stereo and such on the inside. So I think it was $66,000 roughly Canadian. And I was not disappointed because I knew that's what I would be paying. I had an idea as to what the cost was, because Tesla had talked a little bit about what the cost was going to be before I received it. But it was interesting to hear that as we got closer and closer to delivery, and of course U.S. deliveries happened first, so I was kind of made aware that way as to what the actual price would be.
Well, I would say that's a lot of poutine, because good gravy.
Yeah, so even though U.S. deliveries were first, Mark still got his car before I did.
That's frustrating. Day one still has to wait.
He would get 4 days later.
I get mine first.
Well, we got our Model 3 last June, so.
Well, yeah, you're
late. You're a little late, Brian.
Yeah,
you've been standing in line.
I can't imagine you were looking at the app every day. They just kept pushing it out week by week by week.
Hey, there are people still sitting on their Cybertruck orders, and why Tesla hasn't told them to get out of line, I don't know. But yeah, well, but I mean, there are people with dozens of them, dozens of orders, and it's like, at that point, I don't know what you're doing. You're just loaning Tesla money for free, I guess. That's fine.
Exactly.
Could have bought.
Patrick, can I share that photo of you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Go right ahead.
He posted it publicly. I think it's fair game.
Yeah. Go. Yeah.
Let's share that view of
Yeah, what was
Patrick
amazing to me
on
was
order
that-
day. Here we go.
And while he's doing that, I'll mention that this co-stream is part of my April Fool's extravaganza. I have been live now for 7 hours and 11 minutes.
That's crazy.
I told everyone in advance it would be something big, and the joke is not on you. It's an operations and admin joke on me. And it was not without its hiccups, but it's going quite well.
Well, I've always had hiccups. I was surprised that mine came, what was it, 3 years and 30 minutes to the date after the order, or 2 years and however it was 2019.
That's a long
right
time.
after we ordered it. So that was amazing.
So is this Patrick's son I'm looking at here?
Yeah, a decade ago, things.
The Gen 1 supercharger.
How long did it take you to get out of the supercharger after the picture? That's my question.
Yeah, I was stuck in there for a bit. Yeah. They no longer have that store. That was Washington Square.
Oh, yeah.
And they moved across the street at what was the old Toys R Us, which is where I met this guy. We met over there and a Cybertruck event and chatted. Brian and I did.
Yeah, it was fun. Patrick came in and said, "I'm Patrick," and I'm like, "I know." You know, he wasn't wearing a hat, and he looked more civilian than usual. But the Washington Square location was great. It was one of those beautiful mall locations, the showrooms, and what they moved into across the street. Well, they had a service center that they put up first, and then in front of it, they have their little showroom now, and the showroom is great. It's great. We've had a number of events out there, and there's, you know, you can actually go there during the holidays, which is something you can't do at the fancy malls.
That's true.
You can find parking. Yeah.
Malls are fine most of the year, but
yeah, 3 weeks before Christmas, that becomes not the case anymore.
I wonder if that's changing at all. It's not the case for the outlet malls, that's for sure.
Well, last year, just from my experience, the malls were still busy as it hovered around Christmas for sure.
Got to make all their money in 4 days a year.
That's right. Yeah. And got another photo we're going to share with the audience, and this one was an overhead shot from one of the Joe Tegmeyer videos that he put up. And this is an interesting shot of a build that looks like a little bit under construction. Let's go to share the right thing. Here we go.
I think this is the one that Brian and I were talking to Joe about before this guy came up talking about philosophy. Oh, not this one.
So we get a sky shot, of course, of the Cybercab, and it looks like it's a frunkless frunk, and and even the cover is missing somewhere. But obviously, you can tell they've been working on this vehicle.
So the first thing is you don't need the big, heavy, elaborate latches and springs, the big mechanism, because this isn't a hood. It's a service hatch. It's an access panel, which those spring, you know, the material, the piece that you use for a hood spring system is heavy, sometimes dangerous, expensive. It's fiddly to install them. It's a bit fiddly. So a service hatch is probably going to save you $100 a car.
That's true. So with a stick, you got the hood still in the way and the stick. So
yeah. And by the way, Casey, we told you to cool off the mic. It's too cool now. Maybe bring it back up a hair because you're awfully soft. This is Josh West looked at it and said, "Oh, that means it's not front wheel drive." And a lot of us responded saying, I assure you, the motor could be underneath all of that stuff. The way, if you were to look in my frunk, you'd see charger cables, and I honestly, I don't even know what. But you know, I've got my mobile charger in there. It's very likely under that. Joey T told us, I assure you, it is front wheel drive. The engineers had told me it's front wheel drive. I see no reason why they would change it. This to me is just good packaging.
Yeah, it's still a little weird that they would make it front wheel drive with those giant rear wheels, though.
Why? You only need giant rear wheels if you're doing hard acceleration.
Well, I mean, is that the rear wheel there looking like a truck tire next to it?
No, definitely not. That's just weight to keep the doormat down. I don't know what's going on there.
That's on top of a container.
But it is a very big rear wheel. I want to say 22 is the final rim size.
That seems really big. I'm surprised.
It's all about the rolling resistance.
Yeah.
I had I had Ian Pavelko on from Fast Wheels to explain with charts and graphs how, because someone very rudely said, Brian, you don't know anything about rolling resistance. And I said, that's true.
Oh.
I will get someone who does.
Nice.
So the larger the tire, the better it is for rolling resistance.
I'm not sure. I don't remember now. It might have had to do with the sidewall. But the other advantage is that tire is going to last proportionately longer because of the diameter. You know, it's how many times does each time it spins, it loses a little bit of material. So these tires could last for ages, especially when you consider you're not pulling hard G's hardly ever.
Right.
So is it
just not going to be
is it that
driven
the
that way.
front ones are smaller because it's easier to turn them, or
It is smaller for two reasons. The first is aero. Big, you'd love them to be big, but bigger ones in the front, you've got aero considerations. And also for turning, if you're going to try and turn a wheel that's giant, you need to carve out the edges of a wagon wheel into your front area. And so having a smaller diameter wheel means you don't have to turn it. You don't have to sacrifice as much real estate to get the full turn.
Yeah.
Here's a photo of me on delivery day. I just wanted to share that one too, since we're doing this 10-year look back to Model 3 moment.
It's a pretty. Is that the same color they kept? Because that color looks nice.
Yeah. It does. I think the lighting here, it just looks a little darker. But yeah, that's the. I don't remember what the blue color name was.
The third blue.
I've always liked blue.
Yeah.
Yeah. I liked it. Still have it.
Very good. Very good. Well,
I find that hard to believe. Teslas don't last because my brother's nieces. I don't know.
Right. They just the batteries. They catch fire every other week, and yeah.
Yeah, I replaced 3 on the way home yesterday. It's terrible.
Stopped at 7-Eleven, got some AA's, and made it.
Yeah.
It's April Fool's Day. Yeah.
Why not? I got to test out the brakes yesterday. That was fun.
You what?
I got to test out the brakes yesterday. That was
fun.
Oh,
did you? Keep them fresh.
We were riding along on FSD, and there was mowing on a highway, and then there was a fork in the road, multi-lane fork. So it wasn't like, oh, one lane branched out. No, 4 lanes moved out in each direction, and then a mile of nothing, and then there's a tractor in the middle of the road. And you know if you have it in hurry mode on the legacies, they're a little bit of a speed demon, and so there was a trucker. I have a video, but I didn't take the audio out yet. There was a trucker who was taken by surprise by it in the other lane. The tractor was not in, and you see him weave a little bit. And there was this little white car that was just blocking and matching my speed, and so we tried slowing down. We tried speeding up. I had the signal on. As soon as I saw there was an obstruction. And so then they figured I was going to slam into them rather than the tractor. And so they moved over to the shoulder way too late instead of making room when there was time. So I smushed the brake pedal down, and car nosedived a little bit and thought it was okay. But the car said, no, there's not enough braking. It pulls the pedal down. It's not like the pedal is flattening. It's an active. It does this to me on every panic stop. Apparently, I don't just push it enough. And I thought I was down the floor, but I was not. There was another inch or two. And we missed the rear of the mower by
close call.
Yeah. And I was thinking, oh man, he might need to change underwear. But then I was like, well, it's an EV, and we were slamming on the brakes, and so he might have heard the chirps, but it's a diesel tractor, so he probably didn't hear anything. But if he's looking in the mirror, he's probably praying. But
always fun with Casey on a on a highway drive.
It is. My wife and I were like, well, how did that happen? What was it? Because I might have turned back to look at the screaming child for a second, but there's no way I missed the mowing signs and all this and that. And I went back around the the only thing that the car did about it was it automatically saved the footage after we recovered.
So
and,
I have a terrifying story from yesterday. I was driving the Model Y, which I don't do very often. We don't have FSD on it because we only drive it maybe once a week, and it's expensive. And I'm not.
So you have a Y and a 3?
We have a Y and a 3, a 2023 Model Y. So it's still got the blinkers and stalks and all that.
Yeah.
So in that
here I have.
car, so in the 3, you know how you activate the washers? There's a little button on the wheel. But in the Model Y, how do I activate the washer fluid?
Not that
Press
way.
the button.
Yes, I
On the stock.
I press it on the stock. I pressed and held the wrong button on the wrong
Did
stock.
you put it in emergency braking mode?
Oh, that's the
Yeah.
park. That's the
Yeah.
park gear shifter.
That's the I guess he wants to be in park button.
Mm-hmm.
So for a half a second, I was in park at about 35.
Oh, wow.
That my passengers are all like, "What was that?"
Yes.
Terror, my friend. That's what that was. A learning moment.
The park brake is tiny.
I'm surprised it actually shifted into park at that speed.
I don't know
Well,
what
I mean,
it did.
that's the signal for it is you got to hold it for 2, 3, 4 seconds.
Right. I mean, if you do something like that often, it'll just say, no, you're wrong.
I think it might have only locked up the back wheels because we didn't come screeching to a halt, but it
Okay.
Yeah, it only does the back.
But it was good and terrifying.
Yeah,
wow.
And then it automatically released from park
when I let go,
within a
because
half
it was
second?
like because the engineers thought of everything.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's
Somebody did it
terrifying.
before, and they're like, "Oh, we got a solution for that."
You won't make that mistake again.
I will not. And if one of you out there would like to make that mistake, all I can suggest is film it.
Yeah.
Film it, post it.
Wait, no. This is for fools. Don't suggest that people do dumb shit for
What?
content, Brian.
No. I mean, in a controlled environment, do it like out at an
There we go. All
automation
right.
track or something.
Yeah.
Definitely
Now
don't do it
legal
on-
approves said
well,
statement.
don't do anything dumb on the streets because there are
Yes.
people and children
People,
and
yeah.
pets and all kinds of and curbs. Do you want to lose all? I mean, if you slide into a curb, my friend, you are going to hate life.
Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Evan Fusco from way back when the Tesla Life started, he had a Model S, and then his wife got an X, and all the buttons and stocks were different locations, and so moving between the two was like, I get so confused. Yeah. You have muscle memory, and if it's not where you expected, things go wrong sometimes.
Because mine are exactly the same spaces, which is
I will tell you the one thing I miss that the Model 3 has that the Model Y with stocks does not is automatic shifting into reverse. And even though I have a stock, I would really like to activate that feature.
They said that the only requirement was the computer, so that's annoying.
Yeah.
Because the
So-
automatic shifting works great.
It does.
And by the way, not having a blinker stock, I mean, I used to drive a BMW. I'm fine.
Yes. So it wasn't two adults and the computer missing the mower. It was that they put it on the other side of the junction and then waited a mile. So end of that story there. Yeah.
Aha.
Next, I want to talk a little bit about this, and we'll share this picture. And you might recognize this guy. This is the local popcorn feeder at the Tesla Diner. But
Most expensive popcorn vending machine ever.
Yes, indeed. This, of course, is Optimus, and this is going to be a release of Gen 3. It's not going to happen as scheduled. It is a little bit late, but the article was indicating that Optimus was at the diner for some time, as Brian can attest to. He was serving popcorn, but what happened was that after a short period of time with him there, a few weeks, he was taken out and not replaced. But Elon, in a X posting recently, indicated that yes, Optimus was coming back, but he will be Gen 3, and he will be being assigned new duties at the diner, which might include some food delivery into the parking lot and some other things. But it is interesting to see that with Gen 3 and a more dexterous hand motions, that he will be able to be more human-like and be able to perform some new duties.
Well, I can tell you why they took him out. I watched this documentary called Inglourious Bastards, and that is the American way of saying 2 beers, not the German way. So they figured out he was a spy. You know, it's going to happen.
So it was discovered he was a spy. I did not see that story. Okay.
I don't know if it was published. I might have dreamt it, but I'm pretty sure that's how it happened.
But
although it was 3 in the movie. That was the giveaway.
Doesn't work for the joke.
Exactly.
Is it 2? I want 5 beers. I'm Roman.
Right. Yeah, a centurion walks into a bar, said, "I, for one, would like a beer," and the bartender's like, "Bit repetitive, but okay."
Oh man, we have got the jokes all lined up today. Brian is punch drunk at this point, so
a little bit.
So anything can happen today for sure. Another bit of brand new news is that the loop in Nevada, in Vegas, has been updated, and we've got a little video that Tesla or the Boring Company shared, and we will share that with the audience so they can check out the new station that has appeared.
Oh wait, was this published on April 1st though? You better be careful.
No, it wasn't April 1st.
Okay.
The Fontainebleau.
Oh. Big sloop.
And the station is now open. And you will notice some differences between the Fontainebleau station and some other current stations.
I do like the stations being underground.
Is it on the 3rd floor of a parking garage?
That's exactly what it looks like.
Garage.
Yeah. But I think it's I think it's still underground. No, it is above ground.
Well, that one is, but the other one didn't look like it. I had heard, and I don't know if this is true, I didn't check it, that they actually came through the wall of the underground parking garage.
Wow.
But I don't know.
You can definitely tell from the plumbing in the ceiling that this is not your typical station build from scratch. So this is definitely coming into a predetermined structure, parking structure.
It looks like it emerged in open air and then drives into the parking structure for pick up and drop off.
So it does come up out of the tunnel. It appears like on the outside of the Fontainebleau, and then
pause it. Right.
Maybe.
Here. All right. So right here is where Patrick and I are always telling you guys why this thing makes more sense than just put trains everywhere. Not saying the trains are bad, but watch this. You can't do this with a train. If somebody's blocking you, take a long time to get into their car, or if gets a bag stuck in the door, or it's a safety event, push play again. What happens? Oh, you can't do that with the train.
Nope. Oh, car 2 is stuck. Well, just have everything pass and just keep going. No, that's not how that works.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And here we'll it's the tunnel coming out. So you're definitely coming out of the tunnel, and this is the Fontainebleau. I can tell from the blue glass on the exterior. So it's definitely driving out in front of it. And then it looks like, as Casey mentioned, that there is some sort of entrance into this structure, which is a parking garage of some sort.
Makes sense to get you out of the weather when you do the load and unload.
Right.
Yeah.
The heat, the cold, and the occasional rain.
I mean, I'm more worried about the heat and cold in Vegas than the rain. I did have a flight that was severely messed up because it snowed in Vegas. And even though it melts in like 3 hours, for 3 hours, they're stopped. There's nothing.
Yeah, they don't exactly have a lot of snow equipment, huh?
They don't own a single piece. It clears so quickly.
Responsible.
We don't even have snow shovels in the entire state.
No. I mean, you could have cleared it with squeegees, but it's time consuming.
And then at this station, you've got, look at that. You've got a tunnel segment on display. So you've got that just sitting there. And look at these structure supports. These, that looks like some really beefy supports to hold up the parking garage or the hotel casino above it.
Yeah. Looks pretty quake proof there.
Yeah.
It looks a little seismically treated.
Is there seismic activity in that far inland?
I mean, if you're going to have that many people, don't you need to be prepared for some level of it?
Well, you certainly do for areas that are prone to it. I don't think that all
this isn't California, so
you know, if you're in a quake-prone area, I think regulations are more beefy than they are in places that they don't.
Yeah, you can tell it's not in California. There's no springs and floating tables and stuff. But like even when I was in Virginia and other parts of the East Coast, there's still certain affordance made for quakes because while we have small ones, we have them all year round.
Exactly. So again, Vegas Loop moving along, another station online, and I'm looking forward to as they expand that airport departure and arrival section. We know that they did get their taxi license that was required by the airport, but the discussion has been that eventually they will build it underground directly to the airport. But right now, you've probably got about 3/4 of a mile or so of surface street connections to the boring tunnels that are just outside the airport property. But they indicate that they are going to be digging and placing a new station underneath the airport infrastructure.
Excellent, yeah. Because I'd rather than get started now than wait for the purity of a tunnel coming through.
This is an AI answer, so take it with a grain of salt. But it says that there's absolutely earthquake activity in Las Vegas. Nevada is the third most seismically active state in the U.S., trailing only Alaska and California. Small microquakes happen regularly in the region, though most are not felt by residents. And then it gives a list of when things have happened.
Okay.
I'm a little earthquake sensitive. When I bought my first house, they like, hey, do you want earthquake insurance? I was like, I don't need that. And I was like, wait, don't submit that answer yet. No, I looked it up, and I think it was on the site of the largest quake in the 1800s. Billions of dollars in today's damage.
I think we just didn't know about it because what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
That's exactly what it was.
Of course. They don't report anything out just in case they leak something they shouldn't. Wow. We had another piece of information for another Tesla-related company, and that, of course, is SpaceX and Starlink. I think we've called it correct, guys. On previous shows, we've talked about how Starlink has been kind of pushing towards being an overall cellular type provider. And it appears that they are going to be bidding on some 5G bandwidth coming up in the next FCC, I guess it's an auction of available slots for cellular companies. And they have not filled out the paperwork yet, but the discussion is that they will be filling it out and they will be bidding on some 5G spectrum at the auction. And this is again kind of interesting as we've seen Starlink progress from just doing the quick communications in space for internet, being able to bounce it down to moving trains or boats or planes, or of course individual residences. But they have been expanding as time goes along. You remember that they changed their satellites to enable them to laser data back and forth between satellites. That was changed. Then they went to version 2 of the satellites, which brought out faster connections and allowed them to connect more people to each individual satellite. And now it appears that we've heard about data centers in space, and this auction coming up for 5G, it appears that they're going to be bidding on it, and it's another feather in their cap as they move towards providing customers with absolutely everything when it comes to communication.
So is this in addition to the spectrum they got from Dish and what they borrow from T-Mobile?
Yeah, this is in addition to.
Speaking of bandwidth, somebody here was commenting on Brian's width.
I know what you meant, Highlander, but
I'm still gonna make the joke though.
yeah, I will accept it. For those in the audience who don't know, Lee Moon does the intro music, and both Casey and I got to meet Lee Moon last week at the Chattanooga Charge to determine that he is in fact real. So now the only thing you guys have to do is determine if Casey and I are real. We can vouch for each other, but that doesn't mean anything. Bots vouch for each other all the time. So I think, and I have met everyone here now. So this is, you know,
That's right. Yep.
I don't know if the rest of you can say that. Have you guys all met in person?
We have not met in person.
Aha!
I know a guy who knows you guys.
Yeah.
You are now 1 degree of separated.
But I'm fairly confident after 457 shows that these guys are real. So I would say I'm fairly confident.
You're ruining my reputation for being digital only.
Yeah, Mark. Those guys are totally real.
Oh, there's Lee Moon. He can vouch for Casey and Brian being real as well.
Absolutely.
Makes sense.
Exactly.
The answer is me and Patrick, both.
We got all sorts of media to show on this particular show, but there was a surprise appearance of somebody that we know who it is. It was a quick video shot in Times Square that happened recently, and let's just grab this little advert, I'd call it, and we've got
I've got paid for this advert.
the Tesla Semi hanging out in Times Square.
And it's the classic, the prototype.
V1.
Yep, you can tell because there's no light bar.
The lights are vertical instead of horizontal.
Now, that's what I wanted to question you guys on this is why do you think they would bring this to Times Square? Is this just a mobile ad to let people know it exists and bring it to a populous place where there's lots of cameras and people taking pictures and tourists? What do you think?
I have no idea.
But why is it an ad with the old article?
Yeah, I think it makes sense because they've made changes and improvements. So the ones that they want to do heavy road testing with and give to customers for beta and other things and get road miles on are the new ones. But this one, what are you going to do with it now? You've already learned what you need to make the next version. So now this one can move to its retirement job of just being a arm candy.
That's true. Most people don't even know the difference.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it still raises awareness. It still says, "Hey, these are real." So that's what it can do now.
Yeah, that makes sense. That it's not going to be doing the regular testing anymore because, of course, they've moved on to version 2 and version 2 parts, and that's what they're going to be concentrating on as the rollout continues.
Couldn't they just tape on an LED strip like a light bar?
Hey, just body on frame. They could mule it up, and
They really could mule it if they wanted, but
Yeah.
I would agree that they don't have to. A headline's a headline, and a fleet carrier doesn't really care as much what it looks like.
Yeah. Unless it was somebody whining about the windows, because they did fix those.
Yeah, it still looks cool.
It does look really cool.
I would suggest if Tesla is using this as arm candy, as Patrick mentioned, is that they get themselves a box trailer, a van trailer, or a flatbed trailer, and they bring that along to add to the advertisement. Put decals on the box or the van or the trailer, just to indicate its capabilities and what it's all about.
Yeah.
Get some people with t-shirt cannons out there shooting.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, put both of the working roadsters, the clay model, and a Model S and X on there.
And speaking of awareness,
advertise those.
Well, I mean, you're advertising an old truck. Put them all on there.
Speaking of awareness, I thought we'd just bring up the subject of our friend, Brian's friend, who is the Tesla semi advocate. Not a semi advocate, but a Tesla semi advocate. And that's Mr. Zengler from Sparks, Nevada area, who flies drones and updates the iWest project as it continues along.
We got to show him some love. We got to support him. He hasn't said it to me directly, but I can tell he is getting burnt out. You know, Dan Priestley won't give him a ride in the semi. That's got to be frustrating. And then you've got all the, you know, the channel's just really hard to grow. Mark and I do our best to promote him, but he needs more love. Just go subscribe, watch a few videos, help him out on Patreon if you can. He's a super great guy. And when he's out there, he's happy to chat with whoever shows up to see him fly. So I do ask that you not talk to him while he's flying. I have done that. He doesn't care for that. It screws up the flight. So my apologies there.
Exactly. So yeah, visit Zengler's site, the Tesla Semi Advocate. You can find him that way on YouTube. And we'll even put a link in the show notes so you can get there and click on that. Another piece of information, I think our own Mr. Supercharger is aware of this Swiss Army knife of superchargers and the new ability that they've added to their bag of tricks when they're deploying superchargers that have been I guess pre-built and being shipped. And Casey, what's that about?
Well, before Casey goes, I'm just going to tell you, I asked Casey what it's even called, and he was very disrespectful to me. Casey, what did you say?
It's called the FU Supercharger.
Oh, come on.
It's for the folding unit supercharger. Because remember that all the superchargers come from Giga Buffalo, which means that they all have to get on a truck. And now that they come in a 8-pack, at minimum, how are you going to fit 8 superchargers pre-assembled on a line? Well, I was asking this several times, and Tesla's answer is right here. Just switchblade them, fold them up like airplane wings, just like on Navy. And this one is a little special than that. It had that, but they took one off of the end there, put a trash can in its place, and moved it over for the ADA spot there, but it doesn't yet have an ADA handle on it. It is interesting.
Yeah,
so
this is great.
We've got
evolution.
We've got a close-up photo that we can share of this new supercharger folding ability.
Oh, the folding ability. Okay, let me switch it here. And
you should be seeing that now.
Yeah.
There we go.
So what was interesting here is that a couple of changes that I noticed outside of the folding ability, because obviously the wiring is already in, or looks like it's already been installed. There may be connections after the fact still, but because there are those 2 access panels at each end. But the other thing I noticed is that those bases aren't concrete.
Correct.
Which we have seen in the past, the previous V3 installs, the bases were concrete.
Yeah, this looks like a rusty cage.
They have a company they work with now that speeds them up with making the foundations for these. It's kind of like a plastic, and allows you to put in aggregate or dirt or concrete more quickly on site than having to. I mean, not necessarily concrete, but you could do concrete with it to speed up the deployment to on site. You crane it off and then plug it in. This one, being the switchblade, the folding unit there, you can. They did a nice job. They put it right behind the curb. It didn't look like they sunk it into the earth in any capacity. And then they unbolted the one on the end and moved it, but they don't always do that. The other cool thing about this is you'll notice the handles are kind of facing the well, not all of them on the deployed unit, but on this one.
Oh, they alternate.
Yes. So when they fold it up, you can have the one you see most in Florida where they're back to back, or you can have them all in a line where they're all stretched out. And so then at the folding point, they all face each other, which is kind of interesting. And the cabinet and the utility interface are more flexible this way as well. They're not. It was less flexible with a V3 because they were all just on a bar, and they just kind of. And that's why I was confused when they said that it's minimum 8 now. I was like, how is that going to work? They're already kind of unwieldy. They had something up their sleeves, which was cool to see.
Mm-hmm. And do you think that that they might use concrete depending on what the setup is at this location?
Depend on code and the site and how much time they have. But with this other solution, they don't need concrete on the day, which is fine. You fill it up with local stuff. It's less emissions, less time waiting for concrete to cure correctly. Yeah.
So depending on what they're doing at a particular site, they may use concrete. They may weld it in place depending on what footing it's being set on. But
put it in a parking garage and weld it to the deck.
Yeah, exactly. And I've seen that in parking garages where they're plastic boxes with those older second generation. What were they? 72 kilowatt chargers for destination chargers type. A little bit more than a destination charger, obviously.
Yeah, urban supercharger.
Urban, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And they were linked to the floor, but with plastic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is really cool because one of the things that makes this expensive is building this out, right? Because trenching all the that's where the real cost is. If they can have this, so they just put it there, unfold it, somehow secure it, and move on to the next one. That's why they can put out worldwide infrastructure and not because it's not $1 million for every site like some hydrogen station or something. And this is the innovations that they're doing.
Yeah.
This is awesome. I've seen recently a solar system that accordions out and unfolds in a similar manner. And because if you build racking and have to install every solar panel by hand, that just takes a lot longer, which drives up cost. And instead, if you can just slide it out and have a whole canopy, whether it's covering a parking spot or whatever. So yeah, just being smart like this and continuing to innovate. That's what we talk about Tesla's iteration every time, right? So they've figured out, oh, let's pre-build units. Now let's add even more. Now let's have them connected already, wired, and just unfold so that they're already connected so we don't have to do the connections when we get there. They just keep doing smarter and smarter things to reduce their costs without reducing the customer experience. This is great.
Yeah, there was a V3 prefab that I used on the Chattanooga trip twice. That it was exactly like I said. You crane it off and then put it in place. But they wanted 8 stalls there, so there were 2 of them, and they were at 90 degrees to each other, and so they would put conduit over it so that people wouldn't step on stuff, and it was very unwieldy. Like you had to step up over it if you were gonna not use the tarmac, and this solves that. And in fact, you can just partially unfold it, and you've got the 90 degree in there as well. So this is actually 3. You've got the back to back, you got the flat, and then you've got the 90, and probably maybe even a 45 or something like at Mark's site with the mixture of destination chargers and superchargers there.
Very good, very good. Brian's on a tight line. I'm not sure if he has to go in half a minute or so, but we want to certainly thank Brian for joining us on the Marathon April 1st extravaganza that he's been putting out, almost like a Jerry Lewis telethon. As Highland
very much so, very much like a Jerry Lewis telethon, except without any money coming in. We'll find
$1 to keep this man online for a year. Now.
I can't lie, I did expect bigger numbers, but it is time for me to get on with my day. I shall let you wind down your stream. If you want to say goodbye, you can.
Very good. Thanks for joining, Brian. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Guys.
All right. So you know what that means? That means it is the after show. We have done it. We have survived. If only I had a special guest. You know what? I think I'm going to go in order when they showed up. I've got Josh West in the house. How are you, my friend?
Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you.
I have to adjust him because he's looking like this.
Oh, my.
Yep.
Yeah,
we'll get
and
some
good
more
call
added
with the
momentarily.
AirPods.
Yeah, yeah. So how's your day been? What's new?
Very good. Give me just one sec.
Of course.
Check my audio here.
You can say hi.
Hi, Brian.
It's good to see you, my friend.
buddy.
How have you
It's
been?
so good to see you.
You've got to have been doing this for what, like an hour and a half at least by now, right?
At least it is over an hour and a half now.
Man, you really, that's a lot.
With very few substantial hiccups. So that's cool.
Oh, that is good. Reminds me of Artemis 2. Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It's exciting. It's exciting. Make space exciting again. Jim, the Iowa Tesla guy in the house. How are you, Jim?
Doing well, doing well. Congrats on your all-day marathon. You know, NASA commemorated your day by launching a rocket for you. That's awesome.
Well, I asked them to, but I didn't think they were going to come through on it.
Timing was pretty good. Came through for you.
Kelly Sloan is asking, where is Simon? He's right here.
Hey! Looking pretty disheveled, I have to say, because it is very late here. 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, wow. Yes, I'm sure you're tired. That's the takeaway. I did want to say thank you for the super chat, Wiper Blades USA. Not just a viewer, not just a friend, but someone who came to see me on stage when I was in 12 Angry Jurors. Thank you so much for that. That was a lot of fun. Oh, Kelly. Kelly's in the house, of course.
Nice.
Thank you, Kelly.
Hi, Kelly.
This has been a long day. But, you know, there was that much news to cover. And unfortunately, due to a combination of technical glitches and one guest had family things to come up, I've got more topics to cover that I just haven't covered. But I'm good for today. Yeah, today I think I can probably rest. Any takeaways from, I guess, what lessons have you learned from my mistake today?
8 hours is a long time to be going.
You're a machine, man. I couldn't do what you do.
Well, I did give myself a 10 to 14 minute break at the bottom of each hour so that I could stretch and get refreshments and have lunch and all that.
You like pack on the Depends during this marathon and just kind of, you know, charge through?
It may surprise you to learn that most humans don't require more than one bathroom break in an hour. So,
Not
no,
if you're dropping monsters left and right, but
no, I had coffee this morning. That's enough for me. Even if she wasn't here, I would still pull this up. I'm going to have to find it because I have buried my tabs. I've got my desktop is an absolute disaster here, but that's fine. Is it that one? Nope. Is it that one? Yes. I've got to mention, that's not that one.
Brian, can I get a quick sound check? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine. Too well.
I can't hear him at all.
Deeply disturbing. He says that, but I don't know, man. I feel like he can. I would love to remind everyone that we have got coming up this summer a little event we like to call the Summer Meetup, and it looks like that. So tickets on sale now. Heritage Landing in Muskegon. We are going to crush it as we do, and Simon will be our light show wizard.
Certainly will be.
Because there ain't no light show like a Simon light show.
Well, there's lots of light shows, but I do like to make them dazzle.
This is an important moment for Simon to speak up for an unapologetic plug, right?
It's not an unapologetic plug. I will apologize. I'm sorry. But yes, you need to come because I need as many people to turn up as possible. This is going to be, personally, I hope, the best light show that I've done to date. I can never say the best light show because there's other people that do them, but certainly potentially the best one that I've done. I've already written the majority of it, which Brian knows. What kind of draft should I say this one is, Brian? But normally I will get my light show finished probably the morning of. This one's already well into being made and it is phenomenal. It is really good. But I've got a personal challenge, of course, because, of course, we've got two big events going on the same day. We've got Tesla Takeover in Europe, and we have Michigan. So of course I had to not get killed by Kelly. So of course I'll be over in Michigan with you guys. But it does mean a bit of friendly rivalry, but I want to crush it. So we're going to do an incredible Tesla Light show. So we need as many people there as possible. That is a completely free part of the event. But if you're going to be there, then be there for the whole thing. So yeah, I'm really excited about this one.
I'm excited too. Show of hands, who has been at the summer meetup before? That's right, everybody in this chat, all the cool kids. Yeah. Simon has only been once because the previous year he came out early to actually see the venue and scope it out. And then I think you had a conflict on that one, but
yeah, I had a car crash on the way as well, which was double effort. But no, I was in Sweden. I had a show in Sweden, and normally what I wouldn't do is 2 shows at the same time. Certainly, if I'm not going to be there, and 2 shows really can't be there at both. But this one I made an exception because Kelly called and asked, but I'd already committed to.
And on this one, it's worth noting that the Austria show is a week later than expected, and the Muskegon show is a week earlier than expected. It wasn't a conflict, but it happens.
No. It's unfortunate. I would have loved to do both, but yeah, Kelly's number one. So
Michigan is the club that gets my first attention as well.
Always.
So, Josh, what's your newest adventure? You've got the Adventure Plaid out there looking so good. What are you up to now?
Yeah, so it's been redubbed the Rad Adventure Plaid by some folks in the community, so that was pretty cool.
I like that.
Yeah, did a full facelift on it, full face replacement right back to the frame. What's interesting is I really learned something doing that project. I thought it was just the bumper cover, but they re-engineered so much of that car, and then today they say ordering's closed. It's just unbelievable. No, really, like there are structural crash test bars, crash impact bars, I should say, support bars, what they call the ankle catcher, which on I had an early Plaid or Palladium redesign, and that entire structure was built out of carbon fiber. I, of course, smashed it to bits off-roading it in Colorado and Newfoundland and various places. But the reality is that they've changed it now, made it much bigger, much more heavy, and they've made it out of extruded aluminum. So that's just one example of the things that they've redesigned in the architecture, and that's just the front end of the car. I did look at doing the rear. There's tons of structure stuff back there too. So that on top of all of the other upgrades they made to the suspension and the drivetrain and different things like that, bushings and whatnot. It's just kind of mind bending that they would do all of that effort and then just months later, that's the end. So it kind of makes me think maybe they weren't totally originally thinking of axing that car as early as they did. It's just a speculation, but anyway, something that I learned. As far as something more recent, spent the day today with Dave Moss. David is just recently posted on Tesla did a little ditty on him there on the website, a video of him going across on FSD without taking it out of FSD. So spent the day with him. He was here in Austin, and we were riding unsupervised. So we did 7 rides in a row. They've really stepped up the amount of unsupervised availability within there. They have like a geofence within a geofence within a geofence. It's like a turducken of Robotaxi geofences. And we learned today that they disabled the ability to change your destination when you're north of the river in Austin, which is the new expanded section of that unsupervised area. But yeah, we were able to do some really crazy things. Like, I mean, if you saw my first unsupervised video, I probably should have got banned for that one, but I'm probably going to get banned for this next one. So we were jamming the tripod into the pedals, and oh my gosh, we made the car lose its mind. We were on the phone with Tesla service probably 4 or 5 times at least. them calling us saying, "What the frig are you doing?" and also us calling them saying, "Hey, we're stuck." So it was
again, Josh West.
We know how to find trouble. We know how to find trouble one way or another. It's either me and Justin launching the car through the air on FSD, or I'm trying to get. Actually, it was on Dave Moss's account, so that's the best part. Is that anybody who's going to get banned, it would actually be him, even though it was me that was doing the stuff. So it was a little under the bus throwing situation, but yeah, we learned a lot. We learned a lot.
That's fun. That's wild.
Mhm.
Hey, Justin, what kind of camera is that? It looks fantastic. Is it your phone?
I had to
What
turn
type of potato is that?
I had to turn the blur on because my children are in the back seat.
Yeah, but the camera really does look good.
That's
Looks
just
like
his
a
natural
JC
good
Penney
looks.
photo shoot there.
He looks like a floating head or a floating beard, more like.
A disembbearded face.
Senior photo.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on right now, but we are almost home. We're pulling in the driveway after Artemis launch, which
That was so cool. How was that to see it?
it's just, I don't know. If you grew up like me and admired all this stuff and like these are your heroes growing up, someday when you have children of your own and you get to do this with them,
Yeah,
it's
Nice.
special, very special.
Yeah, well, try living in the Northwest. We don't get rockets, at least not outbound ones yet. We'll see how it goes.
I think there's a
Well-
couple Tesla stores that would disagree.
Yeah. So, well, that's what I mean. It's not outbound rockets. So, guys, I want to thank you for hanging out with me. It has been 8 hours and almost 3 minutes. I think that's enough live streaming for today. If you're catching this on the replay, why? What are you doing? But great, leave a message saying that, because, wow, and don't forget, we do have the summer meetup coming in June. I'm going to be at the Tesla Diner on April 18th. That Tesla Club LA Tesla Club. I'm not sure. I don't know. I've got it here somewhere, but it is an event. Tickets on sale now. And April 26th, 28th, Justin's being crazy. There will be an Oregon Electric Vehicle Association meeting, oeva.org. I'm too tired to bother showing them because I am simply out of energy. So, guys, thank you. I appreciate you all, my friends. I'm glad you're here. And everybody else, like, subscribe, follow these guests, all my guests. Do it. You know what you're doing. And everybody else, stay tuned, stay juicy, and I cannot wait to hear from you. Clever robots on the flippity flop.
See you in Michigan.
See you, Brian. Love you, man.
See you guys. Well done.